All right. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter if we're recording or not. Other people are recording.
Yeah, I almost made that comment, but I was like, let me not go after Tom today.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think of him. I thought about you know who.
Well, I don't know.
That's like Lord Voldemort, you know who.
You know who? So scary. Oh man, what a
Yeah,
silly,
what a
silly
stupid
situation.
debate. You're 17% more likely to be anti Semitic if every like time you're on TikTok. What is
I can't
this?
stand her. I can't stand her, Zach.
Did
Yeah,
she
she's the
say that?
worst, man. Yeah, she said that.
Isn't her daughter like a TikTok star?
Of course she is.
Yeah.
Of course she is. If this country had any decency, they'd put her on a boat to Haiti. Fuck her. I hate to be so dramatic, but Jesus, I'm old enough. I'm an old man. She is the worst GOP politician I've ever seen. I'd vote for Chris Christie 100 times before her. I fucking despise her.
I'd consider voting for Joe Biden over
Dude,
her at this
if it
point.
was her versus Golden Joe, I'd be on Grandpa's team for the rest of fucking time. She is an
Yeah, she's
abomination.
terrible.
I don't think I
She's
can vote for a
crafted in.
woman. So
Yeah, there's that, and she's crafted in the forge of inside the Beltway. So the consultancies, the think tanks, the politicos, they're the ones that molded her. She's like Sauron's ring, right?
Dude, couldn't vote for a woman, huh, Hannah?
only if my husband told me to.
That's
So,
intense.
so Taylor
I mean, it's
Swift,
just
huh?
true.
You'd vote for
Yeah.
Taylor Swift though, wouldn't you?
Mm.
Uh, for like person of the year or for president.
You know,
I don't know. I was
it,
disappointed to see this. I think it's just an off year. No.
no, I mean, Zach, it's almost like a good thing that they do this kind of thing because people are sharp enough. They see through the bullshit. Like it's so meticulous and it's so carefully crafted at this point that like you'd have to be absolutely asleep to not kind of look around and be like, Taylor Swift is the woman. And like, why this year? That's what I was thinking throughout the day. I was sort of
Well,
thinking like she's been big for many years. It could have been any year.
but not this year has really been like a new level for her. Like, and I say this, I do like her music. I don't identify as a Swiftie, just FYI.
Sure.
But um like um, you know, I think she has a lot of influence. Like most of her fans are they're like obsessed and they're all childless and unmarried and
Okay, hold on.
career women.
We don't have to do the stereotype thing. But no, like
It's
I
not a
but
stereotype. I mean,
Hannah,
like,
I am
this
interested in
is
what
many people that I'm friends with.
well, but I'm interested in what you're getting at here because I don't know if I agree. I guess are you saying because of the Kelsey thing that put her on another level of stardom? Is that what's the argument here? Because like
No,
in my
not
mind,
the
I feel like
Kelsey thing. It's because she started talking about politics, honestly. I
yeah, but
now
see, it's not.
that's actually caused me to like her
Yeah,
less.
but Hannah,
I
hold
could
on. She was talking about politics 4 or 6 years ago. I really feel like she was bigger musically in the past. Like, I think the only argument you have here is that because of the Kelsey thing, she has gone into like a
No,
whole nother level
I
no.
of
just know
stardom.
that tickets to her concerts are going for thousands of dollars and they've been sold out
Right.
and it's like a crazy phenomenon. So I don't know that I have an explanation for it, but I'm not sure you could actually say she was like bigger,
So
back
you
in the
do think
day.
this is the biggest she's ever been? Interesting. Okay.
She is going to do
Yeah.
over $1 billion on this tour. Like that is how big of a year she has had. She is a very astute businesswoman with how she does handles all of her PR, with how she handles business. She's doing over a
Well,
billion on this tour.
yeah, no, and Caroline, I mean, like, it is interesting. It's like, it's kind of like with the Academy Awards. I was thinking about this today when I saw she was named Time Person of the Year. It's sort of like you get the award later than when it matters. Like a lot of people who get best actor, best director, they get these awards based on the great film that they made 4 years ago. And the Academy isn't necessarily hip enough. They're not sharp enough in the moment, but they realize after the kind of transcendent moment this person's had. And I guess that's kind of how I look at it. I think of Taylor Swift as like, her moment was 2 or 3 years ago. I don't mean to sound naive. I know she's having this huge moment with Kelsey. I understand she's down in South America doing these blowout tour with the Eras tour. I just sort of feel like the impact of her music and her come up was really a few years ago. So I feel like there's a lot of
It's
Johnny
not just
come
in
lately.
South America, like her tours here are
Right.
doing like crazy numbers. The other thing is like I think she won that lawsuit or whatever, where now she's like re-releasing her albums the way that she would have done them. Those are doing really well, even though frankly I like them better the way they originally were. But like I think a lot of these women see her as like, and that's I'm not going into a stereotype with the childless, like single thing. It's just that, like they see her as like them. They're sticking it to the patriarchy. She's
Right.
doing it in like a big way. I really think there is like my friends who would identify as Swifties and like they'll send me videos of her like I don't know, just doing like normal stuff and they'll be like everybody like her and Travis like they're obsessed, right? But like that is how they view her.
I'm
Like
just kind of
she's
confused.
sticking it to the
I mean,
man.
I hear what you're saying in one sense, but in another sense, I'm kind of confused by it. Like, she is such like a, she is such like a feminine sort of icon. Like her whole gig is about like, I don't know. I guess you're right. I mean, her whole thing has been all the men she's dated. You
Well,
know.
her music has changed. So it used to be a lot of love songs, a lot of, like songs about unrequited love, about love lost, and there's still a lot of that, but the tone has changed to a more vengeful, like we've got bad blood, like look what you made me do, like it's there's been a tone change,
So,
you know?
are you
The
buying?
hate song.
Are you buying into the
Yeah.
fact that they're going to psyop her for the election, or is this about a revolution against the patriarchy, or is it both? What do you got there?
I, I I don't. I mean, I think they probably will use her for the election. I think she really speaks to like.
Does she play?
w-
Do you think
Does
that
she what?
plays? Do you think that plays? Do you think she can
I
activate the
think
voter
she
base?
had. I think she. Oh, I think liberal women, absolutely, probably so. I like her less and less the more she talks about politics. It's harder to kind of. I liked her music fine when she just was an artist, and now it's like, okay, you're actually kind of obnoxious, and I can't actually justify supporting you anymore because you're talking about like abortion and all this kind of stuff. It's pretty like annoying, but yeah, I think liberal women, I mean, they see her as an icon and a relatable one. She's like
Mhm.
super nice to her fans. She's known for this, you know, for just like randomly giving them things, randomly doing all these, which is good. I mean, it's great. It's great when you see people who are like nice to their fans, but I think that whether it's like legitimate or something she's curated, like she really has gathered this like large mass of women who view her as one of them.
I mean,
Taylor's just like us.
I guess that's just the situation with time. You know, when I saw the finalists and then I saw who actually won, I couldn't help like if it was me, and I know that I'm kind of a jaded loser, aging millennial. Like for me, the person of the year is Mohammed bin Salman, and it's not even close. I mean, what he's been able to do with Saudi Arabia, the way he's talking about turning that into kind of the future kingdom of the new West. And then you see him today, like backslapping with Putin. It's unbelievable what Mohammed bin Salman's been able. Like when I was growing up, Saudi Arabia wasn't just considered like this terrorist outpost here in America. It was considered a backwater. It was considered like a fucking joke. And now, like I think anybody who's kind of sharp looks at Saudi Arabia and I think they do see the future. I mean, I hate to put it like that way because I know the Middle East, like I feel weird about it, but it's just like of any of the people who could have been time of the year, for me, the person that impressed me the most this past year was Mohammed bin Salman. Every time I hear him speak in English, I think this guy's gonna rule the fucking world, and we're not paying attention enough. Like the Western audience is not. And you see what they've done. Like there are all kinds of arguments for him. Like the sports, they love to call it sports washing, right? The media loves to call it sports washing. They hate the fact that he's spending all this money to get people like Cristiano Ronaldo to come play soccer over there. They're using sports as a medium to improve their relations in the Western world. I think he's had the most impressive come up of any of these, like Xi, Putin, Taylor Swift. Who else was even on the list? I just didn't think the list was that impressive. And again, I sort of think Mohammed bin Salman, because again, like look at, I'll shut up here in a second, but like watching the debates tonight, it's so clear that like the problem with America is we got these old fucking people running the show. And you look at Saudi Arabia, they got like a 38-year-old guy who's talking about a new kingdom, and it's hard to look away from that. He speaks several languages. He's fantastic on the international stage. And we have these old, decrepit people who are just like trying to out pronoun each other. It's a sad state of affairs for America. And it probably says a lot about America, the fact that Taylor Swift won this award. Because, I mean, I asked you not to stereotype her, but you are right. I mean, she does play into this idea of a long string of men, no child, and of course now she's found her great love with Travis Kelce. I mean, how long is that going to last? Over under 12 months, maybe. She is
He'll
the
Who
get tired
epitome
knows?
of
of it.
Western
He'll
women.
get tired of it.
So she changed one of the lyrics in one of her songs at a concert for him to like fit him. And I saw multiple posts from like other women I know who are like fans of hers who were like, she never does this. This is huge. I mean, like these women are invested in her. So like in terms of someone that can like mobilize, liberal women, I think for sure. Not that they
Yeah,
need
I
to
Yeah.
mean,
really
there's
be
lots of
mobilized
liberal stan
anymore,
men too.
but
Well,
well,
I
yeah,
mean,
of course.
of course she's going to be able
They're
to
the
like
worst.
I mean, of course they're going to say like that they want her to do stuff, for the left. I mean, obviously, because that's 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 what that's what they do. If the right had if we had like a celebrity, who who could mobilize a lot of people, we would
What do you
want to
mean we
use
have
them
Kevin
too.
Sor? What do you mean we have Kevin Sorbo? You know what I mean? He's
We've got fucking Mel Gibson. Just
nah.
activate the
It's not.
motherfucker.
He's not.
No,
Well,
Mel
and
Gibson needs to activate everyone to vote for Republicans.
even her starting to talk about politics, like I didn't watch her documentary, but I've seen this clip of her, the one, I think it's the one on Netflix, and she's like
Yeah.
talking with her dad about whether or not like she should or she shouldn't, and how like she felt silenced or like she couldn't, now she is. So it's like even that is being like spun as like this is Taylor, like she's being liberated, she's becoming herself, like it's a whole
It's a
thing.
lot, But here's the thing, and I'd give her Taylor credit, or her team credit for this, right? That if anybody I've seen in recent memory, she knows how to, I guess, gauge the pulse of society, whether it's musically, culturally, and whatever, to stay relevant, because that is impressive. Like, regardless of however you think about her politically, obviously, I disagree with her politically, but think about how like difficult it is for any like celebrity, musician, whatever, to stay relevant, to change your music style. So that, in that regards, I think she's gauges the pulse of society accurately, and that is impressive for whatever it is. And listen, the NFL thing, I don't even think the relationship's real. I think that the NFL and her made a mutual agreement to benefit the NFL by trying to bring in a bigger audience, and she was beneficial in a way to get some of these men to, I guess, have interest in her music. So that's.
Well, and I mean, if you want to go too deep into that, but Travis Kelce, if you look into Travis Kelce, he had like a dating show like 3 years ago. There's a lot about this guy, about him trying to transcend and move into this kind of public
Oh, that's
face figure.
interesting.
No,
So
yeah, you can go
he's
find
just
it.
playing
He
her
did
like the
kind of
hoe she is.
he did kind of like a bachelor type show where he moved out to Los Angeles and he had all these women and he was going to find true love. And also his brother I mean, if you watch TV, hopefully you guys don't watch TV, but I watch TV as part of the work. Him and his brother, who plays for the Philadelphia Eagles, they're on TV all the fucking time, and not just with one company. They've got like 5 different companies, and so I think there's a lot to what boxing has said. I do think that it's kind of a faux relationship, but if you really look into Travis Kelce's past, he has been trying to make this transition into showbiz. There's just way too much
Yeah.
there, and I think for normal people, they have goldfish memory. They don't spend 10 seconds to look deeper at all.
His career
But
is
it's
also
all
Just look at his
career is
management
also
company.
finishing
I
too.
bet his management company and his agents. It's all. I bet you could just look at it. I bet
Yeah,
it's
I
all the
mean
same.
his career also. If you, I mean, I don't know if you guys watch football in that much detail, but his career is definitely taking a back burner. He's not what he used to be, and that's what happens when you're an athlete. Most
Well, and
athletes.
I don't think it's about getting men interested in her music because that's not going to happen. I think it's about getting women interested in watching football.
Yeah, and I just threw it in the jumbotron just to back up what I was saying as some evidence. Just wanted to say, like, it's right there. Travis Kelce doing a Bachelor style reality TV show where he dates 50 women this offseason. This was what, 7 years ago. He has wanted to make this transition into the entertainment business. So I mean, it's all on the wall, and the fact that he's pushing the Pfizer stuff. I mean, it's just it's very difficult that this is what America is. The fact that Time is saying, you know this is the person of the year because the whole thing is just a show. It's all a big circus, and this is what we produce in the West now. It's just a circus. Again, Mohammed bin Salman, he was the one. He was the one that should have been the fucking. He's the only leader on the whole international stage that I look at that I'm interested in. Seriously. So whatever, but I'm prejudiced probably. I'd love to go to Riyadh and fucking party in the desert. So whatever.
Well, hell no,
Richard,
I
did
would.
you check out the Kevin Gates song that I sent you?
I have not listened to that song yet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You'll hate it.
I'll
You'll
hate
hate
it?
it. I just want
Oh,
to.
okay.
Oh, yeah, I told you that in the message. I was like, you'll hate it, but I just want to hear what you have to say about
Okay,
it.
I'll have to go. I will listen to that tonight. Sorry, I get
Is this conservative
Okay.
rap? Is this conservative rap?
Kevin Gates is not conservative rap. No.
Oh, is it rap?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
rap.
okay. Interesting.
Yeah, you were like saying you don't like rap, and I was like, here, listen to some Kevin Gates. But like, no, I don't expect you to like it. I just want to hear what you have to
Okay.
say about it.
I'll do it. Maybe even like if I mute myself here, but I don't know. I mean,
No rush, no rush.
so the person who was previously speaking, I guess WR, you think MBS should be Person of the Year? Why?
Yeah.
I said that to my friend tonight too. I was like, she, Putin, MBS, hell, even like Joe Biden, but
Well,
not Taylor Swift.
yeah,
Come
no,
on, like
Richard, just really quickly. I mean, I think that
BB.
of all the international leaders, like, and you can tell me why I'm wrong
Yeah.
here. I just think that all of the ones that were put forward by Time, they've already been done. We know who they are. MBS is what, like 38. He speaks several languages, and he's promising a golden age in the Middle East, the likes of which we've never seen in the modern sort of Western era. And it looks like he's dead set on doing this.
Yeah,
And I
well,
was
that's
talking about
all
the fact,
complete
well,
bullshit
Richard, I
from
was
a
talking about the fact
sleazy.
that he's spending all of this money on the sporting outfits over there. And again, you can dismiss this stuff, but how can I not see it? He's attracting some of the top sports talent over there, and that matters. It does matter when you're talking about normies and how they view the Middle East and how that's going to change that whole sort of dynamic over there. I just think of all of the kind of world leaders, he's the least known quantity. He's the youngest. He's making the biggest and boldest promises, and he fucking controls a fortune that is a major player in the geopolitical assessment of today. And when you saw him today, you saw the video of him and Putin backslapping each other. The whole Western media is claiming that these figures are isolated. They're not isolated at all. They're major power brokers. And I just think that, if you want to argue, I saw some of your texts about your tweets about Taylor. I sort of felt like you're being cynical. You're being a little black pilled there. I mean, I think you're having some fun there, to be
Well, yeah, I'm
honest, Richard.
definitely
And I
having
liked him.
fun. Obviously, I
Yeah,
I
I know. I
accused her of
liked him,
killing
but
billions of people.
yeah,
Needless
but
to
you're gonna come
say,
at me for the
that
MBS
was
thing. I mean, I'm at least gonna back it up,
not
So tell
okay.
me why
I just
MBS is.
look. He just this like new future, these massive building projects. I mean, I find these just utterly ridiculous. I mean, he's just acting like typical Arab oil people act. I mean, they're sitting on a pot of gold, and they think that there's something special about them. There's nothing special about him. He's a slimy piece of shit. Now, in terms of real stuff, I think it's fair to say that Putin should be man of the year because I mean, I think they've gotten away from this. But if you look back at the history of Time's Man of the Year, and I mean, they gave it to Hitler. You know, they gave it to Stalin twice. They gave it to Truman. Might have even been on 1945 with dropping the bomb.
What about
Can
Castro?
we
Did
not
Castro get it?
acknowledge her sold out tour
Yeah,
where
I
people were
will. I
paying
will
thousands
actually.
of
Yeah, hold on,
Just
Phil.
dollars?
just
Hold
let
on. One
me
thing at a
let me
time.
finish here. So
Sorry.
they gave it to world leaders, you know, for good or for ill. I mean, who can deny that at some point during the 30s, I think it was 38 when Hitler won. I mean, who could deny that he was the most impactful human on the planet? I mean, seriously. But now, I mean, it has gotten pretty silly. I mean, I remember a number of years ago where they put like a reflective image on the cover of Time, and it was you because you're uploading reviews on Amazon.com or something like that. Like we've entered some new world, and that way, I think they're terrified of giving it to someone like Putin because people are just less serious, and they're like, "You're endorsing Putin." But look, I think there is a whole lot of silliness with Taylor Swift. Now, I'm biased just in the sense that Taylor Swift's music just does not speak to me at all. Like I can't even. I mean, is it somewhat pleasant? I mean, that might be as far as I could conceivably go. However, I wouldn't even go that far. Some of it is that, like, you know, I will get you because I'm a bad bitch. It's like picking up hip hop. Whereas earlier, she was picking up kind of country. And I remember I've only listened to like 6 songs or something, but it's um, like she's cheer captain and I wear t-shirts and like I'm in the
Yeah, it's
bleachers.
about broken
It was
heart.
kind of
Yeah. But
cute.
That's
Richard,
more appropriate for her. Yeah.
but Richard, this is the thing that I said. I don't know if you heard it. Is like the thing that's impressive about her is that whether it's music or pop culture or whatever, she like has the best gauge of pulse of our society and pivots and monopolizes on it every fucking
Fair
time.
enough.
It's the way she went with music.
Yeah.
She started country, then she went into hip hop, electro. Like each genre she's been successful in. And yes, I agree, her music is shit, but it's good enough that it can maintain its
Well,
relevance.
yeah, I
And
mean,
that's just what it is.
okay. All right. Now,
Why are we all arguing about Taylor Swift, by the
well,
way?
I mean, because she's
No
a
one's
cultural
arguing.
phenomenon. Don't give me
We're not
that stuff.
arguing.
I like this
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
From the guy that
don't
was
do
just
this.
about to
Why are you
mention her
talking
billion
about
tour.
something? Because there's more important
Yeah.
things. Come on, give me a break. Okay, now she obviously is hugely popular. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. So, I mean, you could definitely argue that Madonna should have been Man of the Year in, you know, the mid '80s or something like that because she did like push the envelope of culture and change things. I mean, I would be fine with that. I would just give the award to Depeche Mode every year, even when they don't, you know, put out an album because you know I'm like
No, Richard, it's person of the
I know.
year. We have to be gender neutral.
Well, I know, but it's only been person since 2000, so I'm being accurate here. You know, it would have to have been man, and Madonna. I guess that would be kind of fitting because she's you know, always into self reinvention. So I mean, she is big, but I guess though I would push back a little bit in the sense on boxing, like when people say that they're super intelligent and they've got their finger on the pulse, you could easily turn that around and just say she's basic and terrified of offending anyone. And she's kind of created as an icon that's like just slightly to the left of center and like a little bit of hip hop, but not too much. We don't want to be black. And then like a little bit of country because that's also popular now. And like a little bit of this, like it. I mean, I mean,
Yeah, but
fair enough,
that's what
she's
makes you money,
successful, but
Richard. That's
I'm
what
a
makes
little
you.
skeptical of that.
listen, it's not, it's genius in the sense that she's not, she's not breaking in any musical, whatever, but she's genius in the sense that to maintain relevancy in a short attention, like Beyonce has her like little fucking hive, but Beyonce is by no means as relevant consistently over time as her. I mean, it's just, again, it's look at these, like Ariana Grande. She was huge for like a really small period of time, and then now she's not as relevant. Like it is
I
what
mean,
it is. It's just
yeah, boxing. It's depressing, but it's still a white country. I mean,
Well, I mean,
I mean, I'm okay with that, but that's not.
yeah, all I would say, I think like Radiohead, like Tom Rourke from York, I'm forgetting his name actually right now, from Radiohead said she's 85% marketing. Isn't that kind of right? Aren't you actually just describing she has brilliant marketers?
Yeah, I mean that's relevancy for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Whereas, like, I mean, I guess the argument, because I made one serious argument, which is like, okay, if you look at Nirvana and Kurt Cobain, musically speaking, just if you're like a musicologist and you analyze it, you would come to the conclusion that it is simplistic and almost primitive. Like sometimes like something in the
That's what makes
way is
music good, though, in people's minds.
yeah, and
It's like the sticking power.
it
There's like
is
27 things you can do to like make somebody like never be able to figure
yeah, and it's like sometimes he'll have
it's
two
audio
chords.
quality.
Smells Like Teen Spirit is the same four chords repeated over and over, like literally throughout the whole song. Um, but there was just he captured a zeitgeist in post Cold War early 90s that was kind of nihilistic, and pop music went as far as it could go, and you almost had to like go backwards in order to go forwards. Like you had to just strip everything down, and like literally he plays out of tune, he sings out of tune. He's moving from singing to screaming. And I'll just be a little highbrow here. I mean, in Wagner's Das Rheingold, Wagner, again, look, is Kurt Cobain as sophisticated as Wagner? Like, of course not. But just bear with me. One of the more fascinating things about Das Rheingold is when you go down underneath the ground to not to meet Albrecht. I'm forgetting the name of the guy at the moment, but you're going down to this like brutal factory and cave, and at one point the chorus starts screaming, and it's like Wagner was pushing music to almost a point where it became unmusical. It's like you're being so edgy. It's like bum 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 bum, this repetitive thumping, and then it just ends up with a bunch of people screaming, and it's actually really powerful. And Wagner was like heavy metal of the 19th century. I don't even say that like jokingly.
Yeah, but I mean, Richard, but like, okay,
so anyway, Kurt Cobain,
I mean,
he's interesting. He's pushing the envelope. It captures a zeitgeist. Taylor Swift, like I compared it to a chain restaurant, upscale chain restaurant in a suburban mall. Taylor Swift is like eating at P.F. Chang's. You're like, wow, this is
she's Ruth Chris. No, she's not even
Ruth. She's not even Ruth Chris.
This is going to cause bad
She's
blood between
Starbucks.
Hannah and Richard.
She's Applebee's, yeah.
Yeah, Richard, we
She's
might
not
fight. I don't know.
Applebee's, Zach. Take that back.
What I
right
would say is
now.
that
No,
All
she's
right.
cheesecake. She's
Applebee's.
cheesecake factory. She's cheesecake factory.
she's more of a
Cheesecake
cultural
factory is shit.
phenomenon than anything. And it's more about like it's not so much about her music as much as it is about like her and her concerts. And like the Eras tour.
Yeah.
Like
I agree.
that is
And the
all
shrieking
over
and the
everything.
shrieking, right? Yellow, the shouting, the shrieking, it just destroys your hearing. Being at one of these concerts with these young women just going crazy.
Oh my god, I'd rather kill myself. It's not great. I would never go.
Yeah, but those are like her fans. Like I have to remember that.
I'm sure.
Her music is definitely basic, but I mean, it's fun, it's
Yeah.
poppy. Like I like it. I don't call myself a Swiftie though. I will say though, Richard, I put a little correction for you in your replies because it's not you belong to me. It's with me.
Excuse me.
So
Yeah,
I
but
forgive you though.
Hey,
Richard,
and by the way,
like, hold
these
on,
shots
Richard,
on
you
Kurt
too. Hold on,
Cobain,
Richard. You too,
Girl,
right?
I
So,
want
have
to
fun
Yeah.
talk
with your
about
I
that.
girlfriend.
almost
Hold
had
on.
to mute
Foxing
it.
wants to
That's
talk
fun.
about you too, so I'm already excited.
yeah, so I just want, and I know you like it. You mentioned
In
it. You,
the name of
so
love.
Yeah.
here's the thing, like you two, right? I mean, it's besides the Edge, who's like a great guitarist, like moderately talented band, right? Moderately talented. Yes, their older music was very good, more of like the punky, whatever. But they pivoted to be more poppy, and they were relevant. So I think you two and Taylor Swift have a similar pivot as far as making their music a little more mainstream and maintaining relevancy for a very, very long time. So I think that's a fair,
Yeah. What I would
correlation.
say about you too, I mean, I agree that they're not like amazing. They're not virtuosic musicians. Like that's very clear. Now, Bono singing that high, that's kind of, like I can't sing that. I mean, I'm a baritone, but you know, like in the that as someone is singing, I don't know what it is. It's like a high A or something. It's like in the name of love, one more
Of
in the
love.
name of love.
What's love?
Yeah, I mean, I also think that just the sound, like the opening of Where the Streets Have No Name from Joshua Tree, like just this like slow fade in. I mean, it's a song about heaven and like this slow fade in. I don't know. I mean, I think it's pretty genius. Now, again, I also like Wagner and Beethoven. I mean, I understand like really high music, but I'm not going to like dismiss popular music. But the one thing I would say about you too is that there's this like idealistic Cold War Christian, very Christian. I think people really underestimate Bono's Christianity. And that is, I don't know, it's a kind of like idealistic aspect. I mean, New Year's Day is about like the end of the Cold War. And I think that album came out in 1986. And so, like, he's kind of pushing the envelope and like, and Taylor Swift, give me a break. Every damn song
I
is
know.
about her boyfriend from 6 months ago and how she's, you know, uh,
Listen, "Bullet in the Sky" is an incredible song.
I'm
Like
just
that
Also,
trying
song is
to
that
to
song is
imagine
incredible.
Richard
It's
Spencer listening to
so
Taylor Swift.
I put her in the jumbotron. I love this quote. I'm collecting Horcruxes. I'm collecting Infinity Stones. Gandalf's voice is in my head. She just clearly needs to do a concept album mixing the Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. I think that's her next step.
that is,
Towards
Well, but this is the thing, though. It's for her fans. Like, it's not about the music. They like the music, but it's about Taylor Swift is sticking it to the patriarchy.
Well,
Like,
that's
But
exactly
I
what
think
I
it's
said, except for what I said wasn't
But I'm
about sticking to
confused
the
about but I'm
patriarchy.
confused by that take because the whole thing is like she's obsessed with and consumed by men. Like how is she sticking it to the page? Like I'm
but
kind
they don't see it that way. Like, they don't see it that way
of
because she won her lawsuit. She won that other lawsuit where
that's
there
right.
was a guy who I think grabbed her ass when they were
Yeah,
taking
he
a
grabbed her
picture,
butt and
and she sued him for a dollar because she just wanted to win. Like, she
He
wanted
should
it to be
not be
proven that he did it.
for Travis Kelsey. There's no way.
See,
Wait, what?
but I agree with you, Hannah. But I think where Richard is wrong, it's all about emotion. It's the emotion of teen angst with Kurt Cobain, and it's emotion with Taylor Swift. It's
okay.
just emotion and how people feel.
well, I, no,
It's
Wait.
gay as
Do you
shit,
I think
think
but
that
Hannah's
it's
closer to the
emotion
truth.
for
Yeah,
married
it's
adult women?
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
You know how you get in an argument with a woman and you win and she has a final word? This is
Yes.
how they view her because she loses, whatever the fuck, and then she writes about it. She gets the final word. That's
That
literally
Yeah,
is
how
but
it
you
very
works.
guys
true.
have to understand the change in her music. Like, her old music was often about how these men hurt her, like they broke her heart, blah blah blah. Her new music is much more empowered, and so like I just a lot of these women, they really do. I've said this already once in here, but like they see her as like a symbol of themselves, of them trying to make it in a man's world, and like
I like the older. I like the
Oh
older
God.
Yes,
Well,
I'm
somebody
not
had
hold on,
said
hold
that.
on,
saying
hold on.
one is
Yeah.
better or than the other.
Let me add
Someone
something
said
in
that
here.
if Taylor Swift had babies, tons of girls would have babies.
I agree
Oh
with you.
yeah.
That's
Or
likely.
if she killed herself, they would kill themselves.
Please
Whoa.
don't
I don't
say
know. I
that,
don't
Nay,
know.
but you might be right. Um,
It's
so do you know what I would say? And okay, now look, I have not delved into the full Swift oeuvre, so I'm not sure I know every song, but I agree. I think Hannah's getting at something, but it's a weird. It's a like a contradictory feminism. It was very much like the Barbie movie, and here I'm just talking about like the fans of the Barbie movie, not necessarily the movie itself, which I think kind of had some interesting twists and turns in it. But it was all these girls that where they're revisiting their childhood. They're dressing hot and a little bit slutty. Hot pink and that kind of, but not too much. Because these are good girls, right? And they're also like empowered, but then they love Margot Robbie, like the most beautiful woman on the planet. It's this weird, but it's this basicness of like not being a feminist in a way, but then kind of it's like having your cake and eating it too. Basically, it's like being a
yeah.
cute bimbo to some degree, but then like
This is
also
new
I've got a new
feminism.
job and like I don't
That's
need
that's
Yeah, it's like being the boss, but also being
Yeah,
feminine.
yeah.
Richard, you really hit the nail on the head there. That is exactly what it is. And that's why I was getting confused, because she plays into these sort of classical feminine tropes while also sort of being the owner of the
Oh yeah.
new men. Yeah, she's got
No,
both
she
things going.
puts out videos of her like making all these cutesy cupcakes and putting on these like fancy parties. And so it's like it's almost like a rebellious feminism in a way that they're like rebelling against the idea that they can't be feminine and feminist. Like
I
they
think
don't want to
she's much
be
more
the
moderate. Well, I shouldn't say she. I think her followers are much more moderate than we think them to be.
I agree with that. That's why she's appealing to the masses. I mean,
And I
I
think
I
that the
don't.
reason that she's appealing to the masses is she has created a community.
Yeah.
These girls fall on her every word, and she's brilliant in her marketing schemes, her Easter eggs, and the way that she drops hints and kind of keeps stringing them along. She's brilliant in her marketing. You can say whatever you want about her lousy politics and her terrible taste in men, including the politicians that she chooses, but she has been able to link these women along since, I mean, gosh, now a decade plus, and has been able to tie in each and every one of these drops. I mean, it's like, for anybody who follows, any sort of like political stuff, I mean, she's the Dan Scavino of, pop culture.
Okay.
She's
She's gonna have the
always,
You
Okay.
ultimate
think she's
underground
cute?
bunker.
Courtney
but it's
Courtney has
true.
Courtney has convinced me she is the Time Person of the Year. I retract my statements about MBS. This bitch straight to the top. We're voting Biden.
I'm not get like I'm serious though. Like if you so okay, so like just as like a marketing standpoint, if you really look at what she's been able to accomplish and how she's been able to string along her entire community that has sucked in like, and even as somebody who's not a huge fan of her music, but like I am so interested in how she strings along these like drops. It's really kind of cool to follow. And then I'm like, and even if I'm not like indulged in it, it's still really it's interesting to follow. And she brings upon this community. And when you go to these concerts and you spend this obscene amount of money, like there's a sense of community. You're trading, friendship bracelets and all this kind of stuff. So people get sucked into that, man. And it's
You're telling me I can get a friendship bracelet out of this? I am so fucking on board in ways I never knew an hour
you
I
ago.
have
guys
no
probably
idea.
didn't see
It's a
this,
whole
but
thing.
like
Is there
a
a chance
few
that she gets behind Newsom? Because that
Phil, can you
scares
hear me
me.
talking?
Yeah, he can't hear
I
anybody.
think so.
Yeah.
I
So
don't know.
a few months ago,
What?
some kind of like something happened with her, and like all of her fans changed their profile picture to pictures of Taylor. And when she was trending, like I read through some of the threads, there's all these women all over the world who were like finding all these new accounts to follow. Like these women feel connected through her. You know,
It's crazy.
the community aspect of it actually is
You're saying that she's like the deep source, like she's a pyramid in a way, right?
it's major.
She's an
It's
Let me say one thing. There is
Well, I mean,
hope in
that's
white.
what women do.
There is
We all
hope
do
in white
that.
culture. If you compare her to Ice Spice, I mean, white culture is at least doing all right. I don't know if you guys know Ice.
Well, I'm glad.
I mean,
I would
women
much
operate in
rather
hives. That's what we do.
I would much rather white women like listen to Taylor Swift
Oh
than
fuck!
Cardi B.
That's exactly my point. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's so.
I agree. Like I would say her fans are probably more in the line of like basic. And I don't really say that actually as a criticism or insult. You know, like it's like a lot all these conservatives when they're like beta male. It's like, listen, guys, being first off, you're a beta male. Like, you
Yeah,
know, you like you have
yeah.
a job and you have a mortgage and you're working at a corporation. So
And
let's
you're on Twitter. You're on Twitter. You're a
yeah.
beta man.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you're not actually the guy like a real alpha might be like the president of the United States, but he might also be
Whoop, I'm sorry about that, Richard.
yeah. A real alpha might be like the president of the United States. He might also be like a serial killer or a guy with a criminal record who drives a Harley and walks into the bar and sleeps with multiple women. I mean, let's be honest. The alpha male that everyone can be an alpha male. That no, like an alpha male is a dangerous like individual. And secondly, being beta, like that's you should aspire to be beta. You know, like you should aspire to be a dork. I mean that's like
Boxing is not happy with this.
No, I think it's funny. No, the joke I was gonna make is that Zag had to mute everybody to prove he's alpha, but you know, it was a little delayed on the joke. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, just to be, I mean, like, who are the great alphas of world history? Like Hannibal Lecter, Joseph Stalin. I mean, let's be honest.
Hunter
Hitler.
Biden.
Wait.
Hunter
Hunter
Biden.
fucking
Yeah,
Biden.
that's what an
Henry
alpha looks
Kissinger.
like.
Donald
Like
Trump.
Donald
What
Trump.
about
Yeah, that's what an
Napoleon?
alpha looks like. Like you
I don't know.
conservatives. Like what is that guy on Twitter? Like I go to Hooters and I like talk about how
Nick
like
Adams.
yeah
Me and
Oh,
the
Nick
boys
Adams.
having a
the
Yeah.
foursome at Hooters.
a foursome and he's like all the football players who like read the Bible like win, and then like whenever someone loses, he's like he's gone woke. That's why he lost a football match.
Listen, Tom Brady, who's the greatest football player ever, handsome, you know, successful.
Yeah,
He at the end of his, you know, he kind of you could see that Giselle ran the pants. So it's weird, even like in that situation, right?
Richard,
It's
yeah.
Richard, I don't even know, but you have to admit the Nick Adams thing. That's a counterplay. He can't be serious. Like
It's pretty funny. I mean, I'll
it's so
admit.
It
fucking,
Yeah,
has to be a bit.
fucking funny.
yeah. It is just funny. Like he'll just wait until like some big football game is over, and then he'll like prove that
Dude,
like the winning quarterback like what read the Bible,
the
and he's
one I
like,
really liked, Richard, was when the M&Ms went woke. He's like, "We are
yeah,
done with these
yeah.
M&Ms."
No, he did one video where he's like A&W root beer. Like at one point, the bear on A&W root beer didn't have pants, and that was a true sign of masculinity. Now they're forcing him into jeans, and he's like, "So we are boycotting A&W root beer. You should go buy A&W root beer, video yourself pouring root beer down the toilet, and post it on Twitter." Like it's like the weird. Like he must,
Who
yeah,
is this? Nick Adams?
he's
Yeah, Nick.
hilarious. I mean, it's just so it's like the
Honestly, Richard,
ultimate
I'm not
state of
spending enough
Trumpism.
time in this life like fucking having fun with right wing triggered bros. They get so triggered. They're so easy to content farm the right wing, you know?
It's so much fun, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
Can I?
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I just interject really quick? So there's some guy who like follows me, and he like was just talking about how my eyes are effed up and everything, which, like, yeah, really great observation. So I was just wondering, like, can somebody come up with like a good response to that? Because like
Play
I
into it.
never
Like
can.
what
Your
you need to
eyes
do
are
is
fucked up.
you need to
I can
play
never
into
think.
it.
Like
I'm
I
gonna
put
give
it
you
in
I
I'm
my
gonna
always
give you a
just
good
say it's
strategy.
projection, yellow.
No,
Yeah, just don't
That's what I
respond to
no.
say.
it. That's the best response.
You
Just
should
don't
say
respond
something
to it,
along the
dude.
lines of like, "What? I can't read what you're typing. Can you try to like type it again, but say it
Oh, that's
louder,
good. Yeah,
something
that's a
like
good
that.
one.
Like you like say like what like yeah like tell
Yeah,
them
your
that
Make
you
them
best
feel
can't
like
advice
a
read
is
what
good
they're
probably
teacher.
going to
typing.
come from
Like if
Chatical here, honestly.
yeah, no, seriously. Like I handle people that talk shit all the time. Like what you need to do, you need to play into what they're saying, but you need to like quadruple down on it. But then you need to also ridicule them in the process.
I was gonna
So
say
like
he's
I'm
also a
saying,
master at getting. He's also a master at getting people triggered. So Chadicle's
yeah,
sure he's the
exactly.
best at it.
Yeah.
Okay, Chatical, can you just like respond to that guy?
No,
Can
no,
you
no.
just
You need to do it. This needs to come from you. If I do it, it's not gonna like make anything. You need to be like, "What? I can't read what you're typing me. Can you type it louder? I can't read what you're saying. Can you type it louder?"
You got this, Yellow.
Yo,
Go
you
off,
got
yeah.
this. Trust
We
me.
support you.
Like,
Is it gonna be forever, or will it go down in flames?
I'm just bopping.
and then
What's
like
another?
if he
What's
makes fun of
another
you,
song?
say something like, "What? You hate Chinese people or something like that?" Like you know, Chinese
True.
people have squinty eyes. Like you could
True.
like play into that trope too. Like just basically like you need to like say like you need to convey that it doesn't bother you at all. You acknowledge that it's true, but you don't care, and like you're gonna like make fun of him in the process. It's like essentially like the 1, 2, 3 of it.
Dude, where's
Right.
Nuance? We need him to sing some fucking Tay Tay.
Well, let me ask this question.
Listen, I went to the concert. It was a good
Sing,
concert,
sing
okay?
something, Hannah. Sing
Is
one of your songs.
Oh, no, you don't want me to do
Just
that.
give me like a fucking stanza, real
No,
quick.
no, I
is
don't think
this
I'm going to
is
do that.
Taylor Swift organic? Or I was looking on Twitter, some people are saying that this is uh, I don't know, that she is
Oh God.
propped up and boosted sort of by
What did
Isn't
Yeah,
everyone
good
who's
morning.
Well,
popular propped up, though?
the
that's kind of obviously the case.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's
I mean,
completely
obvious.
agree.
But
It's like
yeah,
It's
Ice
almost an
Spice is propped
arrangement
up.
with
It's the
Travis
yeah,
same
Kelsey.
thing.
She
yeah.
has to
good
be.
morning. Good
I
morning,
mean,
everyone.
George Soros does own her
Hey,
music,
Kaiser, you
so
fucking filthy German.
Servus.
Fuck what you did in
Vierte.
World War II, you
Grüezi.
bastard.
Thanks. Yeah. Just read about, what was his name? Eduard Dietl. The Bavarian mountain troopers, how they Battle of Narvik, man, those were fucking
Kaiser, we're
alpha.
talking about
Shut
Taylor
up,
Swift right
Hitler.
now, okay?
No, but Taylor Swift, great point. Richard made a great tweet about her. And honestly, I have a question to you guys. I mean, I know Taylor Swift has been around for like 20 years almost at this point in time, but she was never a superstar. This whole superstar stuff is like the last maybe 4 or 5 years, very artificial.
Yeah, she
Like,
started fishing her cat to an NFL player. That's how this
It
works.
No,
happened, but
you
it was
guys,
just
I really think you guys
No,
don't
yeah.
understand like how powerful it is to a lot of these women that she won these lawsuits, got to re-release. I mean, the way she spun it, and May knows about. May's spoken on it.
She really blew up after Kanye,
Hey
took
guys,
her tribute.
remember when
Yeah,
I said that in
A video went
2024
around
Taylor
today
Swift
of
would rise to the rank of dictator for life? Step one, bitches. You heard it here first.
yeah. I mean, Hannah, how many years ago was the Kanye thing? That has to be like 15
no
years
that
ago.
that was
Wait,
when I
I'm
was
just
a
saying, like
I
after
don't
younger.
that, she
remember.
shot like super high after
Yeah,
that.
if
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
was 13 years
I
ago
Dude,
at least.
honestly, if Taylor
frankly,
started throwing up,
personally, I was surprised at how like iconic she's seen by a bunch of people. I've always liked her music fine, but learning that I know people who are like legitimately obsessed with her the way that like I would have been obsessed with like the Backstreet Boys was honestly a little off-putting. Like I have friends who send me like TikToks of like her like having to sneak out of a hotel in like a janitor's cart and stuff, and it's like I don't care about any of this, but they hang on to everything she does, like Courtney was saying. Like it's very strange for like
It's
adult women. Um, but
it's
you
kind of
know,
like the
he wants to
Chinese.
be dictator. He could make
Richard,
it happen. I would
hold on,
fucking
Richard.
march in her army tomorrow. I'd fucking line up and we'd take Washington. Me and the Swifties. Why the fuck not? If it was her versus Biden and Trump, it's over. And that Kennedy weirdo who's like fucking young girls on Epstein's plane. What the fuck was that? What is he doing?
Yeah,
Why
what
was he
was
Well,
that?
talking
That
about
was
that?
weird.
wait, what? What does that have to do
Last
with
night,
Taylor?
he went on Jesse Waters and he said that he's been on
That
Epstein's
interview
plane
was so
twice.
awkward.
He was like, let me just put this out there before anybody gets weird with it. I've been on Epstein's plane. Jesse Waters like, okay, fuck.
Do you remember when the I think it was 2008 when the men's U.S. basketball team went to China and Kobe Bryant?
Chadical, I took your
I've never
advice,
seen
and he
such a.
says that I'm illiterate.
Okay, well,
Just keep
I've never
repeating
Yo,
it.
hold
seen.
Just
on.
keep
Can you hear
repeating the
Boxer?
same thing to him, but like word it a little bit differently. So like you can't be like a copy paste of the last time, but say what?
Just say, I
Question
need
mark.
you
I
to
can't.
type louder.
Yeah. You need to like yes. You need to keep repeating it. Like keep responding the same thing, but like just spell it different. Don't like misspell anything, but like switch the words around so that it still makes sense. You know what I mean? Like don't like
Just be like,
type like a
what?
nonsensical
He's
sentence, but like
fighting you.
say it in different ways.
Anyways, the point I was trying to make is I've never seen celebrity worship more than that. When Kobe Bryant went to China, that the way that the Chinese just wanted to be in his presence and touch him,
Ooh,
like
it's the Kobe
it was
Bryant. Ooh,
very specific. You know
Kobe
what I mean?
Bryant.
Let's go.
You don't remember that, Chadical?
No, not really.
Like
Ooh,
Yeah, I
you
Keep up
don't
can
with
let
what's
me
going
dunk
on
know.
in
on my
China. I'm kind of
fucking daughter. You can dunk on her.
American minded.
I mean, listen, I'm not Chinese. I pay attention to what goes on in the world. You know what I mean? It's
No, we know
but
boxing. You're Jewish. We got it. You're not Chinese.
it's we have to control people by paying attention. We understand. It's
So true.
Yep.
It's perception is reality, right? Let's see. So my app is looking really good. I'm about to
Dude,
post an
honestly,
update
the
video
most
for y'all.
celebrity worship I've ever seen in my life is like Donald Trump when he gets out into Iowa in the last 6 months and they're like
Yeah.
75 boomers
Hmm.
with their androids out and they're like, pray on him, pray on this man.
Yeah, and they camp out for days just to see him.
They're
So
like, they're
crazy.
75,000.
They're worse than the Cameron Crazies, you know? It's like Donald Trump's gonna be in shithole Iowa next week. I got my android and my daughter here in case he wants to take her.
Go off.
Anyways, we love Trump.
And
He's
the
gonna be the
token
best
black
president
friend.
ever. He's gonna build a wall and save us all. Base.
I mean,
Oh,
it
So
dude,
started
you
with
true.
forgot you forgot then the parading of their one black friend. Blacks for Trump. Blacks for Trump.
I got a black friend down at the factory.
it started with Obama, to be honest. Like this,
Ninjas for Trump.
the worship of a politician.
No,
It's like
remember they have
I don't know. They
N
worship
words for Trump
Kennedy.
Bro,
with the
they've been
soft
not.
with the
worshiping
soft
Well,
R.
Bro, they've been
Okay.
worshiping politicians since the dawn of America. Come on, brother. Like, what are we talking about?
WR Spencer.
What's up?
It's N words for Trump.
I don't
real.
drop N bombs unless I'm gonna hit the hard ER, and I don't feel like it tonight. Okay, so
Oh, the hard
we're gonna
R.
stay off it.
Yeah. This is a good idea for your responses. Yellow is tell them make responses by saying I can't read that. Can you try typing it again with the hard R?
Yeah,
Say
just
something
start
like
dropping
that.
N bombs in the replies.
Go off.
I don't know.
Please
You
don't.
still get banned
Please
for that?
don't.
Yo, wait,
It
hold on.
depends.
Since we were talking
Yes,
about
but
really edgy stuff, did anyone see that Vivek retweeted Keith Woods and Nick Flynn
Saw
kissing?
that.
yes, that
No
was so
way,
crazy.
really?
Oh,
Wait,
Our
that was
guy.
what?
so
Our
funny.
guy.
He's our
Our guy.
guy.
Yeah, our guy.
He
No
unretweeted
way.
it though. He chickened
About
No
out.
way.
about
Wait, he
Vivek. I
unretweeted
mean,
it?
I was
Ireland for
watching
the
some of
Irish.
those clips. I have to say, he makes the other candidates look like retards. Like honestly, I mean, maybe they are
Oh
retards,
yeah, he was on
but
fire tonight.
but he really makes them look in the very bad, like morons. And yeah, I mean, no one of these people can ever be elected. I mean, they're utter morons, basically. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
He
it is.
Kaiser, what
beheaded
is it?
Nikki Haley.
Yeah, Kaiser, what is it like when you wake up bleary-eyed at 5 o'clock in the morning after slamming Jägermeister all night, and you hop on Twitter and it's like Vivek, like holding up a sign saying Nikki's corrupt? Like, what is that? What is that like for you, Kaiser?
It's awesome. I drink my coffee here, morning coffee. You get you are awake very fast. You see, you get
Yeah, but
the
what is
blood
debating? Debating is
pumping.
theater. Debating is theater. It doesn't even matter what he says. It's just it's how he. That's just all it is. No, I mean he is good at that. But I mean that's why like I thought that like people were like oh Gavin Newsom's political. Like it doesn't matter what comes out of these people's mouths. It's literally how they compose themselves in this type of thing. Nobody gives a fuck
It
what they
doesn't
say.
matter
They
because
Put
really
on
don't.
the
the
show.
way Vivek, I mean Vivek is, I guess he is smart or whatever, but the point is he makes the other candidates look like idiots, morons, retards, and that's, I mean, it's not just blah blah blah. He really makes them look like fucking idiots, and he makes them unelectable. Basically, only idiots would elect those people now. I have to say.
Only, but to be fair though, only idiots would change their opinion on who they would vote for based on a debate. Though, let's keep it
I
real.
don't know. I mean, I think Nikki Haley came out looking pretty bad. A
But
lot of
hold on,
people
wait, hold
might.
on. Wait, I got an issue with what boxing just said. Brother, you might not remember 2016. Trump was polling at 1%, and then he said that Megyn Kelly had blood coming out her fucking
That
eyes.
was
He
And he
so
wasn't
said
poll
that he
funny.
first.
was gonna fucking
Okay,
arrest
okay.
Hillary Clinton.
Let
So
me
I
say
don't
something
know
about
if I
that. He was
agree with
not
your
polling at
assessment that
1%.
debates don't matter.
That
They
was such
did
a like.
fucking matter.
He
I
was
mean, you
polling
can
at
change
1%. That's
minds.
such a fucking revisionist history thing. He was polling at like 15%. And listen,
Oh,
it's
15%.
that's
Okay.
a lot different than 1%. 1% is a fringe candidate.
I
15%
mean,
is a
look, boxing. We'd have to really go back and look at the timeline, but he was polling at like 1-2% when he jumped in the race. Like, I mean, unless did I have
I
that wrong?
disagree.
Somebody
No,
step up, tell me
because
I'm
I
wrong.
wasn't listen.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not the most profound human being ever, but I said the second he was running for presidency that he would win. And my reasoning is probably different than every other person's reasoning. No, I did. I mean, no. My reasoning is different than every other reasoning. It's because he listen.
Boxing,
It's
bro.
because he. I thought he was a soft on abortion Republican, and that would win. But nobody agrees with me ever about that. But it's okay.
No, but you're
He
right.
responded to the
That was
hard R thing,
definitely true early
and he
on.
said, "Yeah, I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you?"
Go off.
Just keep saying that. Just keep repeating. But I can't. I literally.
Yeah.
Like what? Question mark? Question mark. I can't.
What were
I
you
can't.
saying, Richard?
Can't
Always
read. I can't.
answer tip louder. Richard, go ahead. You said something here.
Oh, well, yeah, boxing is getting at the paradox of Trump because if you look at 2015 through the summer of 2016, he never talked about the gay issue at all. Actually, if anything, it was like Muslims are bad for gays or something. He didn't talk about abortion. He was at the RNC. They promoted universal paid child leave or something, which is kind of both a feminist and a trad policy. Because it would certainly promote childbirth, but anyway, he was the secular, like liberal candidate. He also wrote in his book he wants socialized medicine and said that we're not going to leave people dying in the streets or something to that effect. So that's the weird like paradox because then in 2016 he said we're going to punish the women who get abortions, and so he like offended the pro-lifers from the right, and then he got into office and he's like, okay, we'll just do Paul Ryan's agenda even though he hates me, so we get rid of Obamacare and lower taxes, and then by 2020 he was like the religious right messiah. I mean, that Paula White is, like, who get you? They're coming from
Paula
Africa.
White.
Like it was, like literally insane. I mean, just like, I don't even know I've never seen anything like that before. Like speaking in tongues about Trump, just totally bizarre.
I mean,
And
he's
I don't know
That-
what he's going to do next. I mean, he's kind of going back to the well because now he's like, well, Ron DeSantis of Florida, it's a bit harsh. We got to negotiate on the. Cause he's kind of backing off the pro life thing. So he's almost like reiterating himself as a liberal candidate. I mean, it's just totally paradoxical and funny. I don't even know what to make of it. He'll just go wherever the attention is, and people project their hopes and fantasies onto him. because he doesn't have any actual
But they
principles.
make excuses, Richard, because he could do whatever he wants to say, but they'll say that this is politics and he's doing it to win it, but he's doing it for America and he's America first. That's all they care about, Richard.
That is totally true. Yes, because they trust him and he is their Messiah. And so like another candidate can have a misstep. Like some Nikki Haley could be like, well, maybe transgender surgery is okay in certain circumstances. They'll be like, oh, look at this woman, we can't trust her or whatever. Trump like just says the same thing and they're like, America first. He's a man of God. Like he's read the Bible. I know, like it's just totally bizarre. But
Two Corinthians.
Richard, I agree with you, but I disagree with you on one important point. Yes, you said Trump stands for nothing. That's actually true, but he stands for one thing. That's the important thing. He stands for the leadership principle. I do think the Americans,
maybe
they want to
reword
have,
that.
they want to have a leader like in the rest of the world, a leader who knows what he's doing. Like, hey, he knows best. Okay, we can follow, we can trust him. I do think that is his biggest strength. Like I do think real policies don't matter. Like, who gives a shit what? I mean, like if Bismarck says something, I will follow Bismarck. He knows better than I do, and he knows best what is the best for the people. So I will follow him.
Oh, you are mocking
disagree.
America. All
And
you
I
do
do
is mock
think that
America.
but no boxing. Subconsciously, I do think that Americans are craving this kind of, let's say, divine leadership. But if Trump is the right person, I mean, he's no Bismarck for sure. I mean, yeah. But yeah, I think that is just one thing, and which he never. He always stood for that. Like, I know best. I mean, it came from a point of maybe arrogance, hubris, when we were talking about Trump. But because he wasn't really successful, but he was kind of successful. Yeah, Trump is a mysterium. Like, is he really a good leader? I mean, is he really successful? On one hand, he is successful. On the other hand, his life is full of business failures, but he's still rich, or kind of rich, Who knows how rich? It's fascinating.
Yeah, but Kaiser, it's everything he does. Like, yes, the byproduct may be good for Americans in some degree. I don't disagree with it. I don't hate Trump, but everything he does is via narcissism. It's via self-aggrandizing. It's like you could literally any group of people, could give him praise, and he'd be like, they're loyal to me. This is good for me, and you could argue that it's good leadership, whatever it is, but it's not principled. So. It's just it's a very, and here's the thing. I think every politician is like this.
Trump reminded me
he does no shit.
On Kaiser Wilhelm II. He's like, he would make a good emperor, but he needs a very, very good chancellor besides him. But he would be perfect in the role of the emperor, like something like this. Yeah. He reminds you, yes, he's narcissistic, totally boxing. But you want people, I shit you not. If you want to have, let's say, a state leader who represents you, like in the most, let's say, in the strongest way, you need people who are absolutely convinced of themselves, like they are the real shit, Like, otherwise, the world is savage out there, And if you have doubts, you might never show them to anyone else, And this is what Trump projected. I mean, the man never. He never, if you, this is why he was Teflon. No matter what you had against him, he just ignored it. If it doesn't fit into his worldview, I ignore it. Fuck you. Who the fuck are you? Let's move on. And that is kind of strength.
Yeah, but I would say that. But you have to admit, though, if you look at it objectively, with COVID, right, with Operation Warp Speed, with not firing Fauci, he wanted to get the vaccine out quick enough so he could put this behind him. So it was just to get, like, again, it's like, it's not very complicated when it comes down to his motivations. And I think that makes him make some bad decisions, which, again, hurts Americans in a lot of ways, right? So, it does work, but when it doesn't work, it goes bad. And this is what it's why he didn't get reelected. I mean, people think it's,
Wait, what went?
I agree with boxing a lot. Go ahead, May.
What went bad? I'm confused. He said that if you don't want to take the vaccine, you don't have to take it. It wasn't
I mean, listen,
mandatory.
what went bad? What went bad? Okay. He pressured a lot of dumb Americans to take back. Listen, I don't even want to get into my whole vaccine stance, but I think people exaggerate the side effects of it. But if you then believe the side effects are as bad, he encouraged a lot of his sycophants to take it
I mean,
and then cause harm.
I'm
No, so you could have it.
anti-vax, but I
Hold on.
didn't go
You could have
full
it one
Q
way. Hold
mode.
on. You could have it one way or the other. You could view the side effects of the vaccine being really bad. So then why would he push it? And they would take it. And then additionally, he didn't fire Fauci because he knew that if he fired Fauci, he would not be reelected, and he didn't get reelected either way. So these are just things that existed during the time, and we tend to forget about it. But
I think I disagree with you. I feel like you're arguing, boxing, that it's like if he would have taken my stance, he would have won.
no, he
Now,
wouldn't have won anyway.
okay,
It was a
well,
lose-lose
okay, in 2019, pre-COVID, he was set up to win re-election. I think if he went full COVID fascism, he would have won, actually. Because, I mean, people wanted a grandfatherly figure to, like, hold their hand or, be there when their parents died. They were terrified, and they would have forgiven him for the excess. I mean, I feel like I am actually nuanced in this thing. I'm pro-vax. I think lockdowns were unnecessary. Kids in masks, it makes no. I have a nuanced take on this, but in those like 6 months where COVID was new and it was raging, appearing at a speech in a mask and kind of making himself look like Darth Vader or something, that would have been great.
yeah, I agree.
And just
with
going
that.
full COVID, like, this is serious, it's an emergency. You need to rally around a leader. When people fear, like, they're going to die or there's an invasion or something, which COVID kind of was, they naturally had that instinct towards the Führerprinzip, which Kaiser was laying out. I should probably just use the original German because that's what he's referencing, even though he claims he's like some sort of communist or something.
Richard, okay, no, go ahead. But it's
Well,
it
for
has
what
to
it's
do with
worth,
the one
Richard, I didn't
Called
do
out.
Darth Vader, but I did go to work every day in a Renaissance plague doctor mask with a roll of toilet paper, with rolls of toilet paper on a bullet belt around my shoulder, and a squirt gun full of hand sanitizer just to fuck with people.
Bruh.
Well,
So
you're
just
an
to push back a little
antisocial
bit,
freak, obviously.
I mean, like people
So
right
now
now in
this guy
Israel.
is saying that I'm good in his book.
All right.
Let's go.
I'm glad you guys made up.
You see how that works? You see,
I
like,
mean,
Yeah,
it's
listen,
I
just
Richard.
thought
kind
of
of
it.
Richard, hold on, Richard. The
It was
problem is that he.
interesting.
Hold on, Richard. So the problem is that
you have to
he
play
can't
into it and
pivot.
become their own game.
So in the beginning, right? Because I'm in the medical field, and I was actually a little alarmed in the beginning when I was reading the Italian reports. But the second that you saw the age and health of a lot of these people that were getting sick and dying, I realized that anybody that was trying to economically balance the country and also save as many lives as they could had to differentiate people between ages and health and all these other things. And that
Oh,
became
I
obvious
get that, but it's not a medical question, it's a political question. I'm making an entirely cynical argument that if he had gone just full COVID fascism, that would have gained him a tremendous amount of support, particularly among older people in the Midwest, which he lost. And that's one of the reasons why he lost the election. And I'm just saying purely political. And you get forgiveness if you overreact in an emergency, because people will forgive you. If you underreact in an emergency, they'll never forgive you.
Yeah, but people, Richard, you forget that he is a Republican, and there are people in the Republican Party that still do not like the government controlling their lives and locking them down. I
And
understand.
they're cucks, and they'll vote for him anyways because
maybe you're
they're
right.
ultimately cucks. Like, look at Trump could actually kill someone in Times Square, and like Lindsey Graham would vote for him.
Well,
like,
Lindsey
it
Graham
just is what it is. It's a personality type. They're all like conformist followers, weak men who will just looking for a leader to tell them what to do. That's like what the Republican Party is.
But like, I think that you guys are missing, like, okay, so I'm pretty moderate. My husband is like a diehard Trumper. And my husband is also a Mexican immigrant. So like we got a crazy dynamic here in our house. But I think that what is like what you guys are missing, that like the hardcore MAGA crew is looking at, is they are looking to someone who is understanding the globalist aspect, right? Like they are looking to a bigger um they're looking at a bigger picture of what is happening, and they want to find someone who is able to take that down, and they think that Trump is that guy. Now whether or not I agree with that, that's a whole different space, guys, but like I think that we need people that understand what is happening in like foreign affairs and how Trump is able to navigate that, and that's not being talked about enough.
But Courtney, let me ask you a question.
Boxing a second here, please. Courtney, believe me, MAGA people are nothing new. MAGA people exist all around the globe. I would say they are actually the default position. And all this talk about globalists and foreign policies, this is just words. What these people actually really crave is a leader who's competent, they can totally trust. It's a paternalistic system. It's ingrained in our psychology. All this other stuff is just the decoration. It doesn't matter. And Trump made one big mistake. Yes, Richard is correct with the vaccine stuff. He was second guessing himself. You never might do that. You must stay. You must either he goes from the get go. Oh, that's not a biggie. Fuck that shit. We go total laissez-faire, or he goes all hardcore. But what he did was the biggest mistake. First, he
Yes, he
goes in hard.
backtracked.
Yes, that you can never do, because then an emperor, a Kaiser, a König, a king. No. Those people never second guess themselves. And the thing is, boxing. You're talking hindsight here. And I get you, but we are peasants. Look, even if we are white, let's say, look at we will suffer the Cassandra effect, but no one gives a shit. Look, Zegudel was right about Ukraine war all along, but no one cares. No one gives a shit. The thing is, even if he's right or wrong, doesn't matter. As a leader, you can be wrong, but you might never second guess yourself in public, or let's say openly, and you will just smoothly, let's say, basically course correct. What Biden did, Biden is smart. You see, he's smart. He basically copied America First policies from Trump. The Reduction Inflation Act is nothing else than America First. But back then, the Democrats were shitting on America First. Now but silently they've been copying it. They will never.
Wait, how is the Inflation Reduction Act America First?
Onshores chip
Jonathan,
manufacturing, and it
Inflation
onshores
Reduction Act. Everyone in the world,
it
wait,
onshores chip
Charlie, a
manufacturing.
second.
Guys, I'm explaining it
I
to you.
will
It
give you
onshores
also the
chip
perspective
manufacturing,
here.
and it onshores
Okay.
pharmaceutical manufacturing. Not entirely, but it sets the
Everything.
groundwork for it.
And we all know that. Look, everyone in the world around knows, okay, what Biden is doing is the same what Trump is doing. We know it. But
That's because your media
Biden is smart.
likes the Democrats. Like foreign media
Biden
likes
isn't doing
Democrats.
anything that
No,
Trump
he's done
was
two
doing,
things. He's done two
and I
things.
don't like. I mean,
yeah,
He's done
let's
two
be
things. You
real.
have to
Yeah,
concede
you're
two
just
things.
Yeah.
you're just a partisan. You got to see beyond it. I mean,
Yeah,
Kaiser's
I'm
absolutely
sorry.
right.
Yeah,
Everyone
I see
knows.
now. Yeah.
This is, but the thing is, this is smart because Biden, even the rhetoric are to a certain extent the same. But again, back then, how can you be America First? That's xenophobic, that's chauvinistic. But you see that Biden has been a career politician for the last 40 years. He is smart, he knows, okay, that shit will fly. And so he's copying it, but he's making it so smooth, he will never admit, oh, actually, we were inspired by this. That was actually a good idea. No. He will never say that. But at the end of the day, the outcome is the same. You just package it differently. So Trump, yeah, which I totally agree. If he would have stayed course without second guessing himself, he would have won the election. But yeah.
I mean, listen, but the thing is, this is why I thought he was doomed no matter what. And regardless of any voter fraud, and I do believe that there was advantages done with policies, mail-in, whatever, is that when there's such a big catastrophe, and people are legitimately worried about their lives, the way that, and this is for any Republican, especially Trump, the way that they started attributing deaths to him, you just know there's no chance. And the fact that the election was even close shows how bad Biden was and how much people still liked him. Because under any other circumstance, when people are so dumb and the media controls them and they were scared, the way that they were using deaths to attribute to a leader like that was very, very, very damning. And I've never seen it have more impact on people's perception of a leader.
Well, in other news, I do have something new to talk about, at least briefly. But I have made more updates to my application. I pinned them up to the Jumbotron. I've added real-time location searching. So you can use the search bar to pull up relevant locations. I've pulled relevant data from those locations. I've got photos of the awnings added to the info card that I have for each location. I've added a routing system. I've got the time that it will take to get to the locations added to them. And yeah, so I've added that. So everybody check out the video. Throw me a like if you want to. Maybe retweet.
Is this a doxing app? This is a doxing app?
No.
Okay,
it's gonna be no, I've explained what it's gonna do.
No, I'm messing around.
Yeah, can you just explain again?
Yeah, okay. So I'm making an app that's going to be used for getting the current occupancy of a bar, and then it's going to show you the maximum occupancy of the bar. And so it's going to have a little loading meter around the little pins that I've got on the map. When you click one of them, it blows it up and it shows you the fraction of how many are in versus how many can go. And then it pulls up a card of the place's location information. So I've got the name of the place, I've got the address, I've got the phone number. I'm going to have a system
awesome.
within it that's going to show you how many of your friends are currently at each bar. And then I'm going to have like a rating for how much it's going to cost. And so I haven't integrated this stuff yet. It's going to require a little bit more work to get that done. It's going to be phase 2 developing, but I mean, I've got the groundwork for the map pretty much laid out now. It's pretty well done.
Is this like patented? Are you trying to sell this to like Google or
No,
something?
not yet. It's going to be like a service. I've got a couple ideas about how I'm going to actually launch it, whether I'm actually going to do an app with it or not. And it kind of just all depends on how things play out.
That's super cool.
A good question here by Jonathan. Can you actually patent something of that? Because it seems it's a great app, don't get me wrong, but it seems you cannot...
software patenting is weird, Kaiser, in the way that like if you post on certain app stores, the companies who own the app stores generally like own a lot of property towards your application. It's a weird game. Right? I mean,
can you purchase prostitutes via your app yet? Or is that like 3.0?
Not yet.
Okay.
No.
You're gonna put that in later, or
it's an app targeted at going to places and kind of like seeing if your friends are there, seeing how many people are there. I'm like when I start working more on the back end of it, I'm going to start playing around with what you can do with other users and kind of like what information they'll be able to provide to you. But ultimately, I want to kind of have it to where you can put a party of people together. Like 6 or 7 people show up to a bar together. Maybe y'all will get like 5% off of your tab or something like that, or each of y'all's tabs. It's kind of the idea of how I'm trying to execute.
Can it also be used to like avoid a certain area if it gets too ratchet?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know how like
a certain area. I mean, what do you mean?
I was gonna say, how like this is what I always thought. Like people were putting out like this is a black-owned business. I'm like, you know what? Like you could reverse that and say, I don't want to go to that business if you really wanted to.
You'll give real-time demographic data on.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, based on a user account, I mean, I could like quite literally pull anything. Like, I could, you submit a photo.
Wait, so someone could literally be like, whoa, there's too many black people here and go somewhere else?
That was the point I was making.
Or they could say there's not enough.
That's a serious question.
That sounds terrible.
I mean, ultimately, like my idea is to have different parameters that you could kind of maybe filter through and give search results of. But again, I mean, all these things have to kind of like come down the road. I did have this idea of having an iPhone app that could keep your your ID in it, and you could show your phone to get into places when I was in college.
Yeah, that
I'm
just
pretty
feels
sure
so
that,
safe.
well, I mean, no, it's the
The
thing is like,
state
I'm
already
pretty
has
sure that they've
those.
already done that. Yeah. And
Let's
so
go.
Yeah.
like, it'd be integrating that into it, and I could pull information from that
You
to
can
populate
track
your
our
user
back
profile.
status and our political
Yeah,
They
it's
have
affiliation,
those.
our
Good.
Yeah, it already
J6
exists.
arrest
A lot of it already
records.
Yeah,
Wait,
the
I have a
exists.
state
question. You
has
guys
that.
said Vivek. You guys said Vivek reposted Keith Wood. Where'd you guys see that?
It has been unretweeted, but here, I'll put it up in the Jumbotron as
He
well.
cooked. He cooked.
Yeah, he retweeted it then on
Well, I mean,
It's
his
all right.
staff was on the Twitter,
What did
so it
he
was probably
retweet?
one of his like
It's all right. He's our guy. It's all right.
staffers.
Yeah, I just put it up in the
It
Jumbotron for
was
you.
no doubt a shitlord who works for him. Yeah.
Well, I mean, regardless, it still
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah. No, it's funny.
That'd be
Get
worth getting fired over.
Yes, yes. Sacrifice your
He
whole
sees,
life
Well, he
for
still
well, I
liked
mean,
Nick
it
if he sees
though.
a
Fuentes.
groundswell of support, he might
He
like
still liked it.
reconsider any
Ace.
decisions made.
I made a meme out of Vivek. It's just a Hannah classic, really, but
Patriarchy
Certified
is
Okay,
Hannah
inevitable.
classic.
I tweeted this out. I mean, Nikki Haley literally said that if you watch TikTok, you become 17% more anti-Semitic by the hour. I mean, I'm
For every
not kidding. I mean,
30% 30 minutes you watch a day. So if you watch per day, it's 17%.
well,
but her
I
Not an
mean,
daughter's a
but
Does
hour.
they're
anyone
TikTok
know
watching
where
star.
like
she got
How do
that?
they're
you even
watching
measure
8 hours
that?
of
It's
TikTok. So like
34% per hour.
is it compounding anti-Semitism? Like is
Well,
there
you
a
can get
limit
more
to
than
your anti-Semitism? Could you
100%.
be like
No.
more than 100%
Can I
anti-Semitic?
max out?
Yeah,
Well,
like what if you
it's
watch
There
not
is
like
TikTok
a
no
for 12
typical
ceiling.
hours
percentage.
straight?
It's not a
Then
typical
you would be
ratio. It's not a
over
typical
100%.
percentage.
There is no
It's
ceiling.
well, yeah,
Is there a
Hannah,
metaphysical
I should
limit?
know it.
The limit does
To
not exist.
anti-Semitism? No, there is not.
No, you
Also,
hit
what does
100 and it just
1%
becomes
anti-Semitic
17%
mean?
more. Like,
Well, you
basically,
can
give it 3
approach
weeks and you're
infinite.
Hitler.
Well, no. You can approach infinite anti-Semitism, but you cannot surpass it. It's a little bit like
So
the
it's like
speed
the
of
speed of
light,
light.
and that.
It's a
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Newtonian take on anti.
Yeah.
What does like 1% anti-Semitic mean?
Well, no,
That's
you
built.
know,
That's default position human being.
Boxing, what are you, would you say?
isn't
I
her
mean,
daughter a
it's,
TikTok
Or
celebrity
actually,
though?
that's low. That's low for Jews.
I
Yeah,
mean,
At
listen,
one
I
percent
her
was,
daughter
anti-Semitism.
is
She is on TikTok.
an
Yeah.
Sorry,
I was gonna
anti-Semite
say,
indoctrinator.
For me,
So
like
so it's personal.
if the show's what is that, the Jewish matchmaker show, like somebody had it on in the background one time, like an ex-girlfriend or the girl I was dating, whatever, and I'm like, you have to turn this shit off. Like I can't watch these Jewish women anymore. It's a little bit much. So that to me is the one that
Boxing's at least 5% anti-Semitic because he hates Jewish women.
I don't hate them,
Mm.
but it's a personal dating issue. That's
Boxing.
it's just a
What's the
tough one.
problem?
Yeah, that's your
I'd
story
say that's
now. But
probably like
before
7%.
October 7th, you had much harsher words.
I mean, listen, it's what are there's like a thing in Islam where you
I
can't.
mean, it is what it is.
No, I was gonna say there's
Yeah.
a thing in
Oh,
Islam. It's called it's part. You can't criticize Muslims. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's irrelevant. I guess I think some of these women just I don't know. They do it to themselves, but it's complicated. But listen, I don't like a lot of different groups of people, so it's not a big issue.
So true.
I was never a big fan of Nikki Haley for obvious reasons. I think she's obnoxious. I remember her at the time at the United Nations, like, I hate this posturing. This is so. But the thing is, she said, okay, she said, and this is what I don't understand. How can she say that, in particular in America? She said, it's not Israel that needs us. We need Israel more. Like, as an American presidential candidate, and we know how Americans think about the world. How can she say that? I mean, this is like this. Even I know that. Oh, that's a no go. Like,
It's a big
USA,
yeah.
USA, and all that shit. So you cannot say that. Like, I mean, yeah, forget it. Why is she? Why is she even there? I mean, no one will vote for her. No one. Like, I mean, might this be like the most embarrassing result in the primaries
So
ever?
No. I mean, Kaiser, you're wrong according to polling. I mean, people are supporting her. The whole we don't need, or Israel doesn't need us, we need Israel. I mean that is some, I would say, clearly wrong geopolitical notion, but also it's a deeply religious notion. Like it's I've heard Lauren Boebert say this of like there were two nations in the history of the world founded on God's word, Israel and America. I mean it's just it's part of their religious belief. I mean it's eclipsed their Christianity. I mean
It's the
it's
okay,
They
yeah.
need Israel to get raptured, is what she's saying. She's trying to get raptured.
She's trying
So my
to
parents
pander
live in the
to
same
the
town as
wow.
Nikki Haley, and I lived there while she was governor. I moved away since, but she's like she's kind of a necessary evil back home. Like she's brought a ton of huge employers. The town has, obviously South Carolina, especially the Low Country, has just boomed under her leadership, but she's filled her pockets so exponentially. You guys have no idea. And it's all been dirty deals.
we
And
do though.
everybody
Well,
Yeah.
it's
knows
so
about it.
funny that in the debate she
Did
was like,
her daughter
"We
had
did really good
trouble?
deals with Boeing,"
She
and
did
then
Her
I
huge
daughter
joined
had
the
deals with
trouble
board.
Boeing.
getting
And she
house?
brought a ton of employment. Like, we're not mad at that. Like, but at the same time, like, we know what she did. You know what I mean? So like everybody,
Yeah, yeah.
nobody likes her there. Even though she's kind, like she's nice to locals, like she waves and smiles when she's at home, but like, and
She does the
I've met
politics
her a
stuff.
few
Yeah.
times, but she's not she's not all she's cracked up to be, and she is all about herself. Don't ever let her fool you.
Yeah, but nobody thinks she's cracked up. Like Richard said, the polls are there, but there's a manipulation when it comes to it. Like there's this like clip. It was on CNN. Somebody used it actually to make fun of DeSantis, but it didn't really work in their favor because it had was like 8 panelists, and it asked them to raise their hand on who won. And I didn't really watch the debate. I just watched clips. It's really irrelevant, these debates anymore. But it was 1 for DeSantis and 6 for Nikki Haley. I mean, it's this is who CNN puts on. So I don't know. I mean, whether it's the polling or
Yeah,
just it's really weird.
it's the same thing as the Congress. Like Matt Gaetz is one of like 8 Freedom Caucus people, but 60% of actual Americans support the Freedom Caucus. They're like 19, you know. So it's the same disconnect where these people just don't get the actual American populace's perspective.
It's actually just mass manipulation through the media. They want you to believe that's what everybody else thinks so that you will think it too. I mean, it's
Well,
simple.
plus like DeSantis, his 13% and whatever average, that is some like people would vote for Trump would also vote for DeSantis. The 60% of people that support Trump would not move to Nikki Haley. So even though they're close, it's kind of fake because a lot of the DeSantis could be supporters are voting for Trump, obviously.
Yeah, it's the biggest problem with it, and I don't know what his calculation was, but the fact that DeSantis, who was popular and I think did a good job in Florida, I think he's petty, but it is what it is. He ran in the most popular Trump state, and Trump trumps DeSantis, and it was such a bad gauge of the pulse of the nation. And I guess I don't know who told him to run. Then he would have had a promising political career if he would have just stood aside and said, "Listen, like I will back Trump," and he would have then had put himself in a position for a long political career. And he chose to run
I
now,
agree.
and Trump took his kneecaps out, and he's done. He'll
Okay,
be a
but
I kind of
Boxing,
agree, but it was a lot less obvious a year ago that he was going to fail so bad. Like a year ago, it seemed like there was going to be a competition between the two, but it's just not even been even close.
Vivek
okay, but
stole Ron's campaign this
okay,
year.
so Boxing, here's the deal though. Ron DeSantis wouldn't have been the governor of Florida. He almost lost to like a crack smoking homosexual in a hotel, right?
Yeah, in 2018, but not
Only
in
because
2022.
only because well, yeah, and then once he got in, but he would have never got in, he would have never ran again if it hadn't have been for Trump giving him that endorsement. So you have to kind of look at it that way.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He went very. He did again, like like Richard said, Trump should have gone like czar, king, and he went opposite, and this kind of like then kind of undercut a lot of Trump's, made him backstep and not because of death, So he became more popular, when he went against the grain of Trump. So I understand that sentiment that yes, you have to be endorsed by Trump to get elected, and he almost lost. He was an unknown. He almost lost to a drug addict homosexual. But Florida's not like, it's red now, but it's like a liberal red. It's not. It's not as conservative as because a lot of the Republicans are, whether they're Cubans and just kind of like liberal Republicans like that live in like Tampa.
It's a bunch of old people.
I mean, well, yeah, that too. But Richard, I'm talking about like, I guess the 12% that shifted.
The retiree capital.
Yeah.
I mean,
Could Trump run as an independent? And would that actually be maybe an advantage? If no, you cannot run, Zagonet, okay, your opinion.
There's no apparatus for such a thing in this country as of now. You just don't get the backing, the money, all the delegates, like independent delegates. What are those? You'd have to get Republicans to vote for an independent. I don't know. Some would for sure, but there would be some on principle that just wouldn't. So
wait, why would Trump run as an independent? Is that what you said, or just
that's what Kaiser suggested?
But why even? He's going to win.
I mean, it makes sense, like logically speaking, but not in U.S. politics. It's just not possible.
Yeah, but that was only a discussion when people thought that DeSantis was going to win a year ago, and now it's just a moot point. I mean, there's no reason for him to do that whatsoever, outside of some like incredible poll shift in the next month. Aren't we a month away now?
Yeah,
6 weeks.
Super
40 some days.
Reform
Party. It's like the DeSantis people that are like very optimistic about him, which I say I'm like, listen, like, okay, they're like polls are bullshit. I'm like, all right, cool.
Because they're paid to be optimistic about
it.
No,
but I'm not talking about the paid people. Like, they're bullshit, right? I'm like, all right, but I'm like, are they like 43% bullshit? You know what I mean?
No, their polls are good. I mean, polls like
bullshit increases by 17%.
Gives you a good idea about
every 30 minutes.
Happen.
No, I know. I mean, Richard, like I'm saying is like I agree that sometimes there's maybe if you're generous, like maybe a 10-point difference. But we're talking about like 43%. Like what the
fuck? No. Don't you find boxing just Ron DeSantis to be just repellent, loathsome, just unlikable to a degree that I never thought possible.
Yeah,
and his Casey to be just this annoying soccer mom who like yammers your ear off whenever you're by her, so you always like avoid
charismatic and unlikable.
It's just the guy is just awful. Like all of these notions of like he blew a promising political career. The second like he's on stage or something is the second he turns into Ron DeSantis.
But he did it. But here's the thing: during COVID, I mean, Florida was like in a financially. I know you guys could laugh about it. Like it's fine if you laugh about it. But I mean, if the country was shut down, people. When they realized that they weren't going to get sick, they went to Florida. People moved to Florida. And I think that a lot of I disagree with a lot of these Republicans that I think the Disney shit's petty. I don't think it does anything, but he at least did something and tried to, at least engage with like real conservative values, but pushing back on some of these issues. But I will say
he was engaging with conservative Twitter. And he was taking his lead from online activist and then doing stunts that would appeal to him. I mean, I think shipping human trafficking, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I agree with Gavin Newsom here. You're human trafficking Venezuelans from Texas to Martha's Vineyard so that libs of TikTok will say like, yes, king.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's funny,
just,
but it's not really.
Give me a break.
It doesn't do anything. But I will agree with you that his personality, that he does like the shoes thing, right? Like, I mean, it's not a big deal. Listen, fucking Michael Bloomberg, he's so short, but when he walks into a room, he's like the alpha male. Like, just own it.
True.
I don't know. It's.
Yeah, have small guy, big dick energy.
I mean,
basically,
Putin's short as fuck.
Let's go.
5'5".
Yeah,
I mean, it's.
Yeah, no, totally. Putin's a small man, and he looms rather large. I mean, I hate to revisit all the greatest hits of the DeSantis's, but like Casey DeSantis was interviewed, and she was talking about like going through suffering through cancer, and she was like, Ron, he would like watch a movie with the kids, and like I just knew he was a hero. She's like describing like the bare minimum of any husband, and it's just very weird. Also, I did a armchair Freudian analysis, and I believe that Casey indicated through her linguistics that those aren't Ron's children. Now, whether that's true or not remains. I'll have to go revisit my
Hot
tweet
take.
on
That's
it.
a hot take, Richard. That's a hot take.
Whether it's true or not is who knows. But it's her perception, your linguistic, the way you output like words actually tells a lot about you. I'll have to go read. That was one of my hotter takes, and this is me we're talking about. But yeah, I mean, she is just terrible.
Yeah,
She is so annoying.
but the thing that he does, and you know, whether it's one story or the other, when he goes and he does a debate and he's like, you know, I heard this story with, you know, this person and that person and this woman. She survived. I actually looked this up because it seemed like a ridiculous story and there's no proof of it. A woman who survived a third-term abortion. Did it happen? I don't know, but there's no proof of it.
Wow.
It's like weird stories that he brings up that nobody gives a fuck about. But like
Yeah.
hard, like I said from the beginning, from him and all these debates, like fucking, you gotta like if yes, Trump's pushing to the left because he has no ideology. Just push harder to the right, fucking hard to the right, smack down, and be really like I wasn't joking. I mean this.
That's what he did, and it blew up in his face.
He didn't though. Only with abortion, which I think is the one issue.
He did.
That's the only issue you can't push hard on the right. But I'm not joking. If he said I'm going to put landmines on the border,
didn't he retweet a sign, Brad?
He should
How
put
much more
landmines
right
on the
can you
border.
go?
Listen, if
No,
he said
boxing. Look, with all due respect, and I genuinely do like you. You're just totally wrong. You are describing exactly what he did, and there is no lane to Trump's right because Trump. It's not even about policy. It's like he is your messiah, and you just can't out messiah him. Now, Vivek has been successful. I mean, I think Vivek will be a politician or a pundit or something later on because he's basically like, I'm Trump's based Indian friend or something like, and it's kind of hilarious, and retweeting Keith Woods like adds to it. Yeah, like adds to the legend. But that is actually interesting. But like that, to go back to the Zonenrot video, which was reportedly at least created by a Jewish staffer, by the way, which adds a whole other layer of like, what the fuck to that whole story. It was demeaning Trump. It was like, oh, Trump's a cuck, Trump's a liberal, but like I'm the true badass. And you can't do it. You can't out Jesus. You gotta choose a different lane, like, you know, be John the Baptist, which is Vivek, or like be Herod, or like a Roman or something like that. But you can't just be like, oh no, I'm not Jesus the man,
be Leviticus,
but I'm like more Jesus than Jesus. It's just no.
If you're going to pick a younger, more energetic politician, he has to be like good looking and charismatic. Like he has to. And he's not. He's
Boxing.
Neither one.
Boxing, Bruder. I think you make a big mistake, and Richard was pointing to it. Not a mistake, but you're looking through it through a political lens. As Richard was saying, like you said left, right. You don't know, dude. This is pedestrian. This is peasant level. If you're the leader, you don't dirty yourself with these kind of party policies. You are doing what is the best for the nation, for the people. Yeah, kind of messiah. And this whole notion about who cares about what is left, what is right? This is only peasants concern themselves with those stuff. You as the leader will do what's in the best interest. And if that means, for example, universal healthcare for everyone, it will be universal healthcare for everyone.
We're talking about winning a primary. I mean,
but the thing is, boxing against Trump, Trump is on the position. I mean, I know it's crazy how Trump. I mean, yeah, but it is what it is. He got to that status, to the status of, let's say, like the Putin lovers, like the real Putin lovers, they look at Vladimir Putin. This is how the Trump lovers look at Trump. That is not a politician anymore. He is like something else, something bigger. Politicians are dirty. Politicians are pedestrian. The corruption, the lobbying. As a real leader, as a king of old, or pharaoh, or emperor, you stand above that shit boxing. You stand above the mud and the dirt.
Well, DeSantis tried to with his heels, and it just didn't work. I understand it was a tough one.
As one of the only brown people on this stage, I have to say it is fucking weird to see that many brown people running on the Republican ticket. I'm just saying it out loud. What a lot of brown people are thinking, like, have we gone Republican? Is that what's happening? Because it seems, and I hate that Nikki doesn't feel comfortable calling herself Namrata. Imagine me calling myself Dan. That would be a tragedy, right? And so it's okay. By the way, a brown person trolling another brown person on their name is like, it's just it is the epitome of that culture. So I have to say, it was fascinating to watch. I actually watched the whole thing.
The silent overtake, overtake of the Indian subcontinent. It's not a brown thing. It's an Indian subcontinent thing. It's crazy, Dr. Danish. How many CEOs
are already on this reminds me of an important question.
What were you saying, Vaughn? Go ahead, Vaughn.
This is an important question. Let's hypothetically say that Vivek gets a nomination and runs for president. Do Democrats now have to vote for him on ideological grounds because he's the brown man?
They can't.
No.
Democrats are the real racists.
You're
the Indian face
you're,
of white supremacy.
you're assuming that you're
Zach
assuming they
just
actually
said it,
believe
correct.
any of that stuff.
They
they're going to
will
vote for
identity
Gavin
politics him,
Newsom
though.
and his
Richard,
really
it's
white
a joke.
family.
Kamala
Don't
is
overanalyze the
both
joke.
Black
Okay.
and brown.
Oh, I said
She
the
is
Indian
both.
face of
I
white
want to be
supremacy.
clear.
Yeah.
She has
But
the
they really would write
identity
that
like bingo.
Of course they would. They called Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy.
Von Clausewitz was obviously
kind of true, to be honest.
Tongue in cheek. How do you say tongue in cheek? Is that von Clausewitz tongue in cheek? Yeah,
close enough.
Yeah.
But
wait, this way you could shame them. You could shame Democrats and be like, "What is it? You don't like him because he's brown? Fucking racist."
Oh, that's a good one.
I
do like that.
Wanted to address boxing. You were talking about. I don't know about this woman that Ron DeSantis was talking about, but I've met 2 women who have survived 3rd-term abortions. So I mean, this does happen.
No, I acknowledge it happened, but this specific one, I looked it up, and it was just he uses the same story. They did they did Oppo research on it, and it doesn't seem to. It smells.
Okay,
fishy.
yeah, I don't know
know
anything about that one. Sorry, I was doing a Pokemon raid with 2 of my kids whenever y'all were talking about that, so it took me a minute to get back.
Yeah.
One thing I was gonna actually bring up about
one
Nikki,
thing, Dr. Danish.
Sorry, Kaiser, I have to bring up one thing about Nikki Haley and what she said.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, I think I don't know who was in the crowd shouting so loudly at such a lackluster performance. Maybe I'm very biased because I disagree with her pretty much on everything. But holy crap, she would say, in my opinion, the dumbest or most boring thing, and there would be a bunch of people screaming. Is there something wrong with the party, or was that just who was in the room?
Yeah, in Milwaukee, it was the same thing. I was at the debate, and there was one section that every candidate got a section, and then Nikki Haley's section exploded with these shrieks of 20 to 30-year-old women, and also old women that somehow donated or something. It was quite the spectacle.
Yeah, it gives me Hillary vibes. That's what I was kind of.
I loved
Nikki
the
Haley
smug
is
look
the
on her
Indian
face
version of
when.
Can you hear me? Von Clausewitz.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Kaiser. I'll wait.
Okay, sorry guys. I know the xenophobia here in the space must stop. I think it's a running joke. Everyone, no, I'm joking. Not joking actually. But it's a thing. It's a thing, Zagunel. No.
If we watch Instagram for half an hour, it'll increase by 17%.
What's wrong with xenophobia?
Listen. The doctor.
Boxing. I was talking. Okay, don't do that, man. I don't want to be the mood Nazi here. I get a better reputation. But at least you're spot on. Nikki Haley gives you
He wants to
total.
be the real Nazi.
Oh no! This about. Um, but Nikki Haley gives you total Hillary Clinton vibes. Absolutely, like the same kind of personality, and the same. Actually, no, forget it, man. Nikki Haley, Hillary Clinton, no. But here's another thing. It's really fascinating that let's say the Indian subcontinent, because I want to include Pakistan here. It's crazy. They are going for all the, let's say, top management positions in policy. Look at UK. Look at Scotland. Look at
Oh yeah, we're
in the
coming for
economics
everybody.
world.
Like,
If you
and
have
we're coming well too. To be
it's
honest, sorry.
crazy. Even we, let's say, there's certain, let's say, I think 4 or 5 German DAX companies with now an Indian CEO. It's crazy. Like those Indians, that it's like an invasion. But yeah, you see a lot of smart people. 1.5 billion almost. We have a lot of smart people, and they want to do something out of themselves. And they're coming. They're coming for you, so to speak. You know, but it's interesting because we were mentioning it.
We're coming
Yeah,
for the best paying jobs, which is actually the
absolutely.
scariest part of it. Like, the scariest part of it is that, like, literally right now, if you looked at the AI team at DeepMind, like, it's Asians, all of them, every single one of them. If you looked at the doctors at Harvard, Yale, Penn, the Mayo Clinic, they're like 50% brown. I'm just letting y'all know it's happening. This is a brown invasion. And unfortunately, we're coming for the top. We're coming for the jugular. I'm just letting it, and it's coming for the GOP now, so it's kind of interesting.
I wonder
Yeah,
who
but
led y'all over here. I wonder if we were to like backtrack it and figure out like who facilitated the Browns in America. Where would we
I don't know.
find?
Hey,
What would we
doctor,
figure
this is
out?
the thing I was saying is, do you feel the same way? Because I get a lot of criticism for my vitriol disdain for certain Jewish women. Do you feel the same way? Like, if there's an Indian woman that like Nikki Haley, that is it like personal when she's like, you
Oh,
just
it's
get like,
fascinating. I love that Vivek went after. By the way, I have to say, Vivek is his wife is an ENT, and I'm an ENT, and I've got to tell you, she is not just an ENT. She legitimately is a badass ENT. People don't know what she does actually, but she actually does very specialized procedures. I'm happy to kind of mention, and it is fascinating that people are trying to call. And I don't like Vivek. People might know this. I actually don't like him. I think he's full of shit most of the time. But beyond that, he does not have a woman problem, and I love that he called her. I called it out. Nikki is the Hillary of the GOP, which is why she fucking annoys the shit out of 99% of the GOP. For people that are moderates, they're literally looking at her and saying, "Oh my God, she's so great." And as somebody who sits there, to answer your question, I don't care. I care as much about her as I care about Kamala Harris. Like, they're both brown women, but like, really, I wish we had better. If we're gonna do
Well, this is
identity politics,
actually
at
the
least do a
same
good job.
problem that people have with Casey DeSantis. They just don't realize it. Like, she's very much like the
true.
woman behind the man. And it's very off putting because, like, this is not really what we want women to do. And so, like, I don't know. It's just like it's the same problem, just not as in your face. Nikki Haley's so cringe though, with her like
She's like Lady Macbeth if Lady Macbeth owned a minivan, basically.
yeah.
it's
I
yeah,
mean,
but
don't go too hard on the soccer moms. Love them. But like Casey DeSantis is
You
like,
know what I
the
mean?
issue
Yeah.
is, I know what you mean, but like the bigger problem is she's actually not a soccer mom. She's
Yeah.
like the Hillary Clinton of soccer moms, which would not want my kid on that team. But, uh, you know, she's
Do you
too
know what?
like,
and she's a
Yeah.
bully. Allegedly, she's a
oh, go
bully.
ahead, Richard.
She's mean to.
Yeah. Do you know what I would say? It's to go. I think I I like autistically analyzed von Clausewitz comment, but about like are liberals obligated to vote for Vivek, excuse me, because he is brown or something like that. I think it's kind of worth pointing out this. I don't think people talk about diversity. I don't think it's actually really about diversity. It's in the American psyche, or at least among boomers and Gen Xers. It really is about African Americans. Like that whole experience of slavery Jim Crow, Martin Luther King, and it's a religious story of suffering and overcoming that's right out of Exodus, you could say. And so I actually think there's probably, and I don't say this to be hostile or anything, Dr. Danish, but I actually think there's probably a lot of pent up resentment towards like high functioning, high IQ brown people who are becoming doctors. Because look, you guys have a population of more than 1 billion. It's like, yeah, I'm not surprised at all that you can churn out millions of people with IQs above 115, and you're coming in basically entering institutions that other people built and taking the top jobs. Like, you don't have,
happily.
I know you're doing it happily, but ass kissing can get you only so far, my friend, because
No,
African
it's
Americans
actually the
are
beauty is now.
special.
I will push back. Sorry, I don't know if you know this, but who's the CEO of Google right now?
Yeah, I
That's
know
right.
this.
No,
I know
hold on. Let me walk you through it, though. It might be a good history lesson now for you. But Google CEO is brown, Microsoft CEO is brown, Pepsi's CEO was
Yeah,
brown. No, but
I'm
my point is that
stipulating
you
this.
mentioned
I
the
agree
word
with you.
ass kissing, so I do want to push back just a little. The people that are at the top are the ones that are getting the ass kissing. So that's the point that I'm making, which is ultimately what we're seeing is that as the difference between the brown folks that have come here and a few other cultures is that we have chosen to assimilate and to rise within the system by being better. It is truly merit based. Nobody thinks of
I
brown people as underrepresented, and I think that's really
I don't
important.
mean to like be a dick, but who created Apple? Who created Google? Like, I'm not saying this is like some
Yeah.
race. Like, I'm not a
Who
crazy
created Sun
racist person, but
Microsystems? Vinod Khosla. I'm just saying, like, this is like a silly
This is,
argument.
but no, Dr.
It's
Danish is
not a
actually spot.
silly argument.
No,
But
I
like
mean,
Dr.
The
literally,
let's
co-founders
how
give.
did
of Google
somebody?
is a American college kid and a
No,
Russian
yes,
college
God,
kid, Sergey Brin.
yeah,
Sergey
but
Brin is a Russian. He's not an
This is kind of a
no,
Indian.
silly
no, I
argument in the
don't mean
sense
Sergey
that
it.
if
Brin
you
is a
think about
Russian.
it,
He
Well,
co-founded Google. What are you talking
okay,
about,
I'm not
Dr.
saying this in
thank
like
you,
a
Dennis?
super
thank
racist
you.
I'm
way.
from
I mean
Southside
that.
California. Sergey
Wait a
Brin
minute, I thought you were San
founded
Francisco
Dude,
based.
Google. He
Fish, we get it,
created
man.
Google. What the fuck are
Fish, I
you
thought you were
talking about?
San Fran
No, I
based.
Him,
don't mean it in a
no, I
him
think
racist
and
so.
or
his
This guy,
nasty
American
oh my
college
defamatory
Dude,
friends.
god,
way.
Fish, we
is this
get
guy
your
a bitch?
point. You can stop
Yeah,
repeating it.
To be fair,
fish time out.
Steve Jobs was also half Syrian.
No, okay, I didn't mean it in a
No, where did
racist
Fish
way. That
go?
sounded really racist.
But Jonathan,
I
I think
mean,
you misunderstood Dr.
yeah,
Danish
yeah,
here.
no.
Uh, Dr. Danish is saying, and he's spot on. It's the people, and they don't like brown Indians, Pakistanis, but mostly Indians. They achieve the positions due to meritocracy. They are just excellent, and obviously
There's a
that
lot
and
of
Richard and
ethnocentric
Richard.
hiring as well,
But and Rich,
Kaiser.
but it happened. Look in Germany, no one looks at that shit. If you
Yeah,
you're
I
good,
know, but I'm
you get
telling
the
you,
job.
that counts for a lot
But
of
I'm
it.
just saying, and we have a lot of people that say Indian background who are now getting the top jobs. And
No,
Richard is actually
okay.
spot on as well. And Richard said that will create animosity towards people who actually had everything going for them, but they never could make it. And Indians, like they would, and the thing is boxing. The Indians are showing their basic off. Oh, look, we made it without all the affirmative action, so to speak, and that
this
will piss
is
other people off. And
Yeah,
okay.
Dr.
that's what I'm
So
saying.
wait,
Danish.
Let me
hold
make
on.
myself not
So listen,
racist.
as the other person, as the other doctor that went through medical school, Chatical, listen, I get it. You assume they achieve. Listen, they achieve high. They're high performing. I mean, it is what it is. Like, I don't like they outperform white people when it comes to medicine. It just it is what it is. And
Okay, so
and here one more thing is that you guys are, Richard. I see where you're coming from the right perspective, but from the left perspective, why I think you guys are also right where it comes to black people is they view Indian people as white adjacent due to economic success. So
Right.
whereas black people, obviously do not have economic success. So they don't have as sympathetic towards minority status because of that. And it boils down to simply of that because
Right,
they like,
because African Americans can be special because they're still suffering. And I mean, and the thing is, Dr. Danish, I'm going to give you just a word of advice. All right. This type of arrogance, we're coming for the top, We're like,
It was actually jokes, but that's cool. Go ahead.
I
I'm sorry.
get it's jokes, but you should be self-deprecating in your jokes. People hear that too many times, and
Oh man,
you
Richard, are you
guys get
scared?
expelled.
Are you getting scared? Is that
No,
what's
but the
happening right
only
now? Are we
Okay,
the
seeing
do you
entire
Rich
see how
being
you're
reason.
just
scared?
you're doing
No,
more of it? Like,
Richard, you're 100%
I don't
right.
want to get
You're
in.
100% right. But the reason that Pakistanis and Indians have taken over a lot of these things is because competent organizations know they need to hire brown people to take their organizations over, but they only want competent brown people to do it, which
It's not
are
true in the
brown
medical
people
field.
from
It's
India and
it's
Pakistan.
not true in
It's
the medical field.
100% true. It's just like a
Okay.
gas station. A rich white guy has a gas station and then he sells it or he lets a fucking Indian run it. That's what, and it's honestly probably what we need in our country
No,
is probably to
okay,
let the
so
fucking Indian run it for a little bit. That's probably what we need. But it's completely
like I
irrelevant and
said,
ridiculous to think that like
That's
somehow
7-Eleven. Yeah.
Indians are
I didn't mean what I
special.
said.
That's not true. People don't
No, we
want
just work
woke
hard.
black people
Yeah.
running their countries or their companies. They actually want competent people, and that is always going to be Indians because they don't give a fuck and they're pretty racist and they're actually good at running
Okay,
companies.
I don't want to get clipped and shipped and like sound super racist for saying like Apple and stuff were made by white people. I meant that like there's different traits. I think white people on average, I don't know if the stat plays out, are higher in openness, so they'll create more companies, they'll do more radical stuff. And then I would assume Indians on average probably,
It's just not
especially within
true.
immigrant,
Like
they'll
it's just
work
like not
harder.
a true statement. I don't even know how to
But
explain this to
they
you.
would
Like I
probably
look at
work.
new startups. The point is that when you pull back to companies that started in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you can clearly
Yeah,
see
only
actually if
white
you
people are
start
here.
seeing now, it's very clear that there is a multitude of races that are starting new companies, and some of
Well,
them
can
are
we
doing
agree
better than
with that we
others.
should not have any more racists in this country? Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in here real quick and say this. I don't even think it has to do with color. What I think it has to do with is the hunger of an immigrant. So when people immigrate over to America and they have the opportunity here, they strive for it. Those of us who have been here for 4 generations, 8 generations, we're freaking lazy. That's what it is.
Well,
That's why you
I've
see.
been in my
That's why
my
you see a
my
lot of
state for 8 generations, and I've been in this country since 1680. So
Yeah, no, this is
yeah,
that I
look,
agree to
So
some
you
sense,
got
but
60
that's
years on my family. But what I'm saying is, you have 60 years on my family. I think we came 1745 or something like that. But the thing is that you see that in those generations, regardless of color.
yeah,
Regardless
okay,
of
let me
color,
let
but
me
that's
push
rich,
what it
back
is.
just a little bit here.
rich, affluent white people do not want to run companies. That's why they hire smart brown people to work hard and manage their companies.
well,
It's
right.
Yeah, I mean,
insane to like
I
it.
don't.
That's
This
a
is like
good
very straightforward
People that
well,
stuff.
immigrate have to be
capitalism
smarter.
works.
They have to work harder.
First of
They
all, I did
have
not
to
Yeah,
be
realize
yeah.
that
able
rich
to.
white people started Google and Apple, and
Well, then fucking look
it's a
it
very.
up.
I'm
What are
getting
you
a
talking
great learning
about?
lesson.
Steve Jobs came
No,
from a
no, no,
rich
this is
family.
great. This is like incredibly interesting. But Steve Jobs didn't hire a brown person to take over. He
No,
actually
he
hired Tim
didn't.
Cook.
He died, and then all the rich people that are on the board said, "What the fuck do we do? Oh, let's hire the competent fucking Indian that knows what he's doing. Will work hard and
Yeah.
knows what he's
Yeah.
doing."
Well,
I
Because you
mean,
Let
can't
let
get
me
white
Steve Jobs
people
was
that go to Harvard to
half
do
half
anything.
brown
okay,
person, guys.
okay.
That's what's
Let me
being
just
missed here.
add something here. Can we just not do the shoutings?
Yeah, no more
So
of this.
look, there's also something to keep in mind here in terms of the diversity. So, and this has actually been these are just simply facts. If we like this whole idea of Americans aren't hardworking or something, if we did affirmative action based on class or income level, like it stop don't no 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 no
just talk
no interrupting
nonsense.
no
I
no
removed
don't
him.
interrupt me, don't interrupt me. Okay. If we did affirmative action based on class or like rural environment or etc., it would be a massive boon to hillbilly whites. Hillbilly whites, people with like a family income of $30,000 and below, score on the SAT, which is a kind of sort of IQ test, score at the level of African Americans who make $200,000 a year. Them the facts. So, like this idea that, I mean, I kind of agree with some of the things said by Swampus and Lou, and immigration itself is self-selective. So you're getting like a more ambitious Indian who gets over here as opposed to the ones who stay. But we also get these arrogant arrogant
No, you
jerks.
also you get entrepreneurial parents. You get parents that teach their kids entrepreneurship, which the average young white or poor white, their parents never came from an entrepreneurial background. Their parents came from a background that said, "Hey, go get a job, work 40 hours a week, and all that stuff." That is not the immigrant story. The immigrant story is
fair
always
enough.
entrepreneurship.
All I'm saying is that like the white kid living in Columbia Falls who doesn't go to Yale and gets into like Montana State, he no doubt has a higher IQ than like an African American whose dad works at the State Department. Like there's just, I mean, so
I
like
just
this
don't
whole
know.
idea about like hardworking and competence, I'm just like, guys, yeah.
First of all,
Well, no, but it's
the one
competence.
thing.
It's not about IQ. IQ and competence are not the same thing, though.
Yeah, but Trump is a
They're
second. A
connected.
second. A
They're
second,
connected, but
guys.
I'm
I
talking
mean,
about
my
like
IQ is very high and I'm
a
incompetent,
midwit
but
Indian who's like taught his.
Okay, not midwit Swampist. Let's not go. Let's not insult. Let's come on, guys. I have to say, I'm white. I guess I'm white as well, but I feel a little bit embarrassed right now because I have no problem acknowledging India. That's an age-old civilization, ancient civilization. They're on the top tier, and yeah, they create smart people because they strive for excellence. What is the problem to admit that? It's not a white look, guys. You must grow a little bit of self-esteem. Like when we talk about China, India, Persia, those are ancient civilizations. They are basically it's normal.
no
Like
one's disagreed. No one has said. No one
and
has
Richard,
gainsaid that,
but
Kaiser.
Richard, the thing is, I admire the spirit. The same, we have a lot of Vietnamese here in Germany. The people still have the culture set up of strive for
Kaiser,
excellence.
no one disagrees with what you're saying.
But no, yes. Swamp
You don't need to keep muting them.
yes. Swamp is said, basically, we make money and we let the others do the work. That's a stupid. Honestly,
No, that's not what I was saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that our managerial class is not the same as the.
Yeah. Let me finish my sentence here. I think that's a stupid notion because what I admire actually when I see Indians and Vietnamese here in Germany, they still have the cultural setup that they push their children for excellence, strive for excellence. And what Lou was saying, it's not about hard working, Richard, but it's about for what do you work hard? To make money. Everyone, money. Give me I want to be as rich as soon as possible in as short as a time. That's not striving for excellence. Money is a product of your excellence. If you, let's say, you will then get a good job whatsoever, and that is missing. Honestly, I would say that's a good benchmark. I think it's like people should look to that. Okay, that is because I think that's old school. Me as a Prussian, I would say yes, that's the right attitude to have. And the success, the money comes then as a product of your strive for excellence. And not,
yeah, but
maybe,
here's Kaiser, the managerial class of America, the people that actually like rise up that go to MBA school and all that sort of stuff and want to rise through the ranks in a big company. In America, it's almost or from the American like actual like gene pool, it's generally women right now. That's what has happened. And so if you're a really legitimate, competent company with a very good board, you say, what do we have to choose between? Are we gonna we can't do the white guy thing because that's not gonna work. So what do? You always go get a brown guy to run your company
But
because
what
you
you're
don't want a
not
white woman to run your
recognizing
company
is
into the ground.
actually across every level, boxing was referring to this. I've been on admissions committee. I've been on AdCom. At every level, Asians are actually treated worse than white men. That is the point that I'm making. There's tons of data around this. At every level, in every corporate situation, brown men especially, sometimes brown women as well, but brown people and Asian people are actually
what is your metric for treating them bad?
further.
What is your metric for treating them poorly?
An admissions committee, literally in quota
We're
systems.
not talking about admissions for
but
school.
That's
We're talking about people that are running a company, dude.
Again, that's where it starts. It all starts.
What do you mean? That's not where it starts.
Network.
You just
Yes,
said
it
it's
does.
academics.
You were talking about
it's not. We're talking about after academics.
Okay, you will
it's
mention
not after
an MBA.
academics. So it's not. But let me say one thing, Doctor, and this is a thing that I will grant Richard. There is the population of India is 4 times the entire United
Exactly.
States.
No, I agree with Richard on that. The cream of the crop are coming here. That was the whole point.
Yeah. So then to assume that a population so large has a certain amount of people that have extremely high IQs and also have the work ethic and family that exists. And it's just something that everybody just has to
But
deal
I think
with.
what's sad is that, first of all, I wanted to say something because it's funny. I'm getting a ton of DMs in the back. People that know me are messaging me. No, I am not drunk. I was just being ridiculous. I guess people are not used to me joking. Richard, I
In vino
apologize for being so
veritas,
arrogant.
my friend,
Hold on.
Dr. Danish.
The people thought, they were like, "What's going on?" I don't drink actually, so that's why I just want to make sure that was clear.
Oh, so that makes it kind of
But
Call
worse.
him Dr. Danish?
yeah, it's
Well,
Danish.
isn't that
It's
his?
okay.
I was not. I
It's okay,
did
Richard.
not purposely
Richard, some
mispronounce
culture
your
will be
name.
good for you. But I was going to say that the point that I'm making is there's actually something very interesting about the immigrant mentality that you guys were mentioning. I feel like we missed one part of it, which is that we're assimilating in the workplace, but we're choosing not to adopt the bad parts of American culture in our homes. And I think that's actually what
But
makes it
that's not
incredibly
true for
powerful.
What
second
are the bad parts?
generation. It's they're adopting the woke mentality of America at the same rate of like people who've been here.
Well, technically, I'm second generation, so I'm just saying, like, as a second
I'm just
generation
telling
brown
you what
person.
the study show.
Are you talking about Indian and Pakistanis?
Like, I mean, obviously, I can't speak for you first.
Oh, it might be true for Latinos and others, but I'm telling you right now, in the Indian and Pakistani households, we're not even marrying. You're not seeing as much assimilation in terms of spouses. You're not seeing as much assimilation in terms of cultural changes. At home, people are still, there's less divorces in our population, in our communities. It is actually a little bit different. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a part of the culture that is incredibly interesting that I've seen now as a
Dude,
second
every immigrant
generation.
culture in America is insular and marries their own kind more than they marry white people.
No,
That's
no, I
like
agree
not a
with that.
unique thing to
I
Indians and
agree
fucking
with that. But
Pakistanis. It's
the thing
retarded.
that's different about Pakistanis and Indians is that when we get to the workplace, however, we are more assimilated. There are other cultures that have not assimilated like we have in the workplace.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, because you
it's
guys are good at managing minutia. You guys are good at managing businesses because you come from an
Stop
immigrant
it,
culture that is
Swampus. Nine,
entrepreneurial.
nine, 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 nine. You missed the point.
Why are you
Honestly,
so mad
No,
about
but you
that,
guys are
dude?
talking about this aspirational
but
sort of
it's
like
not
you guys are
only
talking like you're
this.
running for
Kutzi
president.
fix normal.
Well,
Let me finish
there
the
are actually
fucking
two brown
sentence
people
here.
running for president. That was
Dr.
actually the
Danish, I
point
have
here.
to, I have to
I'm
finish.
not talking about you. I'm talking about you guys are talking aspirationally instead of actual like reality of the situation, which is
Well,
that
can I just
people that are
finish?
good at running companies are come from entrepreneurial backgrounds. They don't. That's why Mark Cuban exists. It's not because he grew up
Oh,
rich.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
because he ran businesses his whole life. He's an
The
entrepreneur.
Why are you
authoritarian
getting so
Kaiser.
upset, Kaiser?
You guys are
Okay,
saying
Man,
like,
I
oh,
don't
well,
chill,
want
all
to
these
chill.
mute. I
doctors and
don't want to
lawyers.
mute.
Doctors and lawyers are not
I
the
don't want to
people
do it.
that run the businesses of America. It's just
Okay, sorry, I have to mute you. First of all, I don't consider an MBA even as academic background. It's economics. Everyone can learn that. What is economic background? Here's the thing. When you go to who is studying physics, chemistry, mathematics, those are the important things. You can do the economic stuff by you go to the job and you learn the shit. Yeah, I heard your feelings, Dr. Swampus, right now. I heard your feelings. I'm an engineer, electrical, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. I'm now working basically in a position what normally an MBA used to do, but they will not hire an MBA. If they have to choose an engineer with that background in MBA, they will choose me because I can learn the shit very easy. That's not even for me academics, man. That's like you if you are smart, you learn that shit. And that's the problem. MBA, that is actually it's a problem. People who study MBAs go to
You're
business
just like
schools. Only
spurging
people
out, man.
and business schools is only for people who want to
Unrelated.
make. And let's say if it's an add-on study, that's okay. That's for the career, but it's
Bro,
only for the career. You see,
you're filibustering Kaiser. It's
try again.
unrelated. Just you
I'm not
Kaiser,
filibustering.
Vivek
I
is a great
cannot.
example of somebody that does not have an MBA, went to school, got a biology degree, and then went to law school, and then started a business because his family comes from an
He
entrepreneurial
knows shit.
background.
No,
He
no, no, no.
started a
Pakistanis.
fake
My wife is
business, by the way.
Pakistani. Her family owns a bunch of fucking gas stations in Louisiana. That is what those
You
people do. They
understand?
buy businesses. That's also
Yeah,
what the
that's
Chinese and the Koreans and
yeah,
everybody
but
else does.
boxing,
That's why they're good at this.
What do you
Swampus,
mean by those
Swampus. Is
people?
that
Sorry.
an immigrant
I'm
thing?
talking about immigrants that come from
Yes, but
Verdammte Scheiße. Can I finish a fucking sentence? Honestly, executive. I will never come again because no, the running joke is over right now. That's important. Trumpist, he studied biology. He studied something real, something of importance, something of which creates value. MBA, that's just fucking administration, man. You don't, this is the problem. Americans are focused on fucking economics. That shit comes by the go. And yeah, you study MBA, but you need to learn some real shit. Then you can make the add-on stuff. I also did the add-on stuff. I also have a master of business administration later on. But that shit is like, that is not the basis, the fundament. The fundament must be something else. And that's the part of what is missing. Like, don't focus on how you can make money as fast as possible. Learn some real shit, but that shit is hard. This is why everyone goes to the fucking liberal arts. You need those. Don't get me wrong. But it's easy. Physics, mathematics. This is crunching. Economics. Come on. There's a reason why 70% of all economic students in Germany are women. I don't want to talk bad about women, but there's a reason why 70% of all the students are women. Okay? Let's be real about this one. When you go to the engineering part, electrical engineering, 10%. Physics, 10%. And there's a reason for that, because it shouldn't be like that. It should be actually not like this. But the thing is, that's the easy part. Economics is the easy part. And you don't create value with economic studies. You create value with studying mathematics, biology, chemistry, physics, engineering, all that shit. And the other stuff comes on top. And this is actually, when you look who founded those companies in the past, those people had more qualifications than an MBA. They were, I mean, come on.
I'm literally saying that
hey,
MBA,
Kaiser,
you
are filibustering, Kaiser. So I mean, we can stipulate that people who have MBAs are douchebags. I mean, does anyone disagree with that?
Nope.
No, but
Yeah,
that's the whole point. MBA is irrelevant. You think that to be an entrepreneur, you need an MBA. Sorry, in America, I don't know what the fuck you're doing in Germany, but that's not reality. In America, you just fucking start a business
really
to be
don't.
successful.
Yeah, my husband's got a prison.
think-
Wait, hey, excuse me. My husband has a
that.
prison GED, and he owns multiple businesses. So
Yeah,
you
dude. Every
definitely
successful
don't
person I
need the
know doesn't have a
MBA.
fucking MBA, dude. They actually just know how to run a fucking business. You're talking about, and guess what? No physicist has ever been fucking president in the United States. Nobody gives a fuck about anything that, like, education is
Swamp,
completely
dude,
irrelevant.
calm down, man.
Yeah.
I'm
You're
sorry.
like
This is
Dr.
how I talk. I'm
Dunish
not
or
actually
whatever.
that excited.
You
Sorry.
can't be
Sorry.
over
Donish.
140 IQ.
Well,
You
you're
can't be
just
over
He's
like
been
140
spending too
IQ.
much time in New Orleans.
Yeah, you're just like
Uh,
insulting everyone who does like a degree that's interesting. You know,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
like,
it
No,
we,
is much
I'm
harder.
okay.
Like,
I'm not anti-degree. We need those people. My point
I
is
mean,
just that the reason why people are successful in America is not because they're educated.
that's
When they
not.
come
I
here.
agree with that, but
That's
your metric of success is just like this business stuff.
No, no,
And
no. No. My point, the only point I'm making is that the reason why brown people run all of the I'm actually still fighting with Danish. The only
okay.
reason that brown people are
There was like a
successful and
little
run a
a
lot of
hint of
companies here is
the
racism in
because
that
that's
Danish.
Danish.
what they're
Can I
good
just
at.
So
say
you
that there
said
was
your
like a
wife is
hint of
Pakistani?
Yeah.
Hey, what do you got against
Okay,
Denmark
that's
that you're
interesting.
fighting with
Swamp is.
Danish?
You're kind of like
it's
going
like he
Swamp
after
didn't
is.
just say he could have just
Swamp
said
is.
the
nicely like
Browns.
Danish. It's okay.
No, he
I
should
would
have
have
said it
taken the
with the
Danish.
super
But the
southern
way
accent,
he
like
said it,
Danish.
he was like
Danish.
that Danish. I'm just saying
Danish.
it was a
Should have
I
said it
was
little
with a
doing I was
racism
southern
there.
you
accent.
know, I thought it was
Yeah,
funny
Danish.
that
when
was
Richard said
loaded.
it. So
So
doing it
There was
Swamp
just
justice.
like a
is
slight hint of
yeah,
I mean,
Swamp
racism
is
there.
just
listen,
like
success.
these people
Richard,
are ruining our country. I married
Like
one. I mean,
literally, that's kind of what I felt like. It felt like he was saying that. You're right, Richard. You're right.
but listen, success is what economic on average, like success. I mean, engineers and doctors on average make significantly more
yeah,
than
but
almost any
boxing,
fields.
like,
But I don't know what Swamp's metric of success is. It's really, you're right. It's weird. I don't know.
yeah.
I'm
Didn't
the
like Bill
metric of
Gates?
success is how my metric of success is what Dinesh was saying. Sorry, Dinesh.
Donish. It's like Donish. It's
Donish.
okay.
Okay, whatever it is. Okay. I'm into it. It's cool. My point is just that he was
Thought it
saying,
was
"Hey, we're coming
Dinesh.
for you. We're super competent." No, you guys are really good at running businesses. That's what you guys have came here to do. That's what
Well,
every
also Richard kind of
successful Indian, and then what they do, and then their second generation, because they want their kids to have an education. So all their kids are lawyers and doctors and shit like that, and all of them end up just being lawyers and doctors their whole lives and working their asses off.
no, but I
And then the
think
smart ones actually start businesses. An example is
I
Vivek.
so
And that's why he can be president. And that's
with
why a lot of
Vivek.
Americans respect him, is because he's actually an entrepreneur, not just because he's smart, just
He
Yeah,
his
said a few
okay. A
entire
things that
bad
you've never
example.
heard him say.
Vivek is a total con man, from what I can tell. I mean, that business
So,
was
don't disagree
totally
with you, Richard.
fraudulent.
I don't disagree with you, but that's what a good
that
businessman is a con
And
man.
by
that
the
crank
way,
is working.
you know,
Well, okay.
all I was gonna say is that Vivek has actually said why he's been successful. Sure, he could be considered a con man, but even before he went and built that company where he pump and dump in biotech. You know, before
Would you
that,
say? Do you think Trump's a con man?
yes.
You
Yeah, I
say that
do.
so
I do.
casually,
Okay,
like,
so
oh,
do you
sure,
not
he
think he's
could be a
still a
con
competent
man.
Columbus, you're
leader
just
of the
a
free world?
God. You're just a.
I mean,
Yeah,
yes,
I mean,
Trump was
Question.
a con man. That's actually a
Yes,
correct
he's a
statement.
con
he's
man.
kind
Yes,
of.
he is a con man.
But that's okay.
Con men are good at running
Yeah.
businesses.
No, they're not. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
All
Well,
right,
he
let's just take
runs
a
a
step back.
successful
All I was going to say,
multi-billion-dollar business.
but
I'm
but
sorry.
Richard said something very correct in the beginning that I wanted. He's right that it is truly it's not there's a billion of us, and the best literally climbed over the rest of them and got across the fucking river or the ocean. It's like not like you know, like literally my dad had to be the best in his entire district to be able to get a scholarship to come here, right? Like if you're literally selecting for the best of the best, and it's like that's sort of the what's happening. So I do want to be clear, like it's not all brown people are smart. That was not I was literally kidding, and I think that
But Dinesh, wasn't your father's goal to like basically for you to be a doctor?
no, not at all. My parents were upset. My dad was a businessman. He was actually upset that I went to med school. And by the way, I don't
Okay, so
even
you just
practice anymore. I run
yeah,
my
I
own
made my
business
point.
now.
Thank you.
Yeah. But sure, business was part of the culture. But again, success for us was you raise a good family and you make money. You're right. Those two things are important, and you get a good education. By the way, that used to be the American dream. I don't know if y'all, but for some
No,
reason, you all have
it's
forgotten it.
it's it's
And guys, I'm sorry, I will excuse myself. The reason why I got so heated is, why do you complain? The United States are getting the best of the best. I would happily switch. Let's take 2 million, let's say, of our, let's say, recent migrants on social benefits and give me 2 million Indians.
we
I
get
will
a lot of
happily make that
illegals that
switch.
are we get a
Kaiser.
lot of
Yeah,
illegals
Kaiser, I
already.
know, but dude, some of us don't want our entire country to smell like curry.
No, but the thing is, I mean,
I
you,
actually
you
like
don't.
curry, to be honest. I
Yeah,
don't
I do
I
Hey,
too.
don't
I'm
like
in
curry
curry.
is
Dallas right now, and I
fantastic.
fucking love it.
But
And
the
I'm
thing
I'm like
is,
the only
man,
one, but
I don't understand
that's why
what
I married
you.
my Pakistani wife because I love curry.
So yeah, but what you're complaining, you're
No
getting
wonder he
the
hates
most.
India.
The point is, America gets the most competent people in the world. Okay, look at it from a.
Kaiser.
Yeah, try to
Kaiser,
look at it from another
we
perspective here.
don't want to live in this environment where it's this like dog eat dog race to the top against the world. People want to establish a nation where your children, like, do you want your? I've always hated this notion of like give away all your money and make your children poor and they'll work their way up. It's like this reverse
I
Dickensian
agree with you, Richard,
concept.
but
No one wants that, Kaiser. It's
I
like
agree. But that's the world we're living right now in. And how can we change it? Can we?
I want my
Well,
son and
and this
daughter
is
to have
such
like a free ride. I mean, I don't want them to like compete against a billion
Yeah.
and a half Indians. I mean, give
Well,
me a
no, and
break.
Richard,
well, and this
you're
is one of the
100% right,
biggest
and that's how most Indians
factors.
feel. They don't
Yeah,
But
want
I
I
their
think it's
kids
a
to go through
understand.
that shit.
I understand this, and I actually, I mean, I find Doctor Donish to be a little bit off-putting. To be honest, this we're coming for you, whites. But I mean, you know, but I look, I think he's a good guy. But yeah, I mean, there's this contrast between one version of the American dream. There actually been many versions of what that means, but one version is it's just this like free for all, you know, race to the top. You know, if you're the most ruthless, you win, and if not, you die. Or like, no one actually wants that. People want like stability and where they get there's like a coherence where it's like my son, he could be a doctor, he could be an entrepreneur, or he could be a school teacher, and like he can have a good life. Maybe that's what he wants to do. Maybe he wants to be an artist and painter and be a bohemian. Like that's how normal people think. And
Well,
yeah,
the artist stuff, you lost me at the artist stuff, but I do agree with the rest of everything you
well,
said.
god damn it, you guys are superficial like
No, I
Philistines.
mean,
I mean,
I get what you're
Jesus
saying.
Christ.
I get what you're saying.
Well, and I think the generational thing, though, is like a big part of why you see success with immigrants because they don't have this mindset of like, oh, take your kids out at 18 and like you got to take your own licks and find your own way. Like they pass things on. They believe in generational wealth.
Yeah.
That's still like a concept with them. And in a, a lot of white America, like that's not how we look at it anymore. And that's a problem. It's a bit,
And
I mean,
how,
because
Yeah.
why
Well,
would you ever like
well,
want your children to start at zero? again. Like you've
scrap
already
Yeah.
for
done that.
something. Yeah.
And
But
Yeah.
it's
Richard,
not.
that
But it's not
point,
even just
yeah.
that. It's having kids in wedlock. I mean, that's one huge factor that immigrants have, and people underestimate that. And that includes white Americans who, obviously it's not as high as Black Americans, but immigrants, they have family structure. Whatever religion it is, they have a father household. So that is a huge factor with success as well.
But Richard, that point you just made is the point I was making, is that we
Okay.
have a lot of, well, it's but I'm just saying a lot of the white people in this country, for their affluent kids, so their kids go to Columbia, they go to Harvard, they go to Yale, they don't necessarily want their kid to be the CEO, because everybody knows the CEO and the CEOs and all the people in the C-suite, a lot of times they're fucking working their asses off. They don't actually want that. And so they actually, like, when they hit to the board and they want to, like, when it's like, okay, what do we do? Well, let's not give it to like somebody's
I
kid.
really do. You really think that people are like, I don't want my kid to be too successful? Like,
It's not
really?
about
Is that?
success. They want them to be successful, and they want them to hire an Indian to run their company so
It's
they can chill.
totally fine. Look, ultimately, Richard's right that in the culture, that at least again, I can only speak for my family and some of my friends who are Pakistani and Indian, like who grew up here. There was this sort of dog eat dog, like we're gonna work our asses off, like like you grow up with these stories of like what your family had to do to get here. It's like you don't know the shit like it's 2 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday night and you're in the library studying and then you like that shit hits you and you're like fuck I gotta keep going. It's like all that shit is like real. There is a level of like crazy like generational guilt that like gets you through the day. And by the way, anybody that's gone to school like med school and business school and law school with some of these folks, you'll see it like manifest. But I'm just saying like the immigrant aspect of it, again, I don't like Vivek for some of the things that Richard was actually saying. Hilariously, I agree with Richard more than I thought I did. But I think he is a con man in many ways because he took what was given to him and made the worst of it. To do what he did with a cancer drug and an Alzheimer's drug, like these are like incredibly awful things to do, in my opinion. Number two, he
I
actually worked with
agree.
the CCP on a very large extent. And I actually asked about this live, and he didn't have an answer. And then suddenly, like 6 months later, they started coming out. But literally, he had a joint venture with the CCP, not a Chinese company, the CCP owned company. So he is clearly a con man. He is not a good person. But the one thing he has said to me that has really resonated is that the true privilege that I had growing up is that I had a nuclear family unit. I had two parents that cared about me and that made sure I did well. That is a huge privilege. And I think in this country, unfortunately, having seen it, it's incredibly rare now. So many people come from divorced families. So many people come from broken families. It's unfair. It's an unfair advantage. And immigrants definitely have that advantage.
Well, so this is one of my more controversial takes. It always makes the ladies really upset. But in actuality, the advantage that you had is that you had an involved father.
No, I
Like,
agree.
it's not even as much about the two-parent household as it is having an involved father or father
Yeah, I
figure.
mean, but a byproduct of, I agree, but also a byproduct of, having a child in a two-family household is having a father in the life because that's guaranteed.
I
Yeah, no, but
understand that, but the
Hannah's
two
actually right.
things are not.
I've seen studies about that. Like even in a divorced household, the issue is really does your dad care about you?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and just
you have
because
the
your
same
dad
chance
is
of going to jail if you have if your father is just in your life as you do if both your parents are in your life. But if you're just with your mom, you have a very high chance of going to jail.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's like 70% higher that you're going to end up in the criminal justice system if you grow up with a single mom as opposed to a single dad, where the numbers look basically quite similar if you grow up in a two-parent home or a single father home.
I wonder if you even broke it down by race, if we would get a better understanding of that statistic.
Boxing, okay. I mean, it is what it is.
Boxing,
Always
like
boxing is always the same,
I'm
man.
glad that I
Unbelievable.
get to play like the liberal, and then we
Yeah,
have like boxing.
but Richard, a little point, and I agree with you. I don't want my child to grow up in a dog world. I mean, that's one extreme. But the other side, I also want that more discipline and more strive for excellence. And what I'm seeing across the Western world, what I'm seeing is a certain, you cannot deny that there's entitlement. Like, hey, we are rich. Like, when you look at the global, from global perspective, the Western world is rich, and everyone takes everything for granted. No, it's not granted. You must work for that, and you to even keep that level of prosperity, work your ass off, and that strive for excellence, like this push. We are losing that, and I mean, this is like in school, like, oh, now you want to abolish grades. You cannot even grade pupils anymore, like, because that might hurt their feelings, or that might be negative for their psychological development whatsoever. It's nonsense. I want strive for excellence. This is, and that doesn't mean second Jonathan. That doesn't mean a doggy dog world. But what I believe in self-reflectiveness and self-awareness, that we also must admit, when you look in the mirror, okay, here are things going on which are not the right way. And I don't know why many people have such a problem with that, of being self-critical. As I will tell you one thing, how I was raised. My father always said, no matter how I brought back A's, my father never acknowledged me. He said, yeah, continue. And that pissed me off maybe as a child, because I saw, oh, you're so awesome. You have a C. Oh, anyway, you did great. I never got that. But that is pushing, because, hey, there must be a certain push towards excellence. That doesn't mean that my father didn't acknowledge me, that I did good. He did it. But he said, you cannot just always blow someone with powder sugar up one's ass. You know, and it is, honestly, I know that might sound strange. But Richard, honestly, man, when I look at it, I'm being disgusted. This country was destroyed after World War II. It was completely, utterly destroyed. The only reason that I'm able to live in prosperity is because those people after the war, they came all together, the workers, the engineers, the academics, the clerks, and rebuilt it one brick by brick. And there was a strive for excellence. And that is, I hate, honestly, I have to say, I hate this kind of entitlement which is growing by the year. And when you ask, let's say, an entrepreneur, and you get, let's say, ask people what kind of reference letters they're becoming, what kind of job interviews. Like, hey, people cannot even write a good CV anymore, or let's say an invitation letter. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and Richard, can you acknowledge one thing at least, because this may be like, you and the other doctor will maybe shake hands on this, right? Can you at least acknowledge that even like, let's just say that you're historically a white American, and you're in medical school, and you see these immigrants working very hard because they have maybe a different mindset. You don't think that in that specific setting, it maybe brings the level of work ethic up a little bit further on their peers? Can you at least see that aspect of it?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, there needs to be competition, but not too much. I mean, I don't want my son competing with a billion Chinese and a billion Indians. At that point, it's like, why are we even living in the United States? I think it's a little bit like seasoning in a recipe. A little bit here and there, but not too much. You could ruin the whole meal. So I mean that's kind of how I would answer. I'm not going to like fully deny. Like, for instance, if I God forbid, had to undergo surgery, and my surgeon was Dr. Donish, I wouldn't have any worries. I'd be like, oh, this is a competent person. He's going to do his best, and so on. To be
I can't hear him. Fuck, he's.
What just
Oh,
happened?
phone might have
I
died.
feel like he was gonna do a
Phone could
dig.
have died.
App might have crashed.
I feel like he was about to say, but to be brutally honest, and then he was gonna say something negative, and I was really looking forward. I was bracing for impact.
He was
I was
probably
like,
going to say
oh,
he
come
would
on.
pick
Richard, are you
a
back?
Jew over an Indian. I was for a doctor.
I think
Hey,
Richard's
I
phone died.
probably pick a Jew over an Indian anyway. So
Guys, don't get me wrong. So, folks, let's say if half of the German companies are run by Indians in the future, that isn't the case. I wouldn't blame the Indians for that. I would blame our people that they're too fucking lazy to push for excellence. And this is, I think, the difference between, let's say, Americans, a lot of them, not all, a lot of Americans, and let's say the old Prussian spirit. We were always self-critical. If we didn't do good enough, we didn't put the fingers on others and blame them. We said, okay, we are not good enough. We must better ourselves. And that spirit, I want that spirit back. I want it back because it's the only way to go up, to increase prosperity. But blaming others is always so easy. This is why I also hate this, all these Jewish conspiracy theories. Oh, the Jews run the world. Why are you blaming Jews that they're successful and competent when they're studying mechanics and physics or whatever? I mean, look at yourself and better yourself. This is how Prussia was a fucking poor backwater state. It was the poorest of the poor in Europe. But we rose to
Even bad
excellence.
soil, Kaiser.
A
Even
bad soil.
sandy
I
soil.
mean, the only reason why we didn't starve to death is because we found the potatoes back then. I'm not joking.
Kaiser,
I'm not joking
true.
here.
It's true.
In 20
It's true.
years, half of all German businesses will be owned by Turks, but that's because there will be a lot more kebab stands.
That's true. I mean, yeah, it's actually sad, but it's true for Cloud.
Listen,
That will be, yeah.
Kaiser, I didn't tell you the
Doner
secret.
kebab's so good though.
When I took my MCAT, I didn't actually have to answer the questions. I just put a big Star of David in it, and I got in to medical school. So.
No,
Kaiser,
honestly, it pissed me off. You see these Nazi losers, these Nazi Lapa losers from the Albanian mountains, and the Jews, maybe you're too retarded. Maybe your parent didn't push enough that you get your ass up and kicked you in the ass. My parent did kick me in the ass. You know how my uncle taught my cousins to swim? He was throwing them in the lake and now swim. Learn to swim. Oh, but Dad, I cannot. Yeah, you will learn it. And
Yeah,
that is,
that
and now
happened to me.
it sounds hard, but that is the push,
I got
which,
thrown
okay,
into a pool.
not that hard. I don't say that we should go so hard. But
That's literally how I taught my best friend to swim, by the way.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
works.
And then you will learn to swim. You have to learn to swim,
that
otherwise
sounds
you will
fucking
drown.
awful. I'm just
No,
letting
I
you
wanted
Danish.
to.
I think Richard's back is
It's not that
listener.
So to be fair, when my friend started like help, I can't swim, I'm like, bro, put
Is
your
your
feet
friend
down.
alive?
The
Just be
water's down
honest.
to your waist. It's a
Oh, okay.
pool, not an ocean. Man up.
Yeah, Danish, don't worry. I mean, if something would have, there was no danger involved. Okay, was just you have to overcome certain struggles. You have to overcome certain personal limits. And I know it's hard, and I hated it when I was in school and when I was studying. There was moments I hated it, but you have to overcome that, and that is then you will grow. And I mean, it's not nice. Life cannot always be fine and nice and all that shit. Life is sometimes really ugly, but then you grow and then you move on.
But
And
Kaiser, I
honestly,
gotta tell you something.
yeah.
One thing Hannah said that it really now has got me fucked up in my head is that when my kid gets older, is my kid gonna be like the rest of the people? Even though me and my wife are brown, I'm sitting here thinking like, are we just like move? This is like kind of scaring the shit out of me. Like, am I supposed to be like,
Well, so the
guilt
thing
tripping my
is,
kids?
well, I don't think so. But okay, so I wanted to push back on something that Box Kid said, kind of because, it's having an involved father is actually not a natural result necessarily of having a two-parent household. Like if you have a father who works 80 hours a week, he's not involved. He's not there. So like I don't worry about my kids being woke, because my husband and I are very involved in their upbringing. So you can prevent that from happening. My hypothesis with the cultural like trends we see with like second or third generation immigrants is that because the previous generations are so hardworking, they're so focused on being successful that there is a lot of involved parenting, but that also not at the same time, if that makes sense. And I don't mean it as an insult. It's just that I think something gets lost somewhere in there.
There's definitely truth. There's definitely truth in that. But I will say, like, degrees of involvement. Like, yeah, my dad probably worked, I don't know, about 80 hours a week, but a lot. But just, but at least the involvement was kind of like psychologically like Dr. Danish, he like Danish said that there's like this, there's values and then there's pressure, and the pressure is the subtle pressure and achieving excellence, and maybe that does get lost over, the immigrants over the years. Maybe it's financial privilege, but involvement, I think is, it varies in differences, and but
No,
it
it
but,
doesn't. Sociologically, it doesn't. Like, that's not involved means involved.
oh,
And
okay.
statistically speaking, immigrant parents tend to be more involved in their children's lives. It's, you know, if you,
I know.
I've got, if
Yeah,
you could
but you
not
don't know what I
interrupt
just
me, if you could not interrupt me, that would be excellent. So, I have friends whose parents are, immigrants, and they're like greatest. So the thing that they're most thankful for, and also the thing that annoys them the most about their childhood, was like how involved their parents were. They know that they owe their success to that, but then also it was so frustrating. Whatever, you hear this quite a bit. Um, but I mean, those parents are like involved. This is like, and I'm sure Dr. I'm gonna butcher it. I'm sorry, Dr.
It's like
Dinesh.
think of Don and Donish, like Don the name Donish. That's easier
Donesh.
to
Okay, I see. Okay. I'm sure he could say, tell you like more about it, but it's a extremely heavy involvement that's just not common in white culture at all for the most part. Um, and in fact, like we call those parents helicopter parents and we villainize them and like all of these kind of things. And it's like, yeah, but it produces good things.
When I
And
was
Dr.
in college,
Dr. Danish,
I got to give you one
uh,
story, Kaiser. Before just I was in
1 second, Dr.
college.
Danish, because you asked the question about your children. There's an easy way to avoid this, that they become basically lazy, no do-gooders. I mean, yes, I mean, you make a lot, I guess, a lot of money, and you have a good life, and you obviously give one of this. You want your children to have a good life. That's normal, but you should never overcuddle them. I'll give you an example of my boss. My boss is a multi-millionaire. And so what is this? His daughter's now 18. She made her driver's license, and he paid for the driver's license, and she got a nice little car. I think some Volkswagen. And I was like, okay, this car is my present for you, but you have to work for it to keep it up. I will not pay for your benzene, for gasoline. I will not pay for your reparations. That's up to you. And that is how you learn discipline. And Swampus is laughing, but I think that's old school. That is what happened in Germany. That was normal. Like the dude could buy a Ferrari and pay everything, but he will never do that because
I
you
don't
see.
believe in
Yeah, but
doing that for
Kaiser,
daughters.
I know people who grew up rich, their parents didn't give a shit, always spoiled them and everything, and they're completely fine and
Yeah,
really
okay, it
successful.
happens, but
I'm just
spoiling is
saying, like
not good,
you're talking about
Swampus.
anecdotes, and I think I
But
don't think you're wrong,
Swampus,
but it's just not. It's
I'm not
not.
wrong. I'm not wrong. There's
My
empirical
point
studies
for
I
out
didn't say
Dr.
there.
you're wrong. I'm
Dinesh
just
was
saying it's not.
just
I'm
that
sorry, Swampus. I'm
you
not
can
wrong.
prevent your children from going by the wayside by continuing the practices that served your parents well. And
But
that's something that
Hannah, my parents were so annoying. You
I
can't even
listen, I
imagine.
get it.
You
I
can't even
listen.
imagine.
I honestly, like, probably more than most people, I wasn't allowed to leave the house by myself until I went to college. Like, I was raised by my older brother, and he was so involved and protective. Now, it never bothered me because I understood the reasons for this, but it's probably not on the same level. But I think I probably get it better than a lot of people.
When I was in college, I got in my junior year, I got my first B in all of college. My parents drove down to see and search my apartment to see if I was on
I believe
drugs.
it. I believe it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know that I mean, you probably could like polish it up a little bit. You don't have to be, maybe that level, but I do think that that's part of why you see the phenomenon is because they say like my parents were so annoying, I'm not going to be like that, and then uh, you know, then their kids turn out woke, you know.
Well, so let
But
me just
W-
hold on. Let me
We
just say
you
something.
succeed. There is something to be said about seeing what other people did that led to success and copying that. What your parents did was clearly very effective. Look at you, you're a doctor.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
don't throw it out the window at least.
Wait,
That's
wait,
I
all I'm
mean,
saying.
hold on, Kaiser.
no,
What
no,
did
hold
Nick just
on,
say?
you boxing. I'm cross here. You hold on now. Exactly, Dr. Danish. Hannah, spot on. Yes, obviously, you shouldn't be that hard. I mean, there's no reason to be that hard. But still, push for excellence, discipline, work ethics, and yeah, Swamp is about spoiling. I mean, you can say it's anecdotal, but but it's not anecdotal. There's so many empirical studies out there, psychological studies. If a child is non-stop spoiled without any repercussions, no matter if it's doing well or shitty, that will create, that is building. I mean, those people are useless as an adult. They're useless. They're not even used to be let's say to be held accountable. You see it in the job all the time. And yeah, Dr. Danish, maybe don't be that hard. I mean, obviously, but still, a push for excellence is never bad. I mean,
But do you
I
think
think.
that?
Yeah, you can push for excellence and still like, not like be just insane. I'm just saying, half of my friends
I
that were
agree.
very
I
rich and
agree.
spoiled are drug addicts, and the other half are
I
very
agree.
successful.
I agree. So
It's
this is
just
the
not. This isn't
Yeah.
like a. There's no like hard and fast way to raise kids. It's
no.
just not
This
reality.
is the
But do
point
you
I was
think like
making.
super
I
like
mean,
overbearing kind of helicoptery? Like Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of college. He's like his parents weren't being so overbearing that he couldn't like go out on his dream on his like 20% chance. That's where I think like the immigrant mentality might not
but
play out. I
helicopter
won't say like
parenting
what you
doesn't
think,
have
Dr.
to
Danish.
be
I'm not even
overbearing, you
talking. Yeah,
guys.
yeah, Jonathan, you don't understand it. I'm not talking about overbearing. This is not the same, not even close to the same. I'm
But if
talking about holding your children also accountable what they're doing, and push them and stuff. Okay, you didn't do well. Improve yourself. Otherwise, it will have a. I mean, that is not the same as overbearing. It's not even close to being the same. I'm
but
sorry.
okay,
Yeah,
like that kind of
it's
parent wouldn't really like, oh, you're out of high school, you want to start your own business. Like that kind of parent wouldn't really think that starting your own business is as viable as going to the guaranteed college route.
Not
Like if the
necessarily. Like that's people aren't. They're not. That's not necessarily true. Like
Yeah,
I,
that was not true for
my
me at all,
adult
actually. Yeah.
my adult children are very successful. Only one of them went to college. Like they're very successful in what they do, and so it just
gotcha.
but we push them for excellence, like choosing to rest on their laurels or on, I want them to have all of the advantages that we have worked hard to grant them in
What
life.
parents don't push their kids for
But
excellence?
many don't. I grew up in the hood. Like
Well, yeah,
this is
okay,
a
well that's different. We're not talking about. We're
but
talking about if
also
your parents have
No, no,
money
no, no,
and your
no.
parents are affluent.
no, but
No, that's
also
actually, hold
many
on, hold on.
don't. They're just like, okay, whatever you want to do, follow your heart, like, but all of that nonsense.
Dude, half the
I
people
don't
I
know.
went to high school with, their parents were rich and they did not get pushed for excellence at all. They were
Yeah,
just happy that they weren't. I mean, like, that's like a real thing. Like,
Yeah, they were happy
it's
that they're not totally dumb, so to speak. I get that. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Dr. Swamp, or not Dr. Swampus, maybe you are coming from a background where it was normal that you
Dr.
were pushed.
Swampus.
No,
that is
Hold on, I'm
literally
gonna
what I'm gonna
change my.
call
I
him
gotta
now.
change my
Dr.
my name to
Swampus.
that real
Dr.
quick. Sorry.
Swampus is actually sounds cool, but yeah,
Dr.
I
Swampus.
do think that unfortunately, yeah, you observe and even ask. There are even studies out of, let's say, human resources people, corporations, and look at what they're saying. The quality of, let's say, of applicants, what they're getting. People who apply for jobs out of the college or out of university, it's getting worse. Like there's also a lot of entitlement. Like there was a recent study, like how I want to be treated by my boss, and I don't want to work that. This whole notion, don't work too much, work-life balance, which is good. Obviously, I also like a good work-life balance, but it's look. Dude, you're coming fucking fresh out of the university, and you're coming with a bullet point list of, okay, this is what I want to have. What about just stay quiet, be humble, and work? And then, if you have proven yourself, then you can make demands. But not these people didn't even have one job and already come with a list of demands. And that's not me talking anecdotal. There are studies out there, corporate studies, people, basically human resource people were asked across the board, and that's not good. That's but where are these people, children, teenagers, tweenies, are getting these notions from? It's obviously it's society, but also parents. I mean, the parents. I mean, they have the biggest influence on you and your teachers, obviously, and they are forming you as a person and as a character. And that doesn't mean, Jonathan, that they should be overbearing. Actually, I don't think overbearing is also not good, because I mean, life can be dangerous, and like this notion that that this helicoptering in the negative sense. Also don't think that's good, because children also should learn responsibility and trust. Like, okay,
Yes.
like my mom said to me, okay, I trust you that you will come home at 7 o'clock. And if I did that, it was awesome. If I didn't do that, there were repercussions, because I broke the
Yes.
trust. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
And
Yeah, so
listen,
easy.
Well, and
I
just to
come
add,
from the background of like a parent who was super chill, like did not care about grades or anything like that. And I gotta say, I would definitely have done a lot better in life if I had a parent that was more supportive and involved, had consequences and all of this. So it's like, and I always sought that out from my friends' parents who were more like that. And generally speaking, kids who have that will do better in life because they've been pushed to do better in life and they had people holding them to account. If you don't have anyone to hold to account, you better fucking hope that you end up more like me, who held my own self to account, because people like my brother who didn't do that, they're not doing as good in life as the kids who had that. So I do think there is a lesson to be learned in actually doing more what Kaiser and Patriarch Hannah are talking about than being super chill and not really caring about this sort of stuff for your
yeah,
kid because
it's
you
good
had
to have like a
overbearing parents.
balance.
Yeah, there's
yeah.
definitely
Yeah,
a
Well, did
fine
anyone fear
balance,
their
but
parents? Did anyone fear their
Yes.
I
parents?
Yes.
was
Yes.
I
Yes.
at times I
definitely
feared my
scared of my
100%.
parents.
brother.
Yeah,
Yeah. This is
yeah,
the.
like
wait,
Hold on.
fear
Hold
your
on.
parents? What
Yes.
do you
Fear.
mean?
yes,
Shame.
Oh,
like the
Shaming them.
fucking
Shaming
up,
them.
like the
Yeah.
I thought you said
consequences.
HEAR.
Fear. 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 But this is the thing.
Dr. Dinesh left, but I was going to share with him about how, like, my brother made it very clear that I would be punished if I made less than a hundred on any of my spelling tests, because you have all of the answers like ahead of time. It's a spelling test, and so like I always got hundreds on them. But he punished my brothers that grew up with me like a bunch of times, because he was like, "This is fucking retarded. Like you have all of the
I got
answers."
smacked a lot, not necessarily by my dad, but my mom.
Oh, I don't
Um,
like that. Ugh.
Oh,
like
dude, my mom wasn't
because my
allowed to.
mom got disciplined quite a bit in their house. Italian immigrant parents, they weren't fucking around, but like they were always like fairly well behaved. But like when they weren't, like my mom's middle sister was always getting like spanked, like the belt. It's like go get the belt, you know. Here, hand me what
My
I'm gonna beat
dad,
you with.
my dad
But like
wasn't
you know, like
allowed
my
to.
mom had a bad temper. She doesn't, you know, she after a
Yeah,
certain
but
point
look at Zeki, look at
after a
Hannah and
certain point,
Marie.
because I talked back a lot though, Kaiser. I
When you
talked back. It wasn't like, oh, I
oh,
just got hit.
you
No,
were
no, I would say shit.
revolutionary. You were
Yeah, no, I would talk
revolutionary.
back. So like there was one at one
That's why he's a
point I was
boxing fan. You know what I
talking
mean?
back as a senior in high school, and I was with my grandmother. My grandmother was taking me out shopping, and I made some sort of comment because my grandmother I had talked and had joked. And I made a comment, and my mom didn't like it, and she like went to like sort of smack me, and my grandmother got in the way and she smacked my grandmother, and my grandmother's like, enough of this, enough. Like he's like 17 years old, enough. And like that was the last time my mom ever like raised her hand. That was it. That was the end of it. Yeah, usually you have to get shamed as a parent, and you're like, this doesn't work. This is bad.
And that's the
That's
beauty
what
of
it
being
takes. Yeah.
a grandparent. Grandparents can always play the good cop. It always happens. I look at my parents right now, and they have
Grandparent privilege is a
yeah,
real thing.
it is, Hannah. It's unbelievable. Like when
Yeah.
I see how my mom and dad raised me and how they behave now towards my nephew, crazy. But yeah, it's a grandparent good cop, you know. But anyway, look at Hannah here and Marie. two of the most unpretentious based women in the space, and this doesn't come from nothing. There's a reason why you two are the way you are. And Marie, what you said, you had the self discipline to basically give yourself what you didn't get. And look at Hannah, and there's a reason why you're so based. Honestly, there's no entitlement with you. There's no like the gen stuff. Nothing like this. You're fucking based, and that's a reason. I'm just saying, and I'm not surprised, honestly. And
I do have to say about the grandparent thing, sometimes grandparents can create issues. Like my grandmother spoiled the shit out of my brother and it really fucked him up in life, I gotta say.
How bad
Yeah,
can
think,
spoiled
absolutely.
work?
You
be?
have
to
have the parent balance. Like my grandparents were very overindulgent with us, but my brother was extremely strict. And like there was some, I don't know, there were some boundaries there for sure. So it's you've got to have the right mix. Otherwise, I agree with you. It can become really toxic. It like depends though, because someone was talking about like having wealthy, parents or people being wealthy. Like my grandma always used her wealth in a way to like control my mom. So if my mom like was like, "Oh no, I don't want you to do that," like give this to my son or take
Oh
him
yeah.
this, she's like, "I'm gonna take your kid away from you." So she would use her wealth in a way and her lawyers like to control
Well, yeah,
this
that's a
stuff
lot of
and fuck my
toxic
brother up.
behavior, though. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, see, it's like it's pretty much like if you have like toxic behavior like in your family line, like it's pretty hard to break those type of, things.
But you
Wait,
came out well, Marie. But I have to say,
Oh
you
yeah, my
came.
grandma didn't care as much about me. She has a thing for boys, so I
But
didn't
how did
have
she
as much
indulge him
of
like
her
so bad that
infiltration.
yeah? How did she indulge him? Like, what did he do specifically?
Like he'll be bad and he would run to grandma and she would make it all better and you could never, discipline
Did you guys
him
live
because
close or
he
something?
went to grandma. What?
Did you guys live close to your grandparents or something?
Yeah, very close, like
Oh,
15
gotcha.
minutes. If my grandpa was alive, he would not have let any of that slide. He was very, very scarily strict.
Yeah, but like this is the thing I was saying earlier. You just to dismiss parents who work a lot, right? To then assume then that those values can't be like the most important thing to me was again the fear or like the shame or the accountability.
I didn't. No
So
one said that,
no,
Boxing.
yeah, yes, you did. Yes, you said involvement.
No, I
Yeah,
did not.
I
Do
listen.
not. Don't misrepresent what I said. Okay, that's not what I said. But yeah, if your father
Yeah.
doesn't actually spend time with you, then he's not involved in your life. That's actually just a fact. That doesn't have anything to do with working a lot or working hard. What was he doing when he wasn't working? I would assume spending time with you. But there's
Yeah,
lots of people whose parents don't spend time with them, period. So
yeah. I
do not
mean,
misrepresent what I said.
right. Okay. I didn't say he was okay. Fair enough. But the point I'm saying is that the the time. I don't think it's the amount of time because you're right. It's not like the time in which my dad wasn't working. He was out, fishing with his buddies. It was spent with this because the thing that he says he regrets the most is that he wasn't able to. His career working all those hours. He wasn't able to do things like be there for every like sporting event and all those things. But I don't think that affected my performance in school. I think he left. It caused him a lack of joy, and I guess me a lack of, I guess, feeling like, oh, yeah, it's nice that like dad's there, but mom's there. So I think that the time it could be advantageous, but I think more importantly than not is the kind of the pressure, which I didn't like it when I was
I
younger.
disagree, but also I will say that we put too much emphasis on events. Like you're saying, okay, yeah, he missed some of your sporting events, but there was consistent time spent with you in the home, teaching you things, appreciating you as his child, those kind of things. So it's like, yeah, I'm sure that, yeah, I mean, it's sad, obviously, that he couldn't make it to all of your stuff, but also the he could have made it to every game and then not done the other stuff, and I think that would have been not as good, because watching you play what baseball, were you baseball or
So I played soccer now,
okay, watching you play soccer is
actually not spending quality time with you.
Right,
That's watching you play soccer. Yeah.
I think it's good for the dad not to go to some of that stuff. Like,
Yeah,
not,
yeah,
not
yeah. No,
everything.
retrospectively speaking, I understand. Like, I'll give you an example, Hannah, and it's that my dad would have to he would go like round like super super early to try to get back at home by like 6:30 to always try to have dinner. Like that would be like something very
Mm-hmm.
important. But he would have to work like a fucking dog, and then sometimes have to go back to round. And it's he says like it's like I don't think that like the emotional availability to having to get numb by working in he's a neurologist working like those many hours. It's a tough thing to do, and that's why I didn't want to pursue that specific field for a lot of other
I
reasons.
mean,
But
boxing, clearly what your parents did worked well. You're very successful, and
I'm damaged,
so
but I'm all right.
I'm not
I'm kidding.
meaning
I'm
to
kidding.
insult your parents in any way. Like, I mean, it sounds like your dad, he chose right. If he was,
Yeah, it's
if his goal was to be home for dinner, but he missed some soccer games, like, I think that would be the
Yeah,
right
it's more
choice.
than just soccer. No, it's more than the soccer games. Just in it, like this. I felt there's a lot of things that who knows what it is. But maybe like sometimes as a parent, like the way that you describe your family situation is your husband has an opportunity to spend a lot more time tangibly, like in physical
Yeah,
form with his kids,
all
and
day, pretty much.
yeah, and I don't, and that's something that I think that in that case, I think a lot of men who are career driven, especially in the medical field, will never have that opportunity. But I don't feel that achieving privilege and achieving those things, you can't install the values. It may be more difficult, but I think that that's kind of what I would focus, at least when I have children, God willing, on.
Every decision you make is a decision not to do something else. And so if you've chosen to go into the medical field, you've seen the choices your dad made, you know how it affected you. You'll have to make the same choices, and you'll have his experience to draw from, or whatever, and your experience as his child to draw from, to maybe make them better, if that's which I'm not saying he didn't do them well. You get what I'm saying, though. Or to kind of you know fix, I don't know, shine it up, you know what I
Tweak
mean?
it, fine
Right,
tune.
tweak. Yeah, fine tune it. Thank you very much. But I think part of it is that, like, it's not that my husband's not career driven. He's very successful, but like, I think we often lose sight of the fact that, like, fathers go to work for the family, mothers stay home for the family. If the family is the focus, not the career, not the social life or any of those, it's all about the family life, then no matter your the employment that you have, you're going to figure out how to do that best within your circumstance. You know what I mean? Our kids are not the typical children, right? They haven't lived in our home for their entire lives. They take a lot more work, actually. Like, what we do, and having this many children, and the children that we have wouldn't actually work if my husband wasn't if he hadn't chosen to set his life up the way that it is, and his career up. It just literally wouldn't be feasible, you know? And so, I'm not saying that everyone has to do it exactly the way we do it, or else, like, it won't work. But I know a lot of kids, when we moved to the suburbs and I switched to public school, a lot of the kids in our neighborhood went to the, like, ritzy Catholic school. Their fathers worked literally all the time. And they would make the softball games and the cheerleading competitions, but they weren't home any of the rest of the time. And then when they were, Friday nights or whatever, they might be home, but then they'd take the mom out. And then so we were just at the house by ourselves. And so it's just, the family wasn't like a focus at all. And that was more what I was referring to, not
Yeah.
necessarily like the amount of work that's done. Anyway.
Yeah, where it almost becomes secondary, like a burden, a
Yeah.
chore. It just
Yeah.
is. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, like, they're my kids, but like, oh, well, I've got a life too. I'm not going to. Yeah, that's very
Right,
common.
right.
It's very common, and it's like, I work so hard, I earn a lot of money. You got lovely toys and a beautiful home and like activities. I'm going out tonight with your mom, and I'll see you tomorrow, basically.
Yes, literally. There'll be like families where you just enter in the home and you're like, none of these people in this house know anything about one another. Like the children don't fundamentally know who their parents are as people, and their parents truly don't even know like almost anything about their kid except for surface level, like this is their grades, this is what teams they're on, and that's pretty much it. And they'll know like maybe one of their friends' names.
Right.
They don't know shit about their kids, and their kids don't know Yeah, shit they're about just their people who parents. live under the same Yep. roof. It's
Yeah.
really,
And then the
really
parents freak
sad.
out when something bad happens, like the kid's caught sneaking out.
Exactly.
And,
Right.
like, you're like, what is
Exactly.
going on? It's like, well, where the fuck have you been? Like,
And
They also
then
get
it's
shit
like,
faced. They get
and then
shit faced in front of their
quickly,
kids too.
it's just the kid now is going off to college, and now you've lost any real chance of having this fundamental relationship with your child until maybe they're 25. And then maybe you can have like this adult relationship with your child, but there's always this conversation of like, much like I've seen so many of my friends go through this like with their parents where they can finally now have a relationship with their parents that they always wanted, but now it has to be when they're an adult.
I mean, the
I
amount
think
of
it's too
times that
late at that point, you know,
I've seen all the
because
rich kids, their parents
yeah.
get shit faced in front of their kids is like crazy. And that's one thing I look back and I'm like, I'm so glad that my parents weren't like, partying like that in front of me. And I see
Yeah,
it's a
and
very
I agree,
distasteful thing.
boxing. Like, and very quickly before we go to Sherry, like, there were kids in my high school whose parents were like always gone, always out of town, and it's like, where are they going? And the kids eventually be like, I don't fucking know. They're at our house in Florida, or they're like here, they're out skiing out west. Why didn't you go? Well, I mean, yeah. So I mean, literally, just gone. And like
So
I knew
weird.
we had there were a few kids whose parents were gone so often that we just always had parties there. Oh no, it's not they were out of town. They were
That's what I
gone.
was
They
gonna
like
say,
didn't
Zach.
reside
Those are
there.
always the
Yeah.
houses that have the best parties because the
Yeah,
parents are never
the
there.
best ones were the person whose parents were divorced and they had like an out of control dad who's like just didn't give a shit about that. That's like what we had. We had like a friend and my parents like didn't care if I had people over, just as long as nobody was like disrespectful or broke anything or was very loud at night. They didn't care. Because like we didn't tell them anything and they never found things out. But like, and that was the deal. But you had to have people that were just not around, or there would never have been epic parties. And it's like you were gone. I would never leave my house unattended for weeks at a time with like my fucking teenage kids living there. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Like, so I think there's a lot of naivete there too. It's like, oh, my kids are grown, they're fine. There's two of them. It's like, okay.
And second, the important point is what Marie also alluded to. And let's say material stuff can never ever replace attention of the parents.
Yes.
And that's the important thing. And what I see the same with my wife. I mean, she basically had the same kind of parents, you know. They were living, she and her brother were living on their own, basically, starting from the age of 17. She was 17, he was 19. Parents were traveling, or the dad was working. And they had a good, material-wise, they had a good life, a great life, you know. But you still see, my wife has a very bad relationship to her parents, because basically she's now accusing them, hey, you never gave a shit about me, about anything, and now you know, when you get older and you have problems with your health whatsoever, you want someone to take care of you, or someone who is showing compassion, because your man, the husband, he's cheating on you or he left you, and now you need me. And she has this repulsion, like I always call, hey, call your mom, talk with your mom, and they cannot force her, obviously, but I see where it's coming from. So material stuff can never replace the attention. And boxing, to your point, it's not, you said it, it's not the amount of time. Obviously amount of time is important, but if your dad was working a lot and still in the little free time he had, he spent it with you, that's important. And that is,
Yeah.
which you will appreciate in the future more and more, because he made really an effort, you know. He was tired and he actually wanted just to sleep or have a drink or whatever, but no, he still spent time with you. And that you will actually appreciate more, because he really gave everything for the family, as Hannah was saying. And that's important, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, it's
Yeah.
funny that I remember my parents, they got in an argument. Well, they told me this like years later, but my mom would think it would be kind of bad for us to see my dad like come home and have like he's not an alcoholic, but he would have a drink after work. And there was like a dispute about that. Like it didn't really matter, but they didn't know if that was like a bad or good thing, you know, to show your kids. And I don't think it's bad, but you know, like those type of things matter. Like when parents take kids to like sit at a bar, my parents never did that. Like I guess that these are just like things that are. It's just I don't know. It's really weird.
I sat at bars in like Europe with my dad. He's like, "We're going." It's like, okay, but like, yeah, there was this one person on my parents' street growing up, and they had kids around my age and my brother's age, and the mother was incredibly fat, and they were wealthy. A tragic story about the family. I won't get into it, but the mother was very fat, and the kids had so many toys that oftentimes they had like multiples of the same toy. You know when that happens, like it's like holy shit.
way too much money.
Just
Way
a
too much money.
very indulgent family,
Right,
overindulgent
super
family.
indulgent, and it was tragic because like the kids were always left to their own devices. The father was constantly working, bigwig
Well, sure, he
attorney.
had to pay the grocery bill,
Yeah, and
apparently.
well, she was a closet eater, but would like order up a storm for everybody else, quote unquote, and then would eat all that, whatever. But like I think that it was just so tragic to see that, and like my parents, or like especially my mom, would often emphasize like, I could buy you all those toys, but I'm just like I'm not doing that. This is so horrible to see that walking into their house, toys strewn about, like no order, no discipline, just disgusting behavior. And then you can't keep track of your kids' behaviors if you're unhealthy and obese. So, like the housekeeper began finding things later because no one was managing these kids. So like the daughter was like sneaking guys into the basement having sex, finding condoms under like the bed and stuff, like absolute savage behavior. And yeah, I mean, quite disgusting, but yeah.
My
Yeah.
gosh. Well, and
Yeah.
about the drinking thing. So my brother doesn't drink at all, but I grew up in a home that always smelled like weed. I don't know if there's any pictures of us from like my childhood where he didn't have a blunt like behind his ear, in his hand, like whatever. Now, obviously, I'm not condoning this. I'm not saying it's okay or anything like that. But, I think it's okay for your kids to see you have like a glass of wine or like a
Oh, for
beer
sure,
or
for
a
sure.
cocktail or something, as long as like, you're not. I agree with you about the,
Yeah, I had a
getting
buddy whose dad
smashed.
drank liquor or wine out of like a big like mug, so that like we couldn't see it, but it was so clear what was in there. And then like during like a
Yeah.
sports game, he'd like leap up, be like, "Oh, you motherfucker!" It's like,
I think
whoa,
it was the
whoa,
concept.
easy.
I think it was Hannah. I think it was the concept of going like not the drink, is my family drinks. Like it's the concept of coming back and drinking. I don't know. That was like a weird thing. But Hannah, this is something you can make fun of me because this is funny. Is that one time my parents, they go grocery shopping at like nice grocery stores. One time, so I know but I don't know what it was. She had to pick up milk, and mom picked up like milk at like Save a Lot because it was the only thing that was open, and I refused to drink it. So that's
Yeah, I'd get into trouble for things like I remember like my mom,
Bougie, bougie.
my grandfather was like sick, and like my mom was out of town, and like my dad was there, and he like made dinner for us, and he was stressed out, and it wasn't very good. And so like my brother and I were like, not eating it. And like the next night the same thing happened, and he got so angry he like threw the food at us because we're like, we don't want this is disgusting. And he's like, damn it, you should be grateful you get anything. So I don't know. Like it's so funny to see like parents like kirk out too. It's like, I've had it. I've had enough of you. But I mean, it does happen. Like,
Boxing. What did you think was wrong with the Save-A-Lot milk?
I didn't fucking know. I just was, I just
Oh,
that's what the whatever. I don't want to say what it's just with the that's what the I don't know
that's where
the
the
under
pores
underclass drink. You know what I
shop.
mean? But also another
Yeah,
funny
yeah.
thing is that this was like right after like the time of like Passover. I guess my parents like you have a glass of wine, but my parents let my little brother. I don't know how old he was. I'd have like a little sip of wine, like not like a lot. And then we had like
Manischewitz.
nah, it wasn't. And maybe it was Manischewitz. You know what I mean? But I think my parents had like something, and then we had like a babysitter, maybe like maybe one time a week they would do that. They'd go out, or every week or every other week they'd have like their own, like, because the weekends they'd spend with us. And what happened is that my brother went to the fridge to pour himself a glass. I think he was like maybe like 10, to pour himself a glass of wine, and the babysitter freaked out. So that was a funny one.
Yeah, like my parents went out a lot, and I remember liking it. Like in high school, it's like every I can't remember which nights, but like every night they'd like go out, they go to symphony, they do this, they do that, and it was like lovely to have, like, I don't know, 3-4 hours at least of time alone in the
Or
house.
it's fun to have a babysitter too, because like the babysitter doesn't know the
Well,
rules
I
of
had
the
an older
house.
brother, so eventually that like stopped. So he would babysit, and then we'd like order pizza. And he'd like go into his room, and I was just also left to my own devices. So it was
Yeah,
nice.
I don't
that's
talk about it a lot, but growing like from the time I was like 6 to 10, Daniel worked offshore, and we would be at home by ourselves for like 3 weeks at a time. Um, and like there were adults who like would check in on us. My aunt and uncle would have to pick us up to take us to school because we went to private school, stuff like that. But I mean, like, we like existed on our own quite a bit. His schedule changed at some point to where he was working 14 and 14 instead of 21 and 7, which again, I am not saying that this is an okay way to raise children, but it's like you really can mess up a lot of things and do a lot of things, quote unquote, wrong if you do the right things right. Because none of us ever got in trouble from it. Like none of us really. One of my brothers that grew up with us ended up in a lot of trouble, but the rest of us, we're fine. We went to college. We have. Well, I don't have a job, but we have successful lives and all of these things. So there's some give there.
Yeah, I think Hannah made an important point here. At least in the past, it used to be that children had to learn responsibility quite early on for the younger siblings, for example. Like in my mom's house, there were like 6 siblings all together. The older ones took care of the younger ones. There was a lot of responsibility, and but it worked out, and I think it's good. It's a shame for you, Second, that you didn't get a hot, let's say, babysitter.
Oh no, we had them. We had them.
Ah, okay, then it's cool. So it wasn't
I
only your
remember a
brother.
few of them. They were actually quite funny.
It's
One or two we just drove absolutely crazy, but there are a couple that we really liked too.
Did you ever have a babysitter misbehave because one was like banging a guy? Like, I don't know how old I
No,
was.
no, there's nothing like that.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
she.
boxing. That's not a porn movie. Come on,
No,
boxing.
not me. I wasn't involved. I was a child.
No,
I
but
was
occasionally you hear tell of like the babysitter's boyfriend coming or something, and
correct.
that did
Yeah.
happen. Maybe it happened once, but everything was above board. So
I do agree with you though, Boxing, about the partying thing. Like I grew up in South Louisiana and like people get drunk at their kids' birthday parties. Like this is like a normal thing that people bring
I
like
would do that.
ice chests of beer to the kids' birthday parties. The adults all sit around and like drink while the kids are on the fun jump and stuff. And I just always thought that was like so bizarre.
The adults are so
Like
miserable that they have to get drunk, basically.
but why would you
Exactly.
be miserable at your child's birthday
I can
party? Like
think of
I
many
don't
reasons.
understand. No,
It's
there's
just
a
boring
fun
as
event.
hell. The kids
No,
running
it's
around
not.
screaming.
That's a lame party
The
then.
parents
That's
being really annoying.
Yeah, and
nah,
this is
nah,
and
nah,
this is this
nah.
is what really made me like turned off from like young. Because I live in an area now that there's like a lot of younger single moms, because like military, get married, get divorced, right? So I'd go out and I'd see these people, these women who have kids, who get absolutely fucking shit faced. And I'm like, I listen, my dad, drinks, but he occasionally gets drunk. I never saw my mom get drunk. She drinks. And I can't imagine my mom being like a fucking drunk. Like it is like it would be like the most uncomfortable thing. These women who are out slurring words. I'm like, you have a kid at home, and you're like being like, saying, "Oh, come," like insinuating people have sex with them, type of thing. I'm like, that is like you're a mother. Like, be better. I don't
It's
know.
very unbecoming.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel you there. I don't understand. But we're not drinkers. I don't really understand like alcohol culture so much.
I mean,
I just
I
don't
love
get it.
alcohol. I'm not gonna lie. I love
I
alcohol.
totally get the boxing.
I know. I feel much more strongly about alcohol than most other people.
when it comes to the birthday parties, I mean, I know today it's different. Today there are these huge birthday parties for children with all the stuff. But I mean, I remember my birthday party was most like a family reunion. You know, okay, people had it was an occasion where people came together. Obviously, then the adults, the men will drink alcohol, and with the women, it's box. I totally feel you. Like your mother, seeing your mother totally drunk. That's like I can't imagine. I mean, maybe I was raised in patriarchy, in the patriarchy, you know, like. But for the man, it is kind of, you know, it is what it is. Let's say a little bit of, how you call it, tipsy. Tipsy is okay. Like when the women get tipsy, okay. But then that's like the level, you know. You don't go full. I mean, honestly, even today, when you see, let's say you go in the club, okay, I'm not, let's say you go to the club and you see these totally wasted girls. Oh man, that's sad to see. Like, that's honestly like, don't copy the worst behavior of the man. Like, you know, but it's not cool. Like,
Yeah, it's a turn
I don't
off.
know.
It's a
Yeah,
huge
it's
turn. Like
absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
I've never felt like this like weird thing. Like it's always like the guy that like can't get women that are like, let's go find like the drunkest girl at the bar. Like that whole like culture thing, like it's just weird. It's just like it's not like I'm not even like, but you know, the thing is that what really like to me it was like always like the most ridiculous thing was I don't know when this happened, but there's like this culture shift with like moms where it's like I take care of my kids and then I have a big glass of Chardonnay. Like and it was like I'm like, listen, you guys
Like
are
honey
advertising
badger.
like what?
Whoa.
What did you
Yeah,
say?
but it's the truth. Come on, guys.
What
Let's
culture
not
did you
preach.
say?
No, it's egal. Doesn't matter. Let's move on. You didn't hear it. It's okay. Yeah.
I
Other.
what you're talking about though, Kaiser, it's like this is just another one of those things of like we can rage about it. Not me, I don't care, but other people. It's unfortunately or fortunately, the standards are just not the same for men and women. There's behavior from women that is accepted and understood and dealt with. You know, people tolerate it, whatever, whether it's good or bad behavior. But if you saw a man exhibiting this behavior, you would be grossed out. And it works for women too. Like it's not good behavior for men to be drunk, especially not in public. But like there's just something kind of gross about it when it's like a woman. Like that's just it. Just is what it is. The standards aren't the same. We can try to be as egalitarian, you know, try to push that. But I think naturally people are just kind of like, ugh, this is like not good,
But
you
Hannah,
know.
you also see what's fascinating. Hannah is, I mean, we all make jokes about Phil. He's always drunk. But we still see when it was about, yeah, I will say the name again, about Honey Badger, we all pretended, only sometimes, you know, when she totally went overboard, we said, okay, maybe, or someone said something. But we always, you see, because it was uncomfortable. We all knew, okay, what's going on right now. You can hear it in the voice, but you still pretend there's nothing to see there. And because it's just uncomfortable to call out a woman, okay, you are drunk, because
Yeah, it's because she's an
yeah,
older lady.
yeah,
Nobody wants to offend her. Yeah.
exactly. And with Phil, we make the shit jokes all the time because, and you see, because I do think
Yeah, you're right.
it's like, because to see, let's say a woman who's in the middle of her life, and to see her always, and not one time or two times, literally almost always. Okay, there's something. It's really, it made me feel very uncomfortable. I have to say honestly, I just wished that she
There's a
wouldn't
cringe
just,
element to it.
yeah, cringe.
It's sad. No, it's sad.
It's
It's a
like
It's
sad.
very
It's a sad.
sad.
yeah, sad, exactly. It's like this, how you call fremdschämen, like you feel embarrassed for someone else, you know, like this feeling, and yeah, that's actually sad.
Secondhand embarrassment.
Yeah, exactly, Hannah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's
And so like
easier
what
Yeah.
to call something out when it feels like um the calling out is corrective, and that would be constructive and useful. But I think like there are different situations where it's like, this feels like shame, maybe not in a useful way. Like maybe those are things that are meant to be handled privately.
like
Well, and I
Kaiser, have
think
you
with Phil, we can kind of make a joke about it. Like, you know, we all call it out, we laugh about it, but when it's certain other people, it's like, this is actually like not funny. and that makes it way more uncomfortable because you can't even like laugh about it.
But Hannah, that kind of speaks to what you were saying, that it's okay to have different standards between men and women, because I think that that female individual is slightly older. However, it's a little bit different to call a man out on being drunk and being silly and kind of tease him and jest him about it versus calling a woman out on being inebriated and acting silly, because in that instance it's like a little more sad and not like as funny,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
Yeah,
I
like
would
have you ever been
maybe.
Well, and there are people who call her out or would call these women out and would make a joke about it. But we actually have like a a group of men who tend to like actually respect women, actually like, you know, not be like jerks when it comes to that kind of stuff. And so it's like it doesn't feel right. Like that's, I to me it just proves that like uh I don't know, men generally tend to naturally want to like protect women, so most good men are just not going to feel right making a joke about, a 40-year-old woman who's like perpetually
Exactly.
drunk on the
It's
internet,
less than
Spot on.
Well,
obnoxious,
Spot
then you
on.
can't help but
Yeah.
point it
and
out.
I
Spot on.
think
Like, yeah.
the standard can be the same, like across, an entire group of people. The way that you handle situations can be different and should be different a lot of the time. Like, Hannah, I'm sure that you don't parent your 14 children exactly the same. They all have different needs and personalities and whatever. And so, like, there are just little nuances to the way that you deal with each of them, right?
yeah, for sure.
have you guys
But
ever
there's
like
but there's much bigger differences in the way we parent the boys and the way we parent the girls, because the
Right.
boys are boys and the girls are girls.
But you would
It's
you would
not
say
it's
that, like,
less subtle nuances and more like actual differences.
would you say though that as a general rule, like the standards are pretty much the same, especially from a moral perspective, but the way that you actually parent them is different?
Um the moral standards are the same, of course, but the behaviors that we would maybe harshly discipline in one versus the other are probably going to be different.
this
That's
is for
true.
Kaiser or Zach, as you guys maybe have experienced this. Like, have you guys ever been on like on a date, maybe like a first date or a second date, where the girl is like pretty like gets a little shit faced, and like I've experienced that a few times, and this is like what it always comes down to is because like I maybe men could control their on average I guess could control their alcohol consumption a little better. I mean I could have a few drinks and know my limit, and then like they sit there and this is what happens is like they've even said it to me straight up. I'm like, they're like, oh, you're judging me now. Like that's kind of how they feel, like in that sense. So it comes off as like I know but it's you're right. It's like a different. It's more of a saddish like reaction, and they kind of know it. Whereas like if a girl like comes to me and like tells me about like a guy getting shit faced on a date, that she's just like he was. It's like gross instead of it being sad. I guess that's the kind of like difference in like how society views those behaviors.
I mean, yeah, if you have a date, a first date, and your partner at the date is getting drunk, I mean, that is an absolutely off turner. I mean, there's no second date. And yeah, you look at it differently because in some cases, I think you can say, maybe it's unfair, but I do think in certain certain stuff, I just hold women to a higher standard because I do think that they are not better than men, but that they have more, let's say, yeah, it's not how to say. They have more decorum than men. I know that men can be stupid, and I accept it as a matter of reality. Young men can be very stupid. It's not that I condone that behavior, but it is what it is, and you just expect better from a woman. Like, and many women think it's unfair, but it's not. But that is the negative side. The positive side is that you are actually that the default view of you is better than of a, let's say, a young teenage boy If he does fucked up shit, no one would wonder. Yeah, a boy like this is how. But it's actually also sad that this is how low sometimes the standards are set for boys, which is also not good. And when it comes to, let's say, Phil in that regard, I honestly think we crossed the Rubicon already, where it's not funny anymore. Because I do think it's sad when a guy comes to a space and he's constantly drunk. This is not that one time, two times, and you laugh it off. That's okay, that's fun. But he's basically becoming an alcoholic. And we are witnessing that. I do think that's actually very sad because I cannot help him here. The only thing but we shouldn't it shouldn't be taken so lightly. I do think we crossed the Rubicon here, and I mean he's an adult. He can do whatever he wants, but I also know that with people who are addicts, no matter what kind of addiction they have, it's not good to just to enforce or to condone their behavior. That's not helping. I don't know how to deal with that with Phil. I would honestly, I don't think
It's
it's
not
good.
going to come from someone on a Twitter space. Like
Yeah.
that's kind
Well,
of like
okay.
it's.
I want to say something about this. When I was doing late night date night in the spring, in the beginning of the summer, there were probably a handful of people who were coming into spaces pretty regularly, having had quite a bit to drink. And one night I just kind of made an announcement. I said, okay, like, I'm not judging anybody for the way that they come in these spaces. I'm not judging anybody for the way that they run their spaces if they decide to run their spaces differently than I do. But I personally do not feel comfortable as a host allowing people to come in and behave obnoxiously because they're under the influence of something. And so, like, if you come in here and I suspect that you're drunk or under the influence of anything, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but I am going to, I'm not going to embarrass anybody, but I am going to drop you because I actually don't think that's the loving thing to let you, when you quite literally are out of your mind, embarrass yourself publicly like that. Um, and, I still I still have that attitude, and I think it is very uncomfortable to be basically in a room with sober people and to feel like we're all kind of virtually giving each other the side eye of like, are we all seeing the same thing? It's uncomfortable, and no, like, help probably will not come from a Twitter space boxing, but I just think when stuff like this comes up, it is important to just think about
Yeah.
how we do want to handle that
It
stuff.
also like derails. Like this is the thing too. Like it's like we're having conversation, and it's like whoever has it, like whatever view people have. It's like when you're drunk, And listen, I was joking. Like Zach and I probably drink every night, but it's a drink or two. You know what I mean? But it's it just is so like in person you could kind of like gauge it and kind of like under like if you're at a bar with friends and someone's a little drunk it's different but like when someone's like not physically there and they're drunk it sounds so bad and you know how it is like when you're because everybody's been drunk here they've probably like thought things in their mind that have been so profound or so interesting and then it comes out and it's so fucking stupid and that's regularly, no offense to Phil, like that's kind of what he thinks in his mind that he's making like a profound point. But if you're on
Well,
the
boxing, I think you're right, and I think that Zag and Kaiser last night said something to Phil that was really profound, and he probably didn't hear it, but all of us heard it. Is Zag was like, "Oh yeah, I got home, I walked my dog, I did my thing, I had one scotch between five
Two,
and six,
two.
and that was the only drink I had, and then I stopped drinking." And then Kaiser said something like, Phil, we talked to you 2 hours ago and you were coherent and like we're actually conversationable. And now we're talking to you literally, I don't even think it was 2 hours. It was like 90 minutes later. And he was repeating himself and slurring his words. And like could not make a coherent point or listen to anyone else in the room. And it was so apparent to everyone else. And to Boxing's point, it's like when you're speaking to someone like that, they're derailing the entire conversation of everyone else who is in the room. So, like Boxing said, like we're all like virtually side eyeing each other, like, yeah, we hear this. This is uncomfortable. We don't know what to do about it. And it's awkward. And then Kaiser's like, dude, it's a Tuesday. Like, if it's a Saturday night and you're raging and it's like a friend's birthday or something, you want to go out and get after it, like, do it. Do you. Go for it. But it's a Tuesday, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Well, but also if you're going out for that friend's birthday, like you're not going to be on a Twitter space.
Exactly, and Caroline, your approach, I think, it's the best one, honestly, because yeah, you realize you cannot change someone from far away or Twitter Spaces, but but you also shouldn't condone it. And this, I think, your approach here. It's not about judging someone, but you see literally with certain people, you literally see that's a self-destructive behavior, and then I think it's not funny anymore. Like I get it. Let's say maybe one day I will come in a space and I will be shit-headed drunk, and then I will be the butt of the jokes because I talk shit, and that's fun. You know, it will happen one day for sure, but that's okay. But if it happens, in this case, it happens like it's regular, and then we are talking about honestly that there's a sickness involved, and this is and we all know people who have been addicted to some stuff. This is it's just self destruction. Like honestly, I would wish that Phil would have real life friends, like people not only on Twitter Spaces, but people who are actually there, you know. And this is, I think, often missing. People sometimes I just feel people are lonely, and they come to the spaces, and especially certain people because they don't have
No
anyone
doubt,
else.
Kaiser,
Yeah,
no doubt. The
I,
loneliness is
yeah.
the loneliness is the most brutal affliction for most of these people, and it's very tragic because loneliness can lead to all sorts of other problems, and one can spiral, and they can feel totally unwanted, and that's why like we should be a little bit careful sometimes because this could literally be someone's last like outlet.
Yeah,
And
it's
if they're like
possible.
hammered and they keep getting dropped or removed or something, like I God knows what might happen. But yeah, like it's worrisome. I think like Phil is more of just like a beer bro. He goes out,
I don't
he
know.
puts away like 5 to 8 with his friends. Then he gets home, has a couple hits of that
Yeah, no, he does it
tincture,
before though.
and then
He
has
says
like
he,
a couple
yeah.
more beers and gets on the space and is like, "Oh, I'm like cross buzzing right now." You know, I think that's like the problem.
Yeah, but Zach, he's such an listen.
Because he
He's just
comes
public.
home and he's like
He has such a
unhappy.
drinking problem. He can't perform. Like
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
and there's that
that's an
issue,
issue.
and
I mean,
it's
that's
just like drinking to escape the unhappiness of his home life. And then like you come home and you're like, I don't want to be sober here. You know, with that woman there who's driving him crazy.
yeah.
I think one thing that I've noticed in I have a few friends that have like they're sober. They've gone through recovery. And
It's it's
one
but
thing
the
that
thing
I've
is that
noticed boxing I'm speaking. Um One thing that I've noticed that is a constant among them is that they all have some sort of they're using drugs or alcohol as a way of escapism and a way to avoid problems in their real life that they need to deal with. And so, like, I think what boxing is saying about like home life and like having issues that need to be sorted through, like, none of that stuff is fun. But I think that, like, those are things that we should be encouraging people to work through. Like, that's all stuff that, he's going to have to probably do some work on himself, but he's also just going to have to deal with shit that isn't fun to deal with. And that's a spiral that I've watched a lot of people go down, and it's really sad.
I also
And
think that there's
Caroline, Well, just a second, boxing. The problem here is we kind of know each other here because we spend so much time on spaces and talk about everything. But then we kind of also don't know each other because we are so far away. Like something. Look at Zach. Zach is like living 6,000, 7,000 kilometers away, but still, I talk so much with Zach about so much many stuff. It's like he's very close, but on the other hand, he isn't. And that's often a problem with those spaces. They create a certain closeness, but it's not a fake closeness. And don't say it's fake, but it's like it's not enough closeness. And sometimes you just feel it would be
It's a
different.
it's a
Yeah,
false sense of intimacy. Like
exactly. Yes, yes, yes.
we do know each other to a degree, but like I have met multiple people from Twitter. I've spent extensive time with some people from Twitter. And I'm telling you, like, you don't know the people, like, we don't know each other. I enjoy speaking to all of you, but like, I don't know any of you. So I think like that's an important thing to
It is.
remember.
You can sense that some people are just normal, but like normal people still have issues and problems, and like yeah, they're just normal. They're just better socially adjusted. They know how to not be like a weird spurger about stuff. Like, and that's the weird. And that's like I'm gonna say this. Some of the most sociopathic people can come off as like very normal and well adjusted, which is kind of creepy.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Very creepy.
Yeah, but this is the thing too, Caroline, about like someone like Phil, and I don't mean to picking on him, but I see a lot of this in general. They like obsess about politics. Like it's like they know like this about politics and they know that, but at the end of the day, like eh, it's weird being like a super like because I'm not involved in politics. Like I don't go to like all those like fests and shit like that. I kind of just recently only just because out of interest, kind of got into spaces to talk about it because obviously I can't talk about this in my job, and it is interesting. A lot of interesting people. Um, but these people, like I hear this like in this and I hear them talk about like how like this is gonna happen and that's gonna happen. I'm like, did you guys like wake up? Did you guys go to the gym? Did you guys work hard? It's like they're like forgetting like principles that like they think like they care about these politicians. They want them to take ownership in their own lives, and I find it very like I wouldn't say hypocritical. I would say a waste of energy focusing so much on these things that yes, they matter, but they do not matter as much as like not being like an alcoholic, for example. You know what I mean?
It's
Like,
Right,
very
and
like
like it's the pundits too, or like the influencers that some of the people obsess about, not even the politicians.
be nice to Monolith.
it's very like hamster wheel type of mentality. It's just like spinning your wheels, spinning your wheels, spinning your wheels. And I agree, like, that you have to be like taking care of your own stuff at home. And honestly, like for people who obsess over politics, which many of us do, it's like, okay, are we doing the basic or the maximum things that we could be doing to get involved in real life? Or are we just feeling self important because we know this, that, and the other, and look at this prediction that was true, that came true, and all of this stuff? It's like, okay, but what are we actually doing about that? Because I think a lot of us obsess over this stuff from a place of anxiety that maybe we don't really consciously recognize. But like the antidote to anxiety is action, not ruminating. And I think we spend a lot of time ruminating over politics. So it's like, I think it would be better if most of us spent less time on spaces. I'm in here because I can't sleep, which I don't know why, but
Oh, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
yeah,
And I agree.
it sucks.
Well, and I think there's an aspect of like, okay, if we can get our guy in, like things will get better, blah blah blah. It's like someone else is going to fix the problem. There's no like self ownership there, where it's like things get better by individuals making good choices and making the country like it's the changes has to happen from the bottom up, not the top up. Like it's not a politician's not going to come in and just like fix the country. That's not how it's going to work. And so, but you can fixate on DeSantis versus Trump versus Vivek or whatever, all of that stuff, or you could like stop being an alcoholic. You know, like which is easier, really? Like,
Well, I don't know if
The
you all
alcoholic's
saw
hard handled for a lot of people.
Mike Cernovich's post the other day, but he was talking about this like this notion that the pendulum always swings in the other way, and I forget what the actual text of his post was, but it was he was kind of saying like, hey, no one's coming to save you, like stop thinking that the pendulum is going to swing. And I think to Hannah's point, it's like we are the pendulum. Like the pendulum moves because we make it move. So what are we doing to make it move, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's also there's also a thing degree for me, like it being, I guess, like an outlet of frustration. I think that's up for a lot of people that do have like jobs and things of that, and like we all have to live a degree of life behind, like, because I can't, like, my views are not that insane, but they're insane enough to bring up in a hospital setting where I
Oh
deal
yeah,
with
of course.
frustrations and things of like that, and it's where people gravitate towards the internet in a way that people have views, and and part of it is, I think, a lot of people, they feel like they could change, like, I guess from my perspective, it's like at least like getting people to understand like different perspectives of something of a discourse, and maybe people learn, but ultimately, like, unfortunately, like a lot of people tend to not like listen and learn. Like we see it many times where, I mean, listen, I disagree with, I'm sure, on like with a lot of people that are in these spaces, but certain people, they have views on certain people and certain talking points, and they're unwilling to engage. And I don't know, that's something that what's the point of being on here if you're just going to be in an echo chamber? Like some of the most boring, like most spaces are so boring. If you hear people talk, it's literally like, oh, let's team DeSantis or team Trump, or you know let's all like, let's all love Israel, let's all like hate Israel. It's a really boring discourse, and there's no point of being in a space if you're in an echo chamber. Like, I don't know, you get to talk to your girlfriend. I'm just kidding, it's a joke.
Yeah, but boxing, it always depends what people want out of spaces. Some people just want confirmation for their crazy ideas, and you have those spaces. And then, I mean, the reason why I came up, where I actually registered on Twitter was because of the Ukraine war, because I wanted to get to know what's actually going on, because the media was telling you just one, like they were like, it was crazy, like really crazy over here. And then this is how I met Zagonal, actually. I met him in the Geopol spaces. And I saw him then going into other spaces, and I was following him. And this is how I landed in nuance spaces, basically. And the thing is, it depends what you want out of spaces. Is it curiosity? Do you want to learn? And I like the interaction with people from other countries. Honestly, domestic policies on spaces for me are super boring. Almost never been, let's say, German spaces about domestic policy. They're boring because, as Caroline was saying, talked domestically. Action matters. You can do actually something, but the people always want to start at the top, at the top level. No, that's not how it works. I mean, you can do a lot of change. You start on the local level, then you move up to the regional level. This is actually where a lot of stuff is actually more useful than talking about who's becoming next president. I mean, but yeah, for the geopol, and obviously we have the history stuff is also, let's say, I'm interested in that stuff, or philosophy, and there you can meet people here. This is out of curiosity, a learning experience. But yeah, again, and then you have people who are coming to spaces, they're not even interested in policies. Phil is not interested in policies. He just wants people, I mean, to talk with. The only reason why he's going to these events is because he wants to meet you guys. And I understand that. Loneliness is a huge, huge issue.
Kaiser, did you
And
ever hear him though say that he like basically was coming in here initially, not just me, but like for months and months before I was doing spaces and nuance spaces, to find good political talking points, because he was always having like arguments with his family members, and like was like looking to have these arguments because he's wearing like his MAGA hat. And finally, he
He
revealed
could read a
last
book
night
and
that
learn about some things.
well,
That's
but
a
yeah,
little
come
better to
on.
have.
He's been drinking, so he just would prefer to come in and
Yeah, that
listen.
is fair.
And he revealed last night that he's no longer allowed to speak about politics at his parents' house.
Yeah,
Because his mom told him he couldn't.
but I can understand it. Look,
Yeah, so yeah,
but second, honestly,
unbelievable.
I can imagine Phil talking politics when he has 6, 7 beers into us. Come on, man. Like,
Yeah, can you imagine the like
yeah, I'm
rambling
sorry.
and the yeah, the people
It's
just tell him to shut up. Yeah, and then he'd
yeah,
get worked up
it's
and angry, and yeah,
this
just
is
Yeah, I
not.
mean,
nightmare.
it's the one thing this is the one thing I've always like heard this because I've been like a Republican like my whole life. Like I've leaned towards the right to degrees, like whatever. The one thing that I think that a lot of people, it's like we assume like we say, oh, it's like our side's like more informed or they're more educated. It's like I don't agree with that. I think a lot of people, generally speaking, just you're right. They go with the talking points, and that kind of what frustrates me when it comes down to like mainstream like discourse, whether it be like the new. I don't know. I haven't watched Fox News in like I don't know 5 years, or I mean, unless I go to a hotel, But
Not on in the back room.
yeah, or no, I usually
And
put on if I could find Cops Act. That's my
Well,
number one. I put on Cops in the
I
background.
have
Yeah.
to say, I have to say, I mean, regardless of political leanings, these spaces and nuance as well. And he's actually, yeah, he is nuanced. Yes, he has some certain blind spots towards certain things, but honestly, guys, in other spaces, it's way worse. And I actually like that. It's and to have, let's say, good debate, good discussions, and not and also sometimes you have to challenge your own kind of what you took for granted. And honestly, it gave me a chance to learn the American, let's say, because America is important. I mean, whether you like it or not, it is what it is. I mean, the whole Western world is depending what you guys do, not you, but in the White
It
House,
was better
that stuff.
before October 7th. Like
But
this
the
is the
thing,
issue.
but the
It
thing,
really was like the whole
yeah.
Twitter
But
Spaces.
the thing
I don't
is,
know.
this spaces actually offer the opportunity which in the past never was there. Like yes, there were forums where you exchange messages. It's not the same. You talk with people from a completely different continent, and that gives you also another perspective. And I do think that I understand now way better how the American mindset, which is not New York or LA, because that's always what you assume. That's
but
America, New
Washington
York
D.C.
and Washington, yeah. But that's not America, and you better understand where they are coming from, and that actually helps. It's hey, we at the end of the day, it sounds total cliche, man, but we're all human beings, and actually we are not that different. Just and a little bit of empathy goes a long way, and then people, okay. This is where he's or she is coming from. That's cool. I love that. And it's you talk with people from India and from Pakistan and from
Indians are different, Kaiser. You have to admit that. You have to
come
But
admit
on,
what
that. I'm
about
kidding.
boxing.
what about
The joke. The joke.
Russians? What about Russians? Like what
And
about
Russians and
Fish?
fish. Yeah,
Fish
fish.
with his hand up. Look at
Go
this.
ahead, fish.
Yeah,
Come
Fish.
on,
Go
man.
on, Fish. Go on.
Yeah, they asked all these questions in the debate, with Nikki Haley and the Vivek. They asked, "Oh, they're all arguing about Ukraine. I'm here from Moscow. I'm born in Moscow, Russia. They're already arguing about Ukraine, but no one's arguing about the solution." So what did you guys think? What after we catch Zelensky tomorrow? It could happen tomorrow. What do you think is going to happen with Poland? We're going to make another Ukraine 3.0. So they're not talking about the solution. They're saying, "Oh, Ukraine is bad and all this kind of." So what kind of solution do you guys got? Are you guys going to pay reparations for the Russians? What are you guys going to do? Because, as a Russian born in Moscow, I'm not and Putin has already said there's going to be no negotiations with Zelensky. First of all, Kaiser, you thought there was going to be peace, right? Where's your peace? I told you fucking 3 months ago, never going to happen. All objectives of the special military operation going to be 100% complete. And they're adding new
Why does this guy sound so
and
much
they're
less
adding new objectives. They're adding
less
new
energetic
objectives.
than
So
normal?
they're not subtracting, they're adding, guys. So you better start thinking about solutions. Some Christmas presents for the Russians. Yeah, some territory. If you don't want to give us territory, we're going to go to Poland and take some of that NATO territory, because you know what kind of territory that is. That's not Ukraine. That's NATO. That means America has to protect Poland with American soldiers. That's what's going to happen. And I'm excited. I love it. You see, Zach, and know where it's going. I love it. You see where it's going. These Americans, they're not going to run away nowhere. We're going to catch him, nigga, and we're going to strangle him. That's what's going to happen. So if they think there's going to be some kind of peace, it's never going to happen. 100 million years, never going to make it. They killed Russians. They sent weapons to Ukraine to kill Russia. We're going to catch him. This is not Afghanistan. We're going to catch it. We're going to make sure they're going to come back, some dead Americans back to America. We're going to catch them wherever they are. Poland, Sweden, Germany, wherever the fuck they are. We're going to catch them Americans. We're going to bring back some American bodies back to America.
It's about
Fish, my dear friend, but you're also American. You're, I mean, from California. I imagine you with a skateboard right now. I mean, don't you fear for your own life here, Fish? Go ahead, Fish. Don't you fear for your own life? Fishy.
It's probably the double glitch.
Fishy boy. Fish man.
And so you should just ask questions.
Boy, when you're a minnow like Kaiser down there, I don't hear what you're talking about. You were a cheerleader for Ukraine and Nord Stream pipeline. Did they fix your Nord Stream pipeline yet, Kaiser? Or you want to still keep on talking to everybody in the space about Nord Stream pipeline? German engineering. Remember, Kaiser, you were bragging on the space. You said German engineering, Fish. I should have recorded that on video. How Kaiser said, "Oh, don't worry, Fish. We got German engineering." You got the whole world's gonna see what Moscow, Russia. This is not Afghanistan. We're gonna bring back bodies to America, and we're gonna bring back new territories.
Okay, Fish.
New
I get it.
territories are going to be
Yeah,
added to Russian Federation. That's what's going to
Fish.
and
Okay.
reparate and
Yeah, Fish.
Americans
It's
are going to
enough.
pay reparation.
It's enough. Enough,
Yeah,
Fish.
I've had enough.
Yeah, it's enough. I mean,
Oh yeah, you don't
honestly, man,
like that? Well,
Fish, dude, you are
you
living
don't.
living. Oh fuck me! The dude is
Dude's
always
like a
speaking.
bad record on repeat.
Yeah, honestly, man, it's like too artificial, man, bro.
You
The
don't
flow's not.
like that. Well, you're going to
Maybe he's
hear
an
that. You're going to
NPC.
hear that more
He's an
because I'm born
NPC.
in
Hold on,
Moscow,
Fish, hold on,
Russia.
Fish.
I know
Wait a
what's going.
second, Fish.
NPR,
I know
non-playing
what's
Russian.
going on, buddy.
Non-playing Russian.
I'm born in
Don't you feel like
Moscow,
Fish?
Russia.
Okay, enough, Fish. You are American citizen. You have American passport. If a war goes down, you will have to fight and kill Russians, Fish. Yeah, that's reality. Because no one will trust you in Moscow. Because everyone will think, that's a double agent. And you know what they do with double agents, Fish? I know it. You know what they will do? Oh, he went away. Fuck. Scheiße.
I
I wanted
can't take it. I'm sorry.
I wanted to scam a little bit. Fish,
I
come
just
back.
can't take it.
Okay. Yeah,
The
Fish.
yelling and he always talks about the same stuff. It's so uninteresting and not what we're talking about.
He's a non-playing character. I told you, there's nothing going on in his head. He just
I'm telling you
Oh,
guys,
says
name
everything
redacted is
ridiculous.
giving me major thumbs down here.
It is funny when he goes like yeah nigga. I feel like it's an Asian person that like uses the N word. It's like so like
Dude, straight up.
you know
That's
those ones that
exactly the
are like
vibe I get
Los
too. Yeah.
Angeles that like they think they get the N
No,
word
he's
pass because
either
they're
from Southern
He wants to
California
come
or
up.
I think
Northern California or Russia, like depending on
Well, I
his
can't.
mood. Like I don't get it.
Well, Bill, it was interesting. I can't remember. It may have been Chadical, and I were chatting about it one night in a space that it sounds like the Times Fish has some sort of like accent that he's trying, like an American would be like yelling, and like
But why
what
does
they
it get
it would be
ghetto,
like a
Zach? Why
Russian
does it get
accent.
ghetto? Why does it get
It
ghetto? I don't
sounds
understand
to
that.
me because he said
It gets reactions. It gets the
he's
people
lived
going.
near some military bases, so he may
But I think
be.
he's an American guy.
Yeah, it's possible, but he lives out. My guess from what I know, out in California, the area, probably lives out in the desert areas somewhere where I believe there's some Air Force bases out there. So he's out in
the worst part,
what?
Fresno.
Or 29 Palms, maybe.
Yeah, something like that, though. I don't
And
know where
he said that he said that his family farm flies the Russian flag, and the
Yeah, I wouldn't
military
be
has tried to
surprised.
buy the property
Is
and
that
all
where
of that, and
Vanderbilt
that's when
is?
Hannah got really upset about that.
I got upset about what? What did I
Fish
get
was
upset
made.
about?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, he had one of those rants, and he basically, he was taking the piss. He was saying, "You Americans, you're stupid. I'm here next to the military
I
base,
think
and we bought all of this
guys,
I
property."
mean,
And
it's not so much upset as like I just can't stand the guy. Like he comes in, he yells, he
Annoying.
doesn't say a lot. He's annoying and he's rude. He disrupts the room. I just don't find him entertaining at all.
yeah,
Some of
it's
his
over.
some of his tweets are funny.
Hannah is actually spot on. He was funny, let's say maybe until 3 months ago, 2 3 months. Now it's just it's repetition of repetition. It's like a comedian with only one joke and always say the same joke. It's not funny anymore. And
He
Fish
had me
is honestly
blocked for the
the
longest
dude
time.
I
is
think he's
Weird.
hilarious, man.
I
still
agree with you,
name.
Name.
Oh my
Nope.
He's
goodness.
very funny.
I
There's
think I'm
some
you
disruptors
don't
that I think
understand.
are
I
funny,
recorded that
but
whole thing and I'm sitting here like crying laughing, dude. It's fucking hilarious.
Name, does he
look,
DM you? Because some of his DMs, like
Oh yeah,
one out of
yeah.
every six, they are really the one with the grandma. He's the
Yeah, I mean
funniest thing
he's
I've ever
fucking
No,
seen.
it's not funny anymore. It's
well, I don't
repetitious. It's boring.
That's
It's
quite
like
funny, actually, maybe.
non-engaging.
listen, this is a male
He just
female
sits
thing, I
for a
yeah,
think,
couple of minutes,
because
it's
actually, and then
when Trash and I were hosting spaces together, like people would come in, these trolls would come in, and like I just don't have any tolerance for it. I almost never think it's funny. There's a few that I find kind of entertaining, but for the most part, I'm like, why are we wasting everyone's time? But then he would like let it play out because he's like, this is hilarious. So
yeah, it's funny.
I do think there's like a male female dynamic going on here a little bit because
Because
I
we
just
don't take it that serious. That's why.
oh well, I don't. It's not that I take anything that
But and
serious,
that's where
but
the comedy is.
it's
Because
just like ugh.
I mean, Hannah,
He's definitely one of the better trolls. I
I
will say
can't
Hannah,
that.
he's
even understand
hilarious.
half of what he
it's a
says.
good one.
So it's
but
He's good.
Hannah, you always imagine, no matter how old a man is, doesn't matter. We will always be little boys inside. We laugh about shit
no,
stuff.
yeah, yeah, it's
It is
fine,
what it
it's
is.
fine.
Are
Uh,
you
but
talking? Are you guys talking about Fish? I love Fish. He's
Yeah.
hilarious.
He
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
He's just
Okay,
Oh,
do you
I
fucking
love
prefer
that.
hilarious, dude.
do you prefer Fish to Trimax?
He's chewed out
Yes, but yes,
Trash,
I do.
Charles. I mean he Kaiser. I mean he goes off. Like
There
every
have
time I
been
see him up
times
here,
that he's made me laugh, but
he's got like his hand up and he's like so patient, but you know when that mic's on, he's about to blow up. And you don't know you're gonna hear,
But Name,
the
I
N word.
disagree. I don't think he
he
delivers. Like
starts
that
quiet
patient
and then he goes
hand did
off.
not deliver.
Yeah, it's more Russian talking points. I get what you're
I
saying.
mean, it depends on the basically on which kind of form he is in. Like
We should actually engage
yeah.
him in a debate and actually like
Ah,
put a muzzle on him, like
and then
take a
but then
turn.
it's boring. But then it's boring, name. Then it's really boring. Like I don't think that Fish is. I mean, honestly, I'm not joking, guys. The background of Fish is. Fish was the dude had like 20,000 followers before the war, and he was like a game review, whatever
A
kind
gamer,
of
yeah.
gamer, yeah. And the rumors are, and what I'm hearing out of the Russian spaces is that the dude had basically money problems. He was approached to basically shit talk, and this is how we got to use him. He basically is just making Russians look absolutely ridiculous. Like this is talking, Kaiser, everyone come for you. Nord Stream, where's Nord Stream now? Like, come
From
on, you.
Moscow, Russia.
That made no sense at all. About this
Yeah,
Nord Stream. It's completely opposite what you were
but
saying.
yeah,
I
but
mean, I got
this,
some great screen recordings of him going after Trash, him going after Charles. I mean, these are just gold. I mean, you
Name has a
can't not.
bad day and he like goes home, pulls up one of his screen recordings of Fish and just
I listen to
sits
them a
back.
lot. They're great.
I mean, he deleted the funniest tweet I've ever seen him. God, he like deletes these tweets like it's very weird. But this tweet, I think we're sharing with Zach. There's a picture of me like lifting weights, or I don't know what it was, and he was like, "Hey, buddy, I can't do his voice, but he was like, try some cardio. I'm, for some boxing. I beat up a 6'8", 275-pound African American. I moved. It was good. Run up some mountains. I don't know. It's just." He is funny. I don't know. There's like humor about him, but it is repetitive, and I can acknowledge that.
So my
Anyway, I
question was,
mean,
sorry, Kaiser. My
yeah,
question
yeah.
was like, if you had to throw one away, would you throw away fish over Tryman? Just question.
Fish.
I don't know. I don't know what Killer Tryman's trying
That's
to do
difficult.
on Twitter.
With Tryman is, I do think he got better with his jokes. And actually, I like quite a lot of them now. But Twyman can also be just, he tries to pander too much. Like, oh man, like the whole thing, I'm sorry, I was so toxic. Come on, dude. That's like pathetic. And that is not funny
He
anymore.
needs he needs a
When
girlfriend.
He's back.
he
He's back.
oh my god, but I have a second. Can you bring back Interschützo? I really want to interact with Interschützo.
No.
Come on. And now it's fun.
No,
That would
he's
be funny.
cancerous.
All
He's
right,
Come
Fish.
on,
Fish,
Zagunet.
talk again, but let's not talk about dead American bodies. But other than that, give Kaiser and us NATO people your plans on how Russia's going to get through Ukraine, and then what is the timing for them to invade Poland, and why? Why do they need that?
Look, Kaiser, there's never going to be any peace with the Americans. Never. Once you pick a side, you send weapons to another country to kill Russians, you already picked a side. From St. Petersburg, Russia, where they sent me this message from, you already picked a side, buddy. I'm from Moscow, Russia. I forgive you. But the people from St. Petersburg, people from Siberia, Russia, they're not going to forgive you. You already picked a side. You guys are going to get buried by the Russians. And if you don't want to get buried by the Russians, you're going to get buried by the Chinese. So you guys
So,
already
Fish,
lost.
I have a reason.
You already
Fish,
lost.
why?
You
Fish,
should have been
why
asking
haven't-
yourself
hold
that
on.
question. Why are you inside Ukraine?
All right, Fish, hold
Now
on,
you're
hold on.
asking
Why
yourself,
haven't you
why am I
gone
inside
back to
Ukraine?
Russia?
I'm not American. I'm from Moscow, Russia. I'm asking
Why aren't you
you,
back
why
there
are you
fighting?
inside Ukraine?
Easy.
Name redacted.
Why
Ask
aren't-
yourself, why the fuck am I inside Ukraine? Huh?
What, Fish, why haven't you gone back to the
So you don't want to
motherland?
give me no answer why you're inside Ukraine. Well, guess what? If the people outside of Russia, they're gonna give you an answer, name redacted. You don't want to hear my answer, they're gonna give you an answer, and you already start to see it. You already start to. Joe Biden doesn't even
No,
want to help
Fish,
Ukraine no
hold
more.
on.
We're gonna find
Hold
out
on.
your answer. Name redacted.
Okay, hold on.
You got
I
to
have a
ask
question for you.
yourself these questions.
Fish,
Don't
hold on.
ask me these questions.
Shut
You're an
up.
American.
Shut the fuck up. Shut.
You got an
All right, Fish,
American
you gotta let-
flag.
Okay,
You got to let other
Fish,
people speak.
you
Fish.
you will
All right, Fish,
name.
I want to ask you some
Yeah.
questions. Let's have a little bit of back and forth, okay?
Yeah, Fish. No
Since you
interrupting.
were-
Let someone ask.
Since you are a Russian national, and they put out, what is it, the comp scripts or whatever, and they bolstered their military. Why? I don't know how old you are, but why didn't you go back to the
Well, I'm already
motherland
living
and fight?
here. So what are you gonna do about it, Name? That's my other question. What are you
Yeah,
gonna do?
stop
I can
yelling.
ask you the same
Stop
question. What are you
yelling.
doing in
Stop
my
yelling.
land?
Stop yelling.
This is
And
Russian
stop
Federation. What are you gonna do about it? You're
yelling.
gonna kick
Stop
me
yelling.
out? Huh?
Stop yelling.
Who's gonna
Why
save
do
you,
you
Trump
yell
or
like
Stop
that,
Biden?
yelling.
Fish? I
Stop
feel like
yelling.
my kids are
Stop
So
here.
yelling.
I
Like, can you
asked you the
just
Stop
same
yelling.
lower
question.
the
What are you
volume?
Stop
doing in
yelling.
America?
Stop yelling.
Well,
Stop
I'm
yelling.
not from Russia.
So
Stop
If I
you're not,
was
yelling.
from
but you're from
Russia,
Britain Kingdom.
Stop yelling.
You're from UK.
Stop
That's where
yelling.
you're from, huh?
Stop yelling.
You're from
Fish,
Texas,
Stop
just
right?
yelling.
talk in a normal
if I
Come
was
Stop
on,
yelling.
bro.
from
Stop
Yelling.
playing
Russia,
with
Stop
me.
I'd
I'm
yelling.
from
probably go
Moscow,
back
Russia.
there and
Stop
fight.
yelling.
We can
Stop
nuke your.
yelling. Stop yelling.
Okay. First of all, Fish, are you currently living in California? Yes or no? And then second, I heard rumors that you're not actually from Moscow, Russia, but you're actually from Moscow, Pennsylvania. Is that true, Fish?
I posted my DNA test. You can keep making shit up. Keep thinking shit, Kaiser, that somebody's going to fix your Nord Stream pipeline down there. So you see how things are playing out. You see it. We want to see them dead American bodies. Send those F-16s. Let's
Okay,
start
Okay,
shooting
so
them
guys,
down, boys. Let's start
Yo,
seeing
why
Fish,
how
does
wood,
Russia
America
wood,
is
want?
so
wood,
Why
great
does
in
Russia need to
Ukraine,
go
baby. Come
to
on, send that
Poland?
money
I'm going
and
to
send those
bed.
wood.
American weapons. Keep it coming. Name redacted.
Why
Name
go to
redacted.
Poland?
Keep it coming.
Fish,
Keep on sending it. And
fish.
next,
Okay,
Why
keep
Fish,
go into
Fish, what,
next
Poland?
what
after
hood?
weapons,
Fish,
send
what hood gave you
American
the N-word
troops.
pass
Send
specifically?
American
Hold on,
troops
Fish,
to
Fish.
Ukraine
I want to know,
next.
I want to know, Fish. What hood, right? Because, you have an affectation in your voice. What hood gave you the N-word pass? Because you seem street certified. Go ahead, Fish.
The hood that'll make you pick your brains off the ground. That's the kind of hood
stop
that I'm from.
yelling, for
They'll
goodness
make you
sake.
pick your brains off the ground. That's the kind of hood I'm from, boy.
Is
They're
that
gonna
Lancaster?
they're gonna scrape
Is
your
that
brains out with the shovel off the
is
ground.
that
That's the kind of hood
Lancaster
I'm
by
from.
chance?
The kind of
Fish,
Jewish that
Lancaster.
where they slapped that Jewish man in California and they still can't find that nigga. They still can't find who killed him. Yeah, from California. They smoked that
They actually
Jewish
arrested
man.
him. Fish.
80 years old. They killed that nigga. Yeah. That's the kind of hood I'm from, nigga. Stop playing with
Oh, that was in
stop
the
playing with
suburbs. Fish.
California.
That was definitely not in South Central, and they did arrest the guy who was
Yeah, they
responsible.
arrested the guy. Will arrest the Mexicans in California. You know how much of them is? Why don't I see any American flags in California? Huh?
Hey,
You
Yeah.
don't see the
Fish. Do you
Mexican
ride?
flag, yeah.
Oh, you lost.
You.
You already lost, boy. We're coming. We're
Fish.
coming.
I have a
We're
Hey,
coming
question.
hey,
for your
question.
head, boy.
Fish. I have a question for you.
We're coming to
Question.
Do you
decapitate your
ride
head. That's what's going to
fish?
happen. With
Fish.
your American head, we're going to decapitate it from Moscow, Russia. We're going to cut your head off, boy.
Hey, calm down, calm down,
Fish. Do
calm
you
down.
ride
It's
with the
question
blacks or
is
the Hispanics down there
Yeah, not no
in
All right,
trumping, not
boys.
no,
LA?
I'm gonna go ahead and go
not
to
no
bed and leave y'all
trumping,
to
not
your
no
fun.
Biden
Have
is
a
going
good
to
night.
save their American stupid ass. And that's why they're scared to send money and weapons to Ukraine. Yeah, you guys are already running. You already running. You already hiding, boy.
Fish.
Mexican.
Alaska.
Man, he just answered
They
it.
ain't
Man, he just
ready
answered
for
it. Mexican.
Alaska.
He'll
We're
take all.
gonna
He's
start
definitely
shooting them
Mexican,
up
Fish.
in Alaska, left and right, boy. Left and right. We're gonna shoot them up in Alaska. Alaska.
Fish. Do
He
you
ain't
roll
ready
with the
even in Texas. He ain't ready in Texas for the Mexicans in Texas. Mexicans in Texas are gonna start smoking them around. Alaska, stop
fish,
playing with
fish,
me.
fish,
Stop playing. I'm the
fish.
fucking
All right, I'm
president.
gonna.
Okay, that was
Nigga,
enough.
I'm
That's
the
enough for
president.
today.
Nigga, stop playing with me.
Oh
From
man,
Moscow,
I'm
Russia,
muting
I'm the
you.
president.
Why doesn't work here? What the fuck? Okay, look, Fish, it's enough for today. It's okay. Now we have to go back into the cage. But guys, hear me out. This is what happens when you smoke too much weed. And honestly, this is Fish is the end
All
stage
right,
of too
no,
much
hang
weed.
on. I want to ask Fish some questions, and then I want
Well,
answers.
guess what?
And
I don't got an answer.
okay, so the
I'm
first
from
question
Moscow,
is:
Russia.
you live in LA area, or what's going on? Do you roll with the blacks or the Hispanics?
Listen, how are you going to make me answer your questions? Trump or Biden going to make me?
That was a glitch. Unmute.
Yeah, when you lose America, that's going to be a glitch too. When you lose America, you're going to be like, oh.
Fish, can you just answer the question? Do you roll with the blacks or the Hispanics?
Hey,
Go ahead.
can you tell me when I answer your questions and who's going to make me answer your questions? Trump or Biden? Huh? Trump or
Okay, go
Biden
ahead.
is going to make me answer your
I'm not
question.
sure yet,
Tell
but
me
answer the
from Moscow.
question.
Come on, I want you to tell everybody on speaker. Tell them,
Sure,
look at
after you
this
answer the
clown.
question.
Look at Americans. You
Yeah, fish, but it's
I'm gonna
crazy.
give you one more chance, Fish, and then we're
I
gonna
mean,
be done.
I'll give
the
you a
dude is
chance to suck my dick from Moscow, Russia. That's what you can do. And tell Trump to suck this dick too, and Biden at the same time.
What about Nikki Haley?
Yeah, answer your questions. I'm from
What
Moscow,
about
Russia. I don't
Vivek?
got
What
to
about
answer
Vivek?
shit to your questions. Go fuck
Yeah, but Fish,
yourself.
the Mexicans have said you're not cool with it.
Fish, what's
So
Putin
he
doing?
thought
What's Putin up to? What's
he thought
Putin
I
up
was
to?
gonna answer his question. God, fuck your questions.
Hey, what
You
about
can't
the
answer even
Ukrainian
America. You can't
guy
even
that
answer
was?
America's question.
What about the guy from Ukraine that was assassinated in Russia? What's the story with that, Fish? Glitch. Go ahead.
When you tell me who's going to save America, Trump or Biden, then I'll answer your question. Let's hear it on speaker. I want everybody to hear it on speaker. Who's going to save America, Trump or Biden?
Neither one.
Oh, okay. There we go. Then I
all
don't
right,
got
answer
to
the
answer
question.
your
Answer
question.
the
You're a
question.
bum. You're a nobody down there in America. Exactly. Nobody's going to save America. Thank you. Thank you. Nobody's going to save your stupid American ass. That's what's going to happen.
All right.
The
So
thing is, guys, fish.
What a
I
what a
mean,
fucking American clown.
scheiße.
We're
You
gonna
can always. It doesn't work for me with the fucking mute button. Fish. I mean, you are a little bit schizophrenic. You are I mean, dude, you're living in California. If war breaks out, I mean, you will not get to Moscow. And the problem is, if you would get to Moscow, they would think you're a double agent. They would basically put you into what's it called? The famous
Gulag.
prison. The famous prison. Zach, help me out.
Gulag.
Help me out.
The
KGB.
Gulag.
Not Gulag, but first in the
Black Dolphin Prison.
No. The Marianka, not Marianka. The Lubyanka. They would put you in the Lubyanka.
in
Yeah.
Lubyanka
Fish.
Square. Yeah.
And people who went down into the cellars of the Lubyanka,
Oh, they never came
never
back.
come up again, Fish. That will be you. I
You're
know
gonna
that.
be
Oh,
building
I've
railroads
been
in
back in
Moscow for the
Russia.
rest of
I've
your
been
life,
back in
man.
Russia. I don't know what you.
Oh yeah, yeah, boy.
Is that where the Mongoloids?
They
The
can do it.
Mongoloids
Yeah,
exist. You know what I
boy.
mean?
I'm
Yeah,
already
boy.
living
You're
in
gonna
Russia.
be
Also,
spending
I'm
your
already.
life
This
in
is a second
Moscow
Russia right
building
here, where I'm
railroads.
living.
Yeah,
That's a
boy.
second Russia, guys. Where I'm living, that's a second Russia. That's a
What
second
do you mean
Russia
the
where I'm.
hood?
This is a
Wait, Fish.
backyard for us.
Is that what the Crips call them?
Why
When you're
does
in my backyard, I don't.
Ukraine? Why does Ukraine keep assassinating their former political leaders inside of Russia? How's that happening, Fish?
When
Go
you're
ahead.
in my backyard, I don't gotta answer your question. When you got the incorrect flag and you're not on your own
Holy
land,
cow. Could you
I don't
guys
gotta
not?
answer your questions. When you killed
Yeah,
Native
but
Americans, when your country killed Native Americans, I don't gotta answer your question. When you send money,
Fish. Do we
when you
owe
send
black
weapons
people
to
reparations?
Ukraine to kill Russians, I
Fish.
don't
Do we owe?
You
I don't
live in
gotta
the land
answer
where
your
Native
stupid ass
Americans were killed, so that
American.
makes you just as guilty, Fish. You know, you're living on land where American natives were killed. So what does that make you? You're being a little hypocritical here, man.
Yeah, my
Go
country is
ahead.
not responsible for killing Native Americans. That's what you're going to find out. Oh, that's what you're going to have to pick up a history book and start reading history. You might have learned science, you might have learned math, but history, Americans, oh yeah, they got an F on history class. They failed. So
All
we're
right,
going to make him
Fish.
relive history.
Answer a question. Hold on.
They might have forgot about Berlin, Germany. Kaiser's not
Go ahead,
talking like
boxing.
you're talking.
I just
Why
want
are
to know if Americans should pay reparations for slavery. Like
So
I
why
just
are
want to hear
you
Fish's
talking and
specific.
Kaiser's
No,
not
Fish.
talking like
Answer.
you're
Fish. Come
talking
on.
then?
No.
Huh?
I get it.
Why
Fish.
is
Answer the
Kaiser
question though.
quiet? Because
Fish,
Kaiser
stop
knows Russians
yelling, for
reached Berlin.
goodness
All right.
sakes.
It's gone on long enough. It's pretty. I gotta go to sleep. I just can't do this anymore. Fish, just can you answer a question like
I don't gotta
specifically? Like we
answer.
want to hear your takes.
You're a bum ass
But we want
American.
to hear your takes. Fish, we're begging
Answer
you.
your
We want to hear
American
your takes.
questions yourself. You
Fish, if you're not going to come up here to
got
answer
a
questions
country
and
that's
engage in
collapsing.
dialogue, then we're not going to let you up.
Start answering your own questions. Don't worry.
Why do you come up in the space, Fish?
Don't be afraid of questions. Don't be afraid of questions.
You gotta start worrying about your own country. Don't worry about Russia. Start worrying about your own American country and American questions. That's what you gotta answer. I don't gotta.
We're asking you about America.
When I'm in my backyard. When I'm in my backyard, I don't gotta answer some infiltrators' questions. Okay?
Where are you? Where are you?
There's only one infiltrator here, Fish.
Look at Kaiser. Kaiser is so quiet. I haven't heard a word from Kaiser. Oh, look at how quiet Kaiser is.
All right, why don't you stop for a second?
Only the Americans are talking. So you want to be a hero, huh? You want to be a hero? Only if you stop talking. Why don't you shut the fuck up? Why don't you do that? Why don't you shut the fuck up down there in America?
Oh, what if I don't?
Before we nuke your country, and your country is not going to exist no more. That's what's going to happen. And nobody's literally.
But Fish, you will also be nuked, man. You're living in fucking Southern California. You will be nuked. Fish, are you okay with that?
He's pretending to be an unhinged Russian, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Fish is Fishman. Like
that'll be your first.
Shit, I'll go to, like Putin said, like a martyr. You know, like a martyr, guys. I would rather be that sacrifice to end American empire. Woo, that's a legacy right there, guys. That's a fucking legacy. They're gonna put on my tombstone. Fucking America got nuked. No more Americans left. That's a good legacy right there.
Yeah, but Fish, you have it wrong. There will be no tombstone for you. You will be just evaporated. That's that. I mean, no one will remember you, bro. Come on, dude. So that doesn't work out. Your plan doesn't quite work out, my friend. Yeah, just saying.
Hey, even if there's no tombstone left, the Russians, they're willing to take that risk, you know? Fuck everybody. Get them all evaporated. Send them all to heaven, guys. That's what's going to happen with the Americans. They're going to be all sent to heaven. Keep crushing. Remember, they make fun of the Russian red lines. They make fun of Putin, nuclear weapons. They make all fun of that shit. Russian rocket technology. Woo! So we're starting to warm up. I like it when we warm up in Ukraine. And Joe Biden says he doesn't want to send money. Woo! That's like music to my ears.
Fish, did you
That's
get
like
an
music
arrest?
to my ears. Make sure you take that to your CIA department.
Hold on. Fish, you get turned on, like literally, because you seem excited about it.
That's like music to my ears that you guys are pulling out of Ukraine. Yep. Pull out of NATO next. Pull out of NATO next. That's perfect. That's perfect right there. God bless Joe Biden. God bless. God bless Joe Biden. Pulling out of Ukraine. Yeah, look at those American heroes. We're going to find out. We're going to find out who wants to defend America.
Anyways.
All right, Fish, thank you for the enlightening discussion tonight. Hope you get some rest and have more energy for your next space. We appreciate you joining us. Have a good night. Any last words, or are you good?
Oh, you know, when we see dead American troops in Poland, that's when I'm going to be good.
Shut up,
That's when I'm.
Fuck.
All right.
I really want to know
Okay, so question is, how far does this sort of free speech actually go to, like the First Amendment? Like, can you hope for dead Americans and etc. etc.? I mean, I love it. I really love it. I actually love that this conversation is going on. But how far can it go?
I mean, he's not being specific, so that's covered under the free speech.
I don't love it at all. Name, are you still vouching for that fucking psychotic guy? Like, what the fuck?
I'm not vouching for him. I think he's funny, but I have
think.
boundaries where I don't like him talking about dead Americans. I mean, come on.
Well,
I
he
mean,
said it like 5 times.
I know, and he got kicked off
yeah,
Yeah.
the
he's
first time,
retarded. Like,
and
you know, it's
we kept
Yeah,
telling him to
but
stop.
the worst part about him is tonight, his performance was if he can't answer questions, like sometimes he does, and then it's like funnier. But you know, it's if he can't answer questions, it's kind of just like him. You know,
Let's make that a rule. If we let him up again, he has to engage in back and forth discussion.
just name if you're running a space, just say he has to answer. Does he run with the
Yeah.
Mexicans or the blacks? He has to answer that
Yeah.
question.
No,
Yes.
but if you're gonna troll and you're gonna be funny and you're gonna be provocative, like at least like say something. And he was just yelling, and I turned my volume all the way down, and he was still yelling. Like, nah, like no.
It's
well. I think
See, it
now
got
that
kind of quiet now without
I think now that
Fish.
everyone's riled up and stressed out, it's probably a good point to close the space. And you know, everyone should just dwell on what Fish said. Remember, if it need be, you have to be prepared for these crazy Russians. So I don't know. Defend Alaska to the last man.
Damn it, Zag. That's so not the nice place to end the space.
I can't believe Zach. You vouch for him. He's your people. You know, it is what it is, right?
Oh no, Fish is
I
has.
mean, listen, I have Andrea, and you have
Fish is a
Twitter, so it is
character,
what it is.
and
Yeah, we have no idea if
we
Fish is
don't
gonna
vouch for
check out.
his
Yeah, our
ideology.
apologies.
I
He's
obviously am
just
aware.
funny.
He could be NAFO.
I
You
agree
never
with you.
know.
I mean, it could be a controlled opposition, psyops, agent provocateur. But the thing is, yeah, today he had an episode, I would say. He went a little bit too much over the board than usual. Yeah, something was wrong. I mean, the dude is smoking a lot of weed. And you know, too much weed consumption might give you
I
psychosis.
don't
We all
know.
know that. It's risky, you
No,
know.
it was not. It was not weed. You don't talk like that in weed. You know, your weed is
Yeah, you
peace.
could be a stoner and still be funny, and he
Probably
was
just
not even being funny.
Hey, you
I
should
don't.
give
Yeah.
Johnny whatever, like 30 seconds to close the space. Just hands up, you know.
Oh no, I
All
just
right.
wanted to. I just tuned in late. I was just curious if this Fish character was serious, or if this was a troll job, or if he was just high, or a combination of everything.
It's a
So
bit of everything, I think.
all of the above.
okay, figured. Also, I don't understand these Russian like war porn enjoyers. Like to Kaiser's point, like if hostilities ever broke out, I would assume that there's targets in California. So you know, he could sort of be like a Russian war enjoyer as the bombs come down and they detonate midair. Midair, it could be like an SNL skit where he's just supporting Russia as he's vaporized. Perhaps, who knows?
He said he's going to be a martyr. That's what he said.
Yeah, it's one thing to support or not support Ukraine, but yeah, you know,
Right.
the United States ever is attacked clearly by like an actual organized military or something. Well, yeah, that's it's a different story.
I don't even think that type of warfare is possible in the modern era. Like, I know a lot of people thought, or the Russians were talking about how if certain red lines were crossed, like potentially tactical nuclear weapons could be deployed. I just don't see those weapons being used. Quite frankly, I don't even know if anyone is left from the Cold War that can engage in this type of warfare effectively as well. So, people, I mean, I'm not saying nuclear weapons could never be used, but the threshold would have to be so, like, I don't think the US would cross certain lines with Russia and vice versa because it inevitably would escalate. There's like rhetoric for domestic consumption, but other than that, I just don't see hostilities breaking out. Maybe I'm a little delusional. I just don't see it.
It's not in anyone's interest to start a nuclear war. It's a joke. This the whole point of the nuclear weapons is that no one actually starts it. If it's a chain reaction, it doesn't matter who's going to be initiating it. It just cannot happen. You know, it just it. You know, they are the nuclear weapons is the best peacemaker. Unfortunately, lots of Japanese had to die, but you know, it's not like a logical conclusion. You know, and why would if Putin is a rational operator, why would he ever start such a thing? No, it doesn't make any sense. It's not going to happen.
Right. Well, he's sort of portrayed in the West, not so much here in Europe, but back home in the U.S. he's sort of portrayed as like this maniacal reincarnation of Hitler. But I'm like, this guy's a pretty like rational actor, and he's pretty strategic, and he's well thought out. I mean, he did make some mistakes, like thinking that he'd be welcomed with a Ticker Day parade in Ukraine, right? Obviously, that was bad intel to say the least. But other than that, he seems like a pretty rational, well thought out actor in terms of Russian geopolitical interests versus countering the U.S. But like, I just don't think he's this insane lunatic that he's portrayed to be on like op-ed pieces in like the New York
Johnny,
Times.
you know, the risk of using nukes is actually, I mean, yes, as Shari is saying, most people actually are not suicidal. And
I
even,
agree.
let's say, and even people who you would think, which are radical, still, they are not suicidal. There's a difference. Only, you know, I do think the only risk of going nuclear would only arise if you would think you can win a nuclear exchange. The thinking, let's say during the Cold War was, or up until now, is basically mutual assured destruction. So no one will
Right.
win a nuclear war. But the problem might come if you start thinking, hey, yeah, maybe we'll lose 10, 20 millions, but they will be totally destroyed. So bottom line, it's still a net positive. Then it's getting dangerous. So it's good that we think that nuclear weapon exchange will be the end of humanity, because if we start thinking, maybe not so much, then you would see actually use of nuclear weapons. That's the problem. Yeah.
I know that the Pentagon, or if it was RAND or the Pentagon, or a combination of both, they wrote papers about full spectrum dominance and how the U.S. could potentially win a nuclear war vis-a-vis a first strike. But it just sounds completely insane to me. So
And those are the dangerous thoughts. And honestly, there was a time, I know that was just some Twitter influencers, but they were. It was like around this time last year in the Ukraine war, where Ukrainians, let's say these shills, were talking about, hey, it's just a bluster. The whole Russian arsenal, nuclear arsenal, it's just a bluster, you know. And what you're gonna do and whatsoever. Like, this is dangerous talk, because this is like then you start rationalizing the use of your nuclear arsenal. Like, okay, we have the let's say we have the anti-air defense. Basically, we will take down 90% of the nukes, and that means, okay, 10% will get through. Okay, what will be destroyed? That's dangerous. You shouldn't even go down that route. You know, that's always dangerous. Yeah.
it is dangerous, and I didn't really know about these weapons until the rhetoric started. Then I just started like looking up like various like articles online. I know that even like these ICBMs, they have decoys. They're like, they have decoys. So one warhead could have like five or six, like one missile could have five or six warheads, like 100 kilotons each, and like out of those, I don't know, five warheads, like two are decoys, or like, so it's completely insane talk, quite frankly. But people out there, especially in the U.S., you have like a patriotard component that on the right wing that'll beat its chest, like, in order for the Ukraine to win, if worse comes to worse, we may have to use them nukes, boy. I'm just like, okay, so somebody needs to get their head examined. But these people aren't in positions of power, but they're just generally like retards. But it's still sort of disturbing.
Yep, very disturbing, very disturbing. Well, hopefully the fish episode is behind us now, and we can get some rest and put that to bed, so to speak. But listen, sometimes you have to have that type of outburst. It's good. It's good for the soul. So I'm sure Fish is feeling a lot better right now for taking all that out on us. All right, Kaiser. Well, listen, enjoy your coffees.
Oh, absolutely. It's a
Have a
slow
few for
moving.
me. Have a few for me. And
Yeah.
name. Yep.
And Zaggy, I mean, enjoy your sleep. You need sleeping a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah. I have to answer a few emails, but it's a slow moving Thursday. You already feel Christmas is approaching,
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. I like that kind of deal.
And listen, Samira may be opening a space or has one open now. So
Nah, it's enough of space for the moment, It's okay. I'm awake now, and now we have to move on to. I mean, I have to earn my money here, I have to be a good citizen.
You have to earn your keep paying to that healthcare system,
Absolutely, totally. Secondly, you get that. You get it. You
Got
get
to
it.
do your part. Got to do your part. All right, everyone. Have a good night. Thanks.
Night, Zach.
Right.
Good night.